Welcome to another Vixa Vaughn romance audiobook. We're excited to have you join us. Whether you're into second chance romance, enemies to lovers, fake marriage, or any other trope, Vixa Vaughn offers you the chance to escape into stories that will carry you away into heart-pounding romance and gripping characters. While we want to get you the full experience, some parts of this audiobook are abridged to stay abreast of YouTube's community guidelines. If you want the full experience, you can always head to Vixa Vaughn Romance and use code VIXA40 to get the unabridged version of this audiobook for 40% off. Now sit back and enjoy the show.
Chapter 1. Aaliyah. I wipe my sweaty palm on my skirt before pushing open the heavy glass door to Sapphire Studios. The interior hits me with a blast of cool air and the distinctive scent of clay, paint, and possibility. "Mommy, it's so big!" Elias tugs at my hand, his eyes wide as saucers, as he takes in the expansive white-walled space. "Remember what we talked about, little man?" I squeeze his hand gently. Inside voice, and no touching the art without permission. I know. He bounces on his toes, barely containing his excitement. The studio is breathtaking. High ceilings with exposed industrial beams, polished concrete floors, and strategically placed skylights that bathe everything in natural light. Canvases in various stages of completion line the walls, while sculptures dot the open floor space. It's the kind of place I've dreamed of working in since art school. Aaliyah Marshall, as I live and breathe. I turn at the sound of that familiar voice, and there she is, Catherine Caldwell, gliding across the room in a paint-splattered jumpsuit. Her locks are piled high on her head, secured with what looks like a repurposed paintbrush, and her smile is exactly as warm as I remember. Kathy. I release Elias's hand for a moment to embrace her. She smells like sandalwood and success. "Look at you." She holds me at arm's length, her dark eyes scanning me from head to toe. Still gorgeous as ever. And who is this handsome young man? Elias steps halfway behind my leg, suddenly shy. "This is my son, Elias. Can you say hello to Miss Catherine?" "Hello," he mumbles, peeking around my thigh. Catherine crouches down to his level. "Well, hello there, Elias. I have a feeling you're going to love it here. We have a special corner, just for young artists like you." His eyes light up. "Really? Do you have clay? I love clay." "Do we have clay?" Catherine laughs, the sound echoing through the studio. "We have every kind of clay you could imagine, and paints and markers and all sorts of things to create with." I squeeze Elias's shoulder. "What do you say?" "Thank you." He's bouncing again, excitement overriding his shyness. "Come on, let me give you the grand tour." Catherine loops her arm through mine, gesturing broadly with her free hand. "I still can't believe you're actually here. How long has it been? 6 years? 7 almost," I correct, letting her lead us deeper into the studio. "Not since that group show." "God, that was a disaster. I was just telling Teddy about that the other day." I smile, the memory pulling a genuine laugh from me. "How is Theodore?" "Busy as always. The company takes up most of his time, but he's the one who pushed me to open this place." Her expression softens. "He's determined I help other artists the way I wish someone had helped me." We pass through a section of the studio where several artists are working at stations spaced comfortably apart. Some nod in greeting, others remain lost in their creative worlds. "This is the communal area," Catherine explains. "And through here," she pushes open a set of double doors, "are the private studios." The hallway beyond is lined with doors, each bearing a nameplate. She stops in front of one that's blank. "This one's yours." She produces a key from her pocket with a flourish. 35 square meters of creative space, north-facing windows, storage for materials. I take the key from her hand. my fingers trembling slightly as the weight of it settles in my palm. The cool metal represents so much more than just access to a room. It's opportunity, legitimacy, a space to call my own after years of painting at kitchen tables and in cramped corners of rented apartments. Catherine, I can't thank you enough. Seriously, Oh, stop. She waves away my gratitude with a flick of her wrist, silver bangles jingling. Just promise me you'll use the hell out of this space. My voice catches. I can't afford this right now. With Elias's school supplies and rent, I'm barely... Did I mention payment? Catherine cocks an eyebrow, her expression daring me to continue this line of protest. Artists need space to create. You have talent. I have space. It's that simple. Elias tugs at my skirt. Can we go inside, Mommy? Just a second, baby. I turn back to Catherine, lowering my voice. It's not that simple, and you know it. This kind of studio space costs... I want to see artists like you thrive, Aaliyah. Her tone becomes earnest, her eyes holding mine. Besides, you've got this little man to take care of. Consider it an investment in both your futures. I glance down at Elias, who's now tracing the outline of a painting on the opposite wall, with his finger hovering carefully an inch away from the canvas, adhering to our no-touching rule. My heart swells with a familiar mixture of pride and responsibility. Thank you, I manage, not trusting myself with more words. Catherine's face softens. Go on, check it out. I'll take Mr. Elias here to see the clay station while you get acquainted with your new creative home. Elias's head whips around. Clay station? The most awesome clay station in all of New York, Catherine confirms with exaggerated seriousness. She holds out her hand to him. Shall we? To my surprise, he takes it immediately, all traces of earlier shyness gone. Can I make a dinosaur? You can make a whole dinosaur family if you want. I watch them walk away, Elias already chattering about the T-Rex he plans to sculpt. With a deep breath, I slide the key into the lock and push open the door to my studio. The space steals my breath. Light pours through the large windows, illuminating wooden floors worn smooth by years of artists' footsteps. Built-in shelves line one wall, empty and waiting. A large sink gleams in the corner, and the space, so much space to move, to breathe, to create. Leaning against the doorframe, I let the reality wash over me. This is mine. For now, at least. 6 years of hustling for freelance gigs, of setting up my easel after Elias goes to bed, of squinting under inadequate lighting in 2 small apartments. 6 years of being mother, father, provider, protector. 7 years of doing it all alone. I close my eyes, and Colin's face appears unbidden, the way he looked the last time I saw him, confused and hurt as I walked away. What would my life look like now if I'd stayed? If I'd told him about the positive pregnancy test, only days after I decided that we weren't meant to be? Maybe we'd be in his Manhattan penthouse, Elias growing up with private tutors and hand-tailored clothes. Maybe Colin would have stepped up, defied his own expectations, chosen us. Or maybe not. Maybe I'd still be alone, but with the added weight of rejection. I brush my fingers across a patch of sunlight on the wall. There's no point in these what-ifs. I made my choice when I got on that bus and left Colin behind. When I decided that raising my child in uncertainty was better than subjecting us both to inevitable heartbreak. Still, in quiet moments like this, I wonder, does he ever think of me? Would he recognize himself in Elias's smile, in the determined set of his jaw when he's concentrating? Or was I only a game to him? A conquest? Someone to keep his bed warm while he planned a future with someone else? I sigh. There's no use torturing myself like this. Not when I have a mouth to feed and bills to pay.
Chapter 2. Colin. The jackhammer in my skull starts up before I even open my eyes. Tequila. Every time I swear it's the last, and every time I crawl back to that green bottle like it holds the meaning of life. My phone vibrates against the nightstand for what must be the 15th time this morning. I crack one eye open, instantly regretting it as sunlight stabs through my retinas. The screen shows 6 missed calls from my mother, 3 from my father, and a string of texts from Mimi with an alarming number of heart emojis. "Go away," I groan, shoving the phone under my pillow. The muffled buzzing continues like an angry hornet. I roll onto my back, staring at the ceiling of my penthouse bedroom. The sheets smell like expensive perfume and regret. Did someone stay over? I honestly can't remember past the VIP section at Elysium, where the champagne had flowed like water and beautiful people had swirled around me like moths to a flame. Same things, different night. With superhuman effort, I swing my legs over the edge of the bed. The room tilts dangerously. On the floor beside me lies evidence of my hasty undressing. A $10,000 suit crumpled like used tissue paper. My assistant will handle it. That's what I pay her for, right? Damn, I mutter, pressing my palms against my temples. Through the floor-to-ceiling windows, Manhattan sprawls below, a playground I've exhausted. I stagger to the bathroom, avoiding my reflection in the mirror. The shower hisses to life, steam billowing as I step under the scalding spray. Water pounds against my shoulders, washing away the stale scent of cigarettes and desperation that clings to my skin. My phone rings again from the bedroom. The Morgan family crest will be lighting up the screen, my father's special ringtone, summoning me to duty, to responsibility, to the life mapped out for me since birth. Colin Morgan, heir to Midas Jewelry, New York's golden boy. I mimic the society page headlines, my voice echoing against marble walls. A catch, a prize, a disappointment. The water can't wash that last part away. I shut off the shower, wrap a towel around my waist, and pad back to the bedroom. My phone has finally stopped its assault. 12 missed calls now. 28 texts. One voicemail catches my attention, my mother's name, timestamp 7:03 a.m. Colin, darling, don't forget the board meeting at 11. Your father expects you to present the expansion plans for the Asian market. And please, wear the navy Brioni, not the charcoal Tom Ford. The Ivanovas will be there. Mimi specifically asked if you'd be attending. Her voice drops to that specific tone she adopts when discussing potential daughters-in-law. She looked absolutely stunning at the gala last night. Such a shame you disappeared before the midnight toast. Call me. I delete the message without bothering to listen to the rest. The Brioni hangs in my closet, already pressed and waiting. My mother's efficient like that. Terrifyingly so. Mimi Ivanova, Russian heiress, legs for days and ambition that makes Wall Street execs look lazy. She's been circling me for months, encouraged by our parents' not-so-subtle matchmaking. On paper, we're perfect. The jewelry empire heir and the diamond mining heiress. A match made in corporate heaven. In reality, she bores me to tears. Beautiful, yes. Intelligent, certainly. But there's something calculated in her green eyes. Something that reminds me of the way my father examines raw diamonds. Assessing value, looking for flaws to exploit. I pull on boxer briefs, then the suit pants. My movements are mechanical, practiced. How many mornings have I done this? Pieced myself back together after tearing myself apart the night before? Too many. The phone buzzes again. A text from my father. The Tanaka meeting is moved to 10. Be prepared. And sober. I almost laugh. The great Richard Morgan, always cutting to the heart of things. The man who built Midas Jewelry from his grandfather's single Manhattan store into a global luxury brand, doesn't have time for subtlety, or for his son's inability to commit to the company, to a relationship, to anything beyond the next party. Settle down, he'd said at Sunday dinner last week, swirling 30-year-old scotch in a crystal tumbler. Find a nice girl, like Mimi, and stop making headlines with these models and actresses. Midas needs stability. The market needs confidence. You need a purpose, son. What I need is for everyone to back off. I button my shirt, knot my tie with practiced fingers, and slide into the tailored jacket that costs more than most people's monthly rent. In the mirror, Colin Morgan stares back at me, put together, polished, perfect. The man with everything and nothing at all. I grab my watch off the dresser, a Morgan family tradition. Every Morgan son receives a watch on his 21st birthday, a piece more significant than any graduation or milestone. Mine is a rare Patek Philippe, the dial face inlaid with tiny diamonds from our own mines. It's worth more than some people's homes. A man who values time values success, my grandfather used to say, tapping his own watch as I'd sit at his feet in the study. Back then, the Morgan estate had seemed like a kingdom, its gardens and marble halls an endless playground. I snapped the clasp closed, remembering those childhood days. How simple everything had seemed. How clear the path. "Master Morgan, your car is waiting." My housekeeper's voice comes through the intercom system, jarring me from my thoughts. "Coming." I grab my phone and briefcase. Another perfect day in the perfect life of Colin Morgan. Except it isn't. It hasn't been for years. The elevator descent from my penthouse gives me 45 seconds of solitude. I lean against the polished wood panel and close my eyes, enjoying the momentary quiet. When I was 12, my father took me to our flagship store for the first time, not as a customer or visitor, but as an heir. We'd walked through the showroom after hours, the display cases gleaming under security lights. He'd unlocked the special vault, showing me pieces not meant for regular customers. Heirloom diamonds, historical pieces, the true treasures of Midas. "All this will be yours someday," he'd said, his hand heavy on my shoulder. "Every Morgan man has added to the legacy. What will be your contribution, Colin?" 28, and I'm still searching for that answer. The elevator doors open to the private garage. My driver stands at attention beside the Bentley. I slide into the back seat, the leather cool against my hands. "Morning, James." "Good morning, Mr. Morgan." Traffic's light toward Midtown. "We should make your 10 o'clock with time to spare." I grunt a response and turn to my phone. 3 new emails from our Hong Kong office, 4 meeting reminders, and a text from Mimi. "Looking forward to seeing you at the board meeting. Dinner after. Just us?" I stare at the screen, my thumb hovering over the keyboard. How easy it would be to say yes. To follow the script. Date the appropriate woman. Marry the appropriate woman. Produce the appropriate heir to carry on the Morgan name. My mother would be ecstatic. My father would finally look at me with something other than disappointment. The business pages would celebrate the merger of 2 luxury dynasties, and I'd suffocate a little more each day. "Something troubling you, sir?" James catches my eye in the rearview mirror. "Just thinking. Dangerous hobby." A ghost of a smile plays at his lips. He's driven me since I was 16, through the drunken college years, the succession of women, the late-night escapades. He's seen more of the real Colin Morgan than anyone. The car glides through Manhattan traffic. Outside my window, people rush along the sidewalks, hurrying to jobs they might actually care about, to meet people who matter to them beyond social standing or business connections. When was the last time I felt anything real? Anything that wasn't filtered through the lens of obligation or expectation? I close my eyes again, and unbidden, a memory surfaces. 10 years old, summer at the Hamptons house. My mother hosting one of her famous charity luncheons on the lawn. I'd escaped the stifling politeness, the endless introductions to important people's children, and hidden behind the boathouse. For 2 perfect hours, I'd built a fort from driftwood, played in the sand like any normal kid. When they found me, my white linen outfit was ruined, my hair crusted with salt. My mother had been horrified, my father stern. "Morgans don't hide," he'd said. "Morgans lead." Those hours of freedom have become increasingly rare. Even my rebellions, the drinking, the women, the occasional tabloid scandal, feel like performances now. Expected divergences from the Morgan path before I inevitably surrender to it. The car stops at a red light, and I watch a couple on the corner. Nothing special about them. Young, casually dressed, probably making barely enough to afford their rent. But the way they look at each other, laughing over something on their shared phone. What must it be like to be seen for yourself, not for your name or your net worth? The light changes. We move forward. So does the script of my life.
Chapter 3. Aaliyah. 6 o'clock blares from my phone screen way too cheerfully for a Wednesday morning. I silence the alarm and steal another 30 seconds of warmth under my quilt, stretching in the narrow slice of bed, not occupied by a diagonal 6-year-old who crawled in sometime around 3 a.m. Elias sleeps mouth open, one arm flung across the pillow, fingers curled around the ear of his stuffed elephant. "Mommy superhero?" I whisper, brushing a kiss against his forehead before carefully extracting myself from the tangle of blankets. My joints pop in protest as I stand, 28 going on 80 these days. Our apartment is technically a 1-bedroom, though bedroom implies something more substantial than the closet-adjacent space we've squeezed our lives into. The rent eats half my monthly income, but the school district is worth every penny of sacrifice. In the kitchen, all of 4 steps from the bed, I flick on the electric kettle and grab eggs from the mini fridge. The corner of a canvas peeks out from behind the toaster, and I nudge it deeper into hiding. My latest piece, half finished during stolen midnight hours after Elias fell asleep. Catherine's letting me use her studio materials when I can slip away, but time is the one resource I can't seem to stretch any further. "Not today, art dreams," I murmur, cracking eggs into a bowl. Today belongs to reality. My shift at Onyx starts at 9, 8 hours of mixing elaborate cocktails for Wall Street types who'll drop my entire day's earnings on a single round. The irony isn't lost on me that I serve drinks I could never afford in an establishment I could never patronize. But the tips are good. The manager lets me swap shifts when Elias has school events, and I'm home in time to tuck him in. I whisk the eggs with perhaps more force than necessary. "Mom?" Elias stands in the doorway, hair sticking up in wild corkscrews, eyes still heavy with sleep. "Morning, sunshine." I pour the egg mixture into our one decent nonstick pan. "French toast Wednesday your favorite?" His face brightens instantly. "With cinnamon?" "Would it be French toast without it?" I wink, motioning him over. "Want a sprinkle?" He clambers onto the step stool beside me, tongue caught between his teeth in concentration as he dusts cinnamon over the bread soaking in egg. His serious expression mirrors his father's so completely that for a moment my breath catches. Perfect. I shake off the memory. Colin belongs to the past. A reckless relationship that resulted in the greatest gift of my life, but nothing more. Now let's get some fruit in you before school. The French toast sizzles in the pan while I slice strawberries into uneven chunks. Elias insists they taste better that way and pour orange juice into his favorite chipped Spider-Man cup. "Mom, Jimmy says his dad takes him fishing on boats. Real boats on the real ocean." Elias shovels a strawberry into his mouth, juice dribbling down his chin. "Can we go on a boat?" I flip the toast, buying time. "Maybe this summer, baby." "We'll see." His small face falls slightly, recognizing the parent code for not happening. I hate that he knows that tone already. But I slide the golden brown toast onto his plate, cutting it into triangles the way he likes. "How about we hit the park after I finish work tomorrow? The big one with the rocket ship slide?" "Promise?" Pinky promise. I link my smallest finger with his. "Now eat up, superhero. Bus comes in 20 minutes. While Elias eats, I gulp coffee that's more milk than caffeine, a necessity for my churning stomach on too little sleep. My back throbs from last night's double shift, muscles knotted from hours of reaching across the bar, mixing and pouring, with the practiced smile that guarantees better tips. No time to dwell on aches. I braid my curly hair quickly, checking the weather app. Rain later, which means packing Elias's boots and jacket. His lunch is already prepared, tucked into the fridge. A glance at my phone shows an encouraging text from Catherine. Studio's open Saturday morning if you can make it. Your pieces are fire. Don't give up. Something warm unfurls in my chest, pushing back against the bone-deep fatigue. I tap out a quick response with one hand while buttoning Elias's uniform shirt with the other. "Mom, you forgot your breakfast," Elias says, pointing to my untouched plate. "I'll eat on the go, buddy." The lie slides out easily, practiced. The truth is the budget's tight this week. The bar changed liquor distributors, which meant slower service, which meant lower tips. I'll grab something from the staff meal later. I zip up Elias's jacket while he bounces from one foot to the other on our apartment's narrow welcome mat. "Is Jimmy bringing his new Transformers today?" I ask, tugging his wool hat snug over his ears. "Uh-huh. And I'm going to show him my drawing of the robot dinosaur." Elias shifts his backpack, the weight of it making him lean slightly to one side. "Ms. Peterson said it was the best one." "That's because you got your mama's talent." I smooth a wild curl that escaped his hat, my chest swelling with a familiar pride. "Got your homework folder?" He pats the side pocket of his backpack. "Right here." "Lunch?" "Mom." He rolls his eyes dramatically. "You put it in there yourself." "Just checking, smarty pants." I tap his nose and unlock our door. "Race you to the stairs?" His face lights up, and he takes off before I finish the question. I let him win, of course, listening to his delighted giggles echo in the stairwell as he thunders down ahead of me. Outside, the morning air carries the crisp edge of early spring. Not quite warm, not quite cold. Perfect jacket weather. We join the small cluster of parents and children at the corner bus stop. Elias immediately spotting his friend Jimmy and rushing over. "Morning, Aaliyah." Jimmy's mom, Teresa, offers me a tired smile over her travel mug. "Late night." "When isn't it?" I attempt to tame my own hair, which I barely had time to twist into a messy bun. The new manager at Onyx thinks Thursday is the new Friday. "Tell me about it. I've got 3 client deadlines this week, and my babysitter canceled last night." She glances at her watch. "At least the bus is on time today." As if summoned by her words, the yellow school bus rumbles around the corner, brakes squeaking as it pulls to our curb. The doors fold open with a hiss. "Elias," I call. He turns, already halfway to the bus steps. "Love you, baby. Have a great day." He runs back for a quick hug, squeezing my waist. "Love you too, Mom." And just like that, he's gone, climbing the high steps with his too big backpack bouncing against his small frame. Through the windows, I watch him find a seat next to Jimmy, their heads already bent together over something one of them is showing the other. I wave, but he's too engrossed to notice. The bus pulls away, carrying my heart with it. I stand there a moment longer than necessary, watching until it turns the corner and disappears. Gets harder every day, doesn't it? Teresa sighs beside me. And easier, I admit. I'm proud of how independent he's getting. Sure, but doesn't stop you wishing you could freeze time? My throat tightens unexpectedly. Or have more of it. We part ways with the usual promises to set up a play date soon, and I start the walk back to our apartment alone. The city is fully awake now. Delivery trucks double parked. Professionals power walking to subway entrances. Baristas raising metal security gates at storefronts. I check my phone, 2 hours before my shift starts. Just enough time to touch up that canvas hiding behind the toaster, if I'm quick. A young couple passes me, fingers intertwined, laughing at some private joke. The woman leans into the man's shoulder, and he kisses the top of her head without breaking stride. Something hollow opens inside my chest. I miss that. The casual intimacy, the effortlessness of being with someone who just gets you. The warm weight of another body in bed that isn't a squirming 6-year-old with surprisingly sharp elbows. Colin's face flashes in my mind, not the angry one from our final fight, but the soft, vulnerable expression he wore that night on the roof of his apartment building. Stars overhead, city lights below, his fingers tracing patterns on my bare shoulder as we talked about everything and nothing until dawn broke. Stop it, I muttered to myself, quickening my pace. Those memories lead nowhere useful. Colin Morgan and I were a collision, not a destination, beautiful and destructive in equal measure. Two people from different worlds, playing at forever, until reality pulled us apart. My stubborn independence, his fear of commitment, my refusal to become someone I wasn't. When I discovered I was pregnant, the chasm between us had already grown too wide to bridge. I made my choice. He made his. And now I have Elias, worth every sacrifice, every lonely night, every missed opportunity. I take a deep breath of city air and straighten my shoulders. Time to face another day on my own terms.
Chapter 4. Colin. And with those projections, we anticipate a 30% growth in the Southeast Asian market within 18 months. I tap the screen behind me where a sleek graph climbs steadily upward. The Tokyo flagship will serve as our operational headquarters, with satellite boutiques in Singapore, Bangkok, and Seoul by Q3 next year. Around the glossy conference table, the board members nod in synchrony, a collection of silver-haired men and impeccably dressed women whose collective net worth could fund a small country. My father sits at the head, fingers steepled beneath his chin, expression betraying nothing. The marketing strategy hinges on exclusivity while honoring local aesthetics, I continue, flipping to the next slide. We're bringing on regional influencers and artisans to create limited edition collections that speak to each market's unique sensibilities. Board member Harrison Whitfield clears his throat. And the investment required for this expansion? Substantial, but calculated. I click to the financial breakdown. The ROI exceeds our standard metrics by 14%, even with conservative sales projections. The numbers speak for themselves. They certainly do. Vivian Chen, our CFO, studies the spreadsheet with hawkish intensity. These projections are ambitious, Colin. I'd call them realistic. I hold her gaze. Asia's luxury market is hungry for authenticity paired with innovation. Midas Jewelry can deliver both. My father finally speaks, his voice carrying the weight of 3 generations of Morgan legacy. The board will need time to review the full proposal. But I must say, the preliminary work is a pause that stretches just long enough to make everyone shift in their Italian leather chairs. Thorough. For my father, that's practically a standing ovation. Meeting adjourned, he announces, standing. The room fills with the sounds of closing laptops and murmured conversations. Colin, my office. 20 minutes. Translation. He wants to pick apart my proposal in private before giving his actual opinion. Typical. As the board filters out, I collect my materials, unbuttoning my suit jacket to breathe a little easier. The pressure of these presentations never diminishes, regardless of how many times I've proven myself. The Morgan name opens doors, but comes with expectations heavy enough to crush anyone who isn't constantly overperforming. Colin. Mimi's voice slides over my shoulder like silk. That was impressive. She's wearing something tight and expensive. Valentino, probably. Her blonde hair cascading in perfect waves. The massive diamond on her right hand catches the light as she touches my arm. Thanks. I close my laptop, already calculating the fastest escape route. You must be exhausted after all that preparation. Her green eyes widen with manufactured concern. Let me take you to dinner tonight. That new French place on Madison? I've got plans. The lie comes automatically. Cancel them. Her fingers trail down my sleeve. You work too hard. One night off won't kill you. Over her shoulder, I catch Jason Park's eye, Senior Vice President of Creative and one of the few colleagues I actually enjoy spending time with. He raises an eyebrow, silently offering rescue. I give him a barely perceptible nod. Mimi, I say, stepping back slightly. I'll think about dinner. Let me check my schedule. Her smile tightens. Don't think too long. The reservation's at 8. Jason approaches, tablet in hand. Colin, sorry to interrupt, but we need to finalize those design specs for Tokyo before your old man drags you into budget discussions. Right. Excuse me, Mimi. I move past her, relief washing through me. I'll text you later about dinner. Her perfectly glossed lips purse slightly before she composes herself. Don't forget. Once we're safely in the hallway, Jason snorts. Damn, man, she's got those claws deep. Tell me about it. I loosen my tie. Thanks for the save. No problem, though I'm thinking we both need a drink after that meeting. Whitfield looked ready to eviscerate you over those marketing numbers. Whitfield can kiss my butt. The numbers are solid. Jason checks his watch. Listen, Walker and Torres are hitting Onyx tonight. You in? First round's on me, since your proposal didn't crash and burn. Damn it, let's do it. I roll my shoulders, feeling the tension of the presentation lingering in my muscles. After my father's dissection of my entire life's work, I'll need more than one drink. Jason's face splits into a wide grin. That's what I like to hear. 6 o'clock. Don't be fashionably late. Torres is bringing those Swedish investors who've been eyeing our Northern European distribution channels. The ones with the daughter who models. That would be them. Jason wiggles his eyebrows. Networking opportunity. I snort. Right. Networking. Hey, I'm a happily married man. I'm thinking of your lonely butt. He punches my shoulder lightly. Besides, you need to get out more. All work and no play makes Colin a dull billionaire. I'm not technically a billionaire yet. Just heir to billions. There's a difference. Poor you. Jason glances at his phone. I've got a call with the Tokyo architects in 5. See you tonight, man. Later. Jason walks off, leaving me alone in the marble corridor that leads to my father's office. The weight of the upcoming conversation settles back on my shoulders. I check my reflection in the polished surface of a nearby display case featuring a shining diamond necklace. My tie is straight, my expression carefully neutral. The mask of Colin Morgan, heir to the Midas Empire, polished and perfect. Now I just need to figure out how to dodge Mimi's dinner invitation without causing a scene. The woman doesn't take no for an answer, never has. Since our families move in the same circles, she's managed to position herself at every function, every event, strategically reminding both our parents how perfect we would be together, as if selecting a life partner was the same as choosing the right cufflinks to match a suit. I pull out my phone, typing a quick message. Can't make dinner. Last-minute strategy session with the Asia team. Rain check? The response comes almost instantly. I could wait. How late will you be? Persistent. I press my thumb against my temple, contemplating my next move. Unknown. Might go all night. Don't waste the reservation. 3 dots appear, disappear, then reappear. Finally. Fine. Tomorrow then. No excuses. I don't respond, sliding the phone back into my pocket. Tomorrow's problem can wait. For now, I have to gear up for whatever criticism my father's about to unload. The hallway stretches before me, adorned with framed photographs documenting the Morgan legacy. My grandfather breaking ground on the first Midas storefront in 1952. My father shaking hands with royalty at the London expansion in the 80s. Me, at 18, looking uncomfortable at the ribbon-cutting of our Chicago location. A visual timeline of expectations I'm constantly measured against. As I approach my father's office, his executive assistant glances up. He's waiting for you, Mr. Morgan. Thanks, Diane. I pause before the imposing double doors. How's he seem today? Scale of 1 to 10? She smiles sympathetically. A solid 7. The Tokyo numbers have him intrigued. Only intrigued? Not impressed? You know your father. She returns to her computer. He saves impressed for special occasions like comets or total eclipses. I take a deep breath, squaring my shoulders. At least a 7 gives me something to work with. Behind these doors waits the man whose approval I've been chasing my entire life. A pursuit that feels increasingly pointless yet impossible to abandon. Before I knock, my phone buzzes again. Mimi, undoubtedly with some new angle to corner me into that dinner. I ignore it. I've got enough on my plate negotiating with one demanding presence in my life. Tonight I'm claiming a few hours of freedom with people who don't want anything from me, except another round of drinks, and maybe some decent conversation. I lift my hand and rap my knuckles against the polished wood, steeling myself for whatever comes next.
Chapter 5. Aaliyah. Cosmopolitan for table 12, and 2 gin and tonics for the guys at the end of the bar. I slide the order slip across the counter to Jules, who's mixing something complicated with 3 different liqueurs. Got it. And that bottle service for table 8 is ready. She nods toward the silver tray, loaded with a frosted bottle of premium vodka and crystal glasses. I hoist the tray with practiced ease, navigating between the tightly packed tables of onyx. The club's blue-tinted lighting casts everyone in an ethereal glow, making even the most mundane customers look mysterious. I've mastered the art of the pleasant but distant smile, the kind that encourages tips without inviting conversation. 3 more hours. Just 3 more hours, and I can kick off these heels, pick up Elias from Mrs. Ikerson's apartment, and collapse on our couch with a pint of ice cream and whatever animated movie my son is obsessed with this week. Here you are, I announce, setting down the tray at table 8, where 4 women in various stages of tipsy celebration beam up at me. 1 bottle of Belvedere, compliments of the gentleman at table 15. I gesture discreetly toward a middle-aged man in an expensive suit who raises his glass when they turn to look. Tell him thanks, one of them giggles, already reaching for the bottle. I arrange the glasses, pour the first round as expected, then slip away before they can rope me into their celebration. Birthday, promotion, divorce finalized. The reasons change, but the ritual remains the same. The club is filling up. The night crowd a mix of after-work finance types and the usual trust fund regulars who don't have anywhere to be in the morning. The bass thrums through the floor, vibrating up through my tired feet as I clear empties from a recently vacated high top. That's when I feel it. A shift in the air, a strange prickling at the back of my neck, the sensation of being watched. I glance toward the entrance, where Martina, our hostess, is ushering in a group of men in expensive suits. My hands freeze around the glasses I'm collecting. Something about the tallest one's profile, the set of his shoulders, the way he tilts his head slightly as he laughs at something his friend says. No, it can't be. I turn away quickly, my pulse suddenly racing. Just my imagination playing tricks. It's been 6 years. The chances of him walking into this particular bar on this particular night are... Table 16 needs menus and water, Devin, the floor manager, says as he passes by. And the new VIPs need a server. They're asking for bottle service. I'll take care of 16, I say, desperate to stay on this side of the room. Jules can handle the VIPs. Jules is swamped at the bar. They specifically asked for table service, not bar service. Devin gives me a pointed look. They look like big spenders, Aaliyah. Big spenders equal big tips. I swallow hard. Fine. With menus clutched to my chest like armor, I force myself to approach table 16 first, taking my time with water refills and reciting specials with excruciating detail. But eventually, there's no more delaying. I turn toward the VIP section, and my worst fear is confirmed. Colin Morgan sits at the center of the group, his dark hair slightly longer than I remember, his face more angular, more mature. He's laughing at something, his head thrown back, exposing the line of his throat. The same throat I used to kiss. The same laugh that once wrapped around me like a blanket. My stomach drops to somewhere near my ankles. The father of my child. The man who doesn't know he has a son. He hasn't noticed me yet. Maybe I can switch sections with someone. Maybe I can dash. Aaliyah. The VIPS, Devin hisses as he passes with a tray of martinis. My feet move forward on autopilot while my mind screams retreat. 6 years of carefully constructed distance collapses in an instant. 6 years of raising Elias alone, of building a life brick by brick without Colin's wealth or support. 6 years of telling myself I'm over him, that the ache has faded. One look at his face proves that was a lie. I'm 3 steps away when Colin turns, his eyes sweeping the room casually before landing on me. The recognition isn't immediate, just a polite acknowledgement of the approaching server. Then it hits him. His expression transforms from casual amusement to shock, his mouth parting slightly, blue eyes widening. Aaliyah? My professional smile freezes in place, a brittle mask threatening to crack. Welcome to Onyx. My voice sounds distant, like it belongs to someone else. What can I get for you gentlemen tonight? 2 bottles of Dom Perignon and a round of old fashions to start. Colin's voice hasn't changed, still that same low timbre that used to whisper against my ear in the dark. I write it down, pen nearly tearing through the paper. Anything else? I don't look up from my notepad. Can't. Won't. One of his friends, a guy with a flashy watch and slicked back hair, leans forward. Maybe some recommendations for after? Best clubs in the area? The concierge at your hotel would know better than I would. My customer service voice sounds hollow, even to my own ears. We're locals, Colin says. His eyes haven't left my face. Just haven't been to this part of town in a while. The weight of his stare makes my skin feel too tight. I'll put this order in for you. I turn before anyone can say another word. My legs carry me away on pure muscle memory, while my mind spins out into chaos. Why here? Why now? After all this time, after I've finally started to build something stable for Elias and me. Elias. The thought of our son sends a fresh wave of panic through me. What if Colin finds out? What if he looks at Elias and sees himself? What if he wants to be part of his life? Or worse, what if he doesn't? I relay the order to Jules with mechanical precision, my voice surprisingly steady despite the earthquake happening inside me. You okay? Jules frowns at me. You look like you've seen a ghost. Something like that. My hands won't stop trembling. I clench them into fists. The room tilts slightly. I brace myself against the bar as my breathing quickens, each inhale shorter than the last. The familiar tightness wraps around my chest like a vice. Not here. Not now. I suck in a breath that doesn't quite fill my lungs. I need a minute. I spot Devin by the service station, inputting orders. I make my way over, forcing my face into something resembling normalcy. Devin, I need to step away for a second. He glances up, irritation flashing across his features, before he gets a good look at me. Whoa, you look like trash. Thanks for the observation. What's wrong? My mind races for an excuse that isn't. The father of my child, who doesn't know he has a child, just walked in and ordered champagne worth 3 days of my pay. I'm feeling really nauseated suddenly. Might be that stomach bug going around. I just need 5 minutes in the break room. Devin glances at the busy floor, then back at me. 5 minutes. I'll cover your high tops. But the VIPs are all yours when you get back. Great. Thanks. I turn away before he can ask more questions. The break room is mercifully empty. I collapse onto the worn couch, pressing my hands against my face. My heart hammers so hard I can feel it in my fingertips, my throat, behind my eyes. I try the breathing techniques my therapist taught me when the anxiety first started after Elias was born. 4 counts in, hold for 7, out for 8. It's not working. All I can see is Colin's face. All I can think about is Elias at home, with his father's eyes and chin, with questions about his dad that get harder to deflect as he gets older. I need to leave. Now. Tonight. I can't serve Colin champagne and pretend he's just another customer. I can't risk him finding out about Elias. Not like this.
Chapter 6. Colin. I can't believe it's her. 6 years dissolved like sugar in hot coffee the moment our eyes connect across the crowded bar. Aaliyah, standing right in front of me with that shocked expression I probably mirrored. Dude, what's with you? You look like you've seen a ghost, Jason says, nudging me with his elbow. I tear my gaze away from where Aaliyah disappeared into the crowd. That server. I know her. Walker raises an eyebrow, leaning back in his seat. Ex-girlfriend? Something like that. More like the woman I've never been able to get out of my head, despite dating half of Manhattan's eligible socialites since she left. Torres lets out a low whistle. No wonder she looked ready to bolt. What'd you do to her, Morgan? I shoot him a glare. Nothing that's any of your damn business. The truth hurts more than I'd admit. What did I do? Everything wrong. I was young, selfish, caught between family expectations and what I actually wanted. By the time I realized Aaliyah was what I wanted, she was gone. Completely disappeared. No forwarding address, changed her number, vanished from social media. My eyes tracked the direction she went. The way she looked at me, like I was simultaneously the last person she wanted to see, and someone she couldn't look away from, twists something deep in my chest. I'll be back. I stand abruptly, ignoring the knowing looks my friends exchange. Don't forget we have that meeting with Hiroshi in the morning, Jason calls after me. Yeah, whatever. The Japanese investors can wait. 6 years of questions can't. I move through the club like I own it, nodding at the bouncer guarding the staff area like we're old friends. He hesitates, then steps aside. The Morgan name still opens doors even when I don't announce it. The hallway narrows, bass from the speakers vibrating through the walls. A couple of servers pass me, giving curious glances but not stopping me. I glimpse an open door at the end, a break room, and there she is. Aaliyah sits on a worn couch, head in her hands, breathing deeply, the same way she used to when stressed about something. Her dark curls fall forward, hiding her face, but I'd recognize the curve of her shoulders anywhere. The sight of her hits me hard, a physical ache spreading through my chest. She's still so goddamn beautiful. I step into the room and the floor creaks beneath my weight. Aaliyah's head snaps up, those hazel eyes widening when they land on me. For a second I see naked vulnerability there before her expression hardens. You can't be back here. Her voice is steady despite the way her hands grip the edge of the couch. Employees only. I close the door behind me. We need to talk. No, we don't. I'm working. She stands up, smoothing down her black uniform. And you're trespassing. Aaliyah! Don't! The word cracks like a whip. We have nothing to say to each other. I take a step closer. 6 years without a word. You disappeared. I moved on. You should have too. But I didn't. Not really. Sure, I threw myself into work, into other relationships, but nothing ever felt right. Nothing ever felt like her. You look good, I say, because it's true. She's always been stunning, but there's something different now. A confidence in how she carries herself, despite the anxiety I just witnessed. She crosses her arms. What do you want, Colin? 5 minutes, just talk to me. I don't owe you anything. No, you don't. I rake a hand through my hair. But I'm asking anyway. The air between us feels charged, heavy with unspoken words and shared history. This close, I can smell her perfume. Different from what she used to wear, but still somehow familiar. I have to get back to work. She moves toward the door, but I step into her path. Not touching her. Just creating an obstacle. One drink. After your shift. Aaliyah's laugh lacks humor. Are you kidding me? No. Why not? Afraid of what you might say. Her eyes flash. Afraid? Of you? Don't flatter yourself. She steps closer, voice dropping. I built a life without you, Colin. A good one. I don't need you walking back in and complicating things. That stings, but I deserve it. One drink. For closure, if nothing else. Her glare intensifies like she's trying to burn a hole straight through me. You've got some nerve, Colin. Closure. Now you want closure? Aaliyah shakes her head, a bitter laugh escaping her lips. 6 years too late. People change. I take another step closer, my voice dropping. I've changed. Good for you. She sidesteps me like a boxer avoiding a punch. I'm still not interested. The rejection hits harder than I expected. Women don't tell me no. Not anymore. Not with my name, my money, my everything. But Aliyah stands firm, chin tilted up defiantly, and I'm struck by how much I've missed this. Her fire, her refusal to be impressed by me. Just one drink, I press, unable to let go. Tomorrow night, your choice of place. No. Firm. Final. No wiggle room in that single syllable. I blink, genuinely surprised. No? Are you having trouble with the word? It means I'm declining your invitation. Her hand reaches for the door handle. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have tables waiting. The shock must be apparent on my face because something softens in her expression. Not quite sympathy, but recognition. She remembers how rare it is for me to hear that word. Look, Colin. She sighs. What happened between us was a lifetime ago. We were different people. Were we? I reach into my jacket pocket, pulling out a business card. The heavy cardstock feels insignificant suddenly, inadequate for the weight of this moment. My number. Email. Take it, just in case you change your mind. She stares at the card like it might bite her. Please, I add, the word unfamiliar on my tongue. When was the last time I truly had to beg for anything? Aliyah hesitates, then takes it between two fingers. Her eyes scan the embossed text. Colin Morgan, Midas Jewelry, and something unreadable passes over her face. You finally joined the family business. Not a question. Some things changed. Some didn't. I watch her face carefully, looking for any crack in her resolve, any hint that she might be softening. Instead, she crumples the card in her fist, the expensive cardstock folding easily under the pressure of her fingers. We have nothing to talk about, Colin. Nothing. The crushed card drops into her apron pocket, not the trash. A tiny victory I cling to. I should get back, she says, pulling the door open. Don't follow me. Before I can respond, she's gone, the door swinging shut behind her. The empty break room feels colder somehow, hollowed out by her absence. Damn, I mutter, running both hands through my hair. This isn't how I pictured our reunion. In my head, there was anger, sure, maybe tears, but ultimately understanding. Resolution. Not this wall she's built between us, sturdy and impenetrable. I lean against the wall, replaying her words, her expressions, the way she stood her ground despite clearly being rattled by seeing me, the way she didn't hesitate to shut me down. A smile tugs at my lips despite everything. That stubbornness was always there, right from the start. It's what drew me to her in the first place, her unwillingness to be dazzled by my family name or bank account. While other women said yes to everything, Aliyah made me work for every inch of ground. The memory of our first date flashes through my mind, how she'd refused to let me pick her up in my Aston Martin, insisting on meeting at the restaurant instead. "I'm not impressed by cars," she'd said, though the spark in her eyes when she finally saw it told a different story. God, I want her back in my life, not just for closure or to ease my guilt, but because no one has challenged me the way she did. No one has made me feel so alive, so seen beyond my wealth and status. I push off the wall, straightening my jacket. This isn't over. Elia Marshall just reminded me of something I'd forgotten. I love a challenge, and she might be the biggest one I've ever faced.
Chapter 7. Aaliyah. My fingers work the clay with practiced precision, but my mind is miles away. The studio space Catherine's given me is a goddamn lifeline. Bright morning light spilling through the industrial windows, illuminating the half-finished sculptures and sketches that surround me. I should be focused on the commission piece taking shape beneath my hands, but all I see is Colin's face at Onyx last night. Those blue eyes, that stunned expression when he recognized me, the way 6 years seemed to evaporate between us. Damn, I mutter, realizing I've pressed my thumb too deeply into the clay figure's chest, creating an unintended hollow, just like the one in my own chest when I bolted from that break room. I grab a sculpting tool to repair the damage, blinking back the moisture gathering in my eyes. What the hell is wrong with me? One surprise encounter with Colin Morgan, and I'm tearing up over clay. But it's not just any encounter. It's Colin. The man who once made me believe in fairy tales before showing me exactly how fictional they are. The memory of our first date ambushes me. The way he'd picked me up from my tiny apartment, looking so out of place in the dingy hallway in his tailored suit. He'd brought me wildflowers instead of roses because I'd mentioned once that I found them more interesting to draw. Damn, I whisper, a tear finally escaping despite my best efforts. I swipe it away with the back of my wrist, leaving a smudge of clay on my cheek. I'd been so young, so stupidly in love with him. The studio door slides open, and I quickly duck my head, pretending to focus intensely on my work. "I come bearing liquid salvation," Catherine announces, her voice warm and melodic as she enters. I can hear the smile in it without looking up. "You're an angel," I manage, still not trusting myself to look directly at her. She sets a steaming cup beside me on the workbench. "Oat milk latte? Extra shot. You looked like you needed it when you skulked in here at the crack of dawn." "I don't skulk," I protest, finally glancing up. Catherine stands tall and elegant in paint-splattered overalls, her dark skin glowing in the morning light, her updo adorned with colorful beads that catch the sun. She's everything I aspire to be, successful, respected in the art world, and completely unapologetically herself. Her eyes narrow as she studies my face. "You've been crying." "Clay dust," I lie, reaching for the coffee. She pulls up a stool, unconvinced. "And I'm the Queen of England. What's going on?" I take a fortifying sip before answering. "Nothing worth talking about." "Girl, please. This is the first time I've seen you shed tears over clay dust." She makes exaggerated air quotes. "Something happened. The coffee is perfect, strong enough to jolt me out of my self-pity, sweet enough to soothe. Just like Catherine's friendship. I ran into someone last night. At Onyx, I focus on smoothing the clay figure's features. Someone from my past. An ex? The ex. I meet her eyes finally. Elias's father. Catherine's eyebrows shoot up. Colin Morgan? That would be the one. I set down my sculpting tool, knowing I won't get any real work done until we have this conversation. He was there with friends. Recognized me right away. "Did you talk?" "Briefly." He cornered me in the break room. I wince at the memory. Wanted to get a drink, catch up, and I said no. I run a hand through my curls, dislodging a pencil I'd forgotten was tucked behind my ear. What else would I say? Sure, let's pretend you didn't choose your own selfishness over me when I needed you most. Catherine takes a thoughtful sip of her own coffee. Did he know? About Elias? The question hangs in the air, heavy and complicated. I reach for a clay-cutting wire, needing to occupy my hands. No, I never told him. The admission feels both like a confession and a defense. By the time I found out I was pregnant, he'd made it clear where I stood in his priorities. It just seemed easier to make a clean break. And now? Now, nothing. He had his chance. I gripped the wire too tight, leaving impressions in my palms. I've spent 6 years building a life for Elias and me. The last thing I need is Colin Morgan waltzing back in with his perfect suits and family fortune, complicating everything. Catherine studies me over the rim of her cup. You still have feelings for him. What? No. The denial comes too quickly, too forcefully. She doesn't push, just raises an eyebrow. I don't, I insist. I'm just rattled. It was unexpected. And Elias? What would he think about meeting his father? The question hits me square in the chest. Just yesterday, Elias had asked me again about his dad while we were drawing together. Why don't I have a dad like Jaden? His innocent question had tied my stomach in knots. That's not happening, I say firmly. Colin wasn't ready to be a father then. He's probably still not. Men like him don't change. Catherine leans forward, placing her elbows on her knees, coffee cradled between her hands. The morning light catches on her silver bangles as she fixes me with that penetrating look, the one that always makes me feel like she's reading the pages of my soul. Have you considered that maybe this happened for a reason? She asks, her voice gentle but probing. Running into him after all this time? I snort, turning back to my sculpture. Yeah, the reason is that New York City isn't as big as I thought. I'm serious, Aaliyah. She sets her coffee down. Elias deserves to know where he comes from, and Colin deserves to know he has a son. My hands freeze mid-motion. Deserves? The word tastes bitter on my tongue. What Colin Morgan deserves is a reality check, not instant fatherhood to a child he never asked about. People change. Not people like him. I grab a wooden tool and begin aggressively smoothing the clay figure's shoulder. Men born with silver spoons and safety nets don't suddenly develop character. Catherine sighs, the sound soft against the scraping of my tool against clay. Maybe hearing him out wouldn't be the worst thing in the world. For Elias's sake, at least. The mention of my son's name makes something twist inside me. Just last week, Elias had come home from school quiet and withdrawn after Family Day. He'd eventually shown me a family tree project where he'd drawn just the two of us, a small bare branch compared to the sprawling oaks his classmates had created. Still, I shake my head firmly. No, it's not worth it. Not worth what exactly? The risk. I set down the tool, wiping my hands on my apron. You don't understand what it was like, Kathy. When I told Colin I couldn't afford to stay in art school after my scholarship fell through, you know what he said? That I should just figure it out. That everyone struggles sometimes. The memory still stings. Standing in his luxury apartment, trying not to cry, as he casually dismissed my financial crisis like it was a minor inconvenience. This coming from a man whose idea of struggling was when his family's summer house needed renovations. I shake my head. He could have helped me with a snap of his fingers, but he didn't even offer. What does that say about him? That wasn't the first time he treated me like that either. It says he was 22 and selfish, Catherine concedes. But 6 years is a long time. Not long enough. I reach for my coffee, needing something to hold on to. Besides, you should have seen him last night. Same designer clothes, same easy confidence, same life. He even had the gall to give me his fancy little business card. Meanwhile, I'm working so hard, wondering if I can afford Elias's school supplies. Catherine watches me with knowing eyes. So this is about pride? It's about protection. I meet her gaze, mine and my son's. She raises her hands in surrender. All right, all right. It's your life, your call. We sit in silence for a moment, the studio filled only with the distant sounds of the city waking up outside and the hum of the pottery wheel from the adjacent room. You kept his card, though, didn't you? Catherine finally asks, a slight smile playing at the corner of her mouth. My ears warm. I don't know what you're talking about. The business card he gave you. Busted. I sigh, staring into my coffee. I crumpled it up. But you didn't throw it away, she points out, annoyingly perceptive as usual. No, I didn't. The damn thing is still sitting in the pocket of my jeans, which I'd tossed over a chair in my bedroom last night, too exhausted to even empty them. I could have trashed it a dozen times already, but something stopped me. I rub my temple, feeling a headache forming. It doesn't mean anything. If you say so. Catherine stands, squeezing my shoulder gently. Just know that sometimes the hardest choices are the ones most worth making. As she walks back to her own workspace, I find myself reaching into my bag where I'd transferred the crumpled card this morning. I pull it out, smoothing the creased edges with my thumb. Colin Morgan. His number and email are right there, available. I stare at those 10 digits, feeling the war between my mind and my heart intensify. My mind screams to tear it up, to protect the life I've carefully created for myself and Elias. But my heart is a traitor. My heart still holds on to that innocent optimism, a small shard of hope that believes Colin has changed after all. You ever think about that one person? Yeah, that one. The one that got away. Or maybe the one who never really left your heart.
They broke it once, but what if they're the only one who can fix it?
Who, baby? Now we're talking second chances. 8 full-length audiobooks, dozens of hours of longing, regret, and the kind of love that refuses to stay buried.
And because healing your heart shouldn't break the bank, you get all of this for 70% off. Use the YouTube exclusive code VIXA40 and get an additional 40% off.
The Second Chance Romance Audiobook Bundle.
It's not too late.
Vixa Vaughn Romance.
Chapter 8. Colin. I've been waiting outside of Onyx for an hour and a half, shifting my weight from one foot to the other like some lovesick teenager. The mid-afternoon sun beats down on my neck, turning my tailored suit into a personal sauna. I loosen my tie, checking my watch for the 5th time in 10 minutes. What am I doing here? My phone buzzes again. Another text from Mimi, the 3rd one today. Dinner at Le Chat Noir tonight. Miss you? I swipe the notification away without responding. I'll deal with Mimi later. Right now, I can't focus on anything but the fact that after 6 years, Aaliyah Marshall has crashed back into my life like a meteor, leaving me dazed and desperate to see her again. The club's side door opens and a man in a fitted black shirt, Devin, I learned after slipping him 100, emerges to dump some trash. He spots me and gives a knowing nod. She'll be out in about 15 minutes. Shift's almost over. He eyes my suit with mild amusement. You might want to loosen up a bit. She's not big on the corporate type. I frown at that. Is that how she sees me now? Just some corporate drone in an expensive suit? Thanks for the tip, I mutter, watching him disappear back inside. 15 minutes. 15 minutes to figure out what the hell I'm going to say to her. Sorry for being a complete bastard 6 years ago. I've thought about you every day since. I've never met anyone who makes me feel the way you did. All true, and all completely inadequate. My phone vibrates again. Mimi's name. I turn the ringer off entirely and shove it into my pocket. Being with Mimi is easy, uncomplicated, expected. She fits neatly into the life my father always wanted for me. But she's never challenged me. Never made me question everything I thought I knew about myself. Not like Aliyah did. The side door swings open again. My heart hammers against my ribcage as Aliyah steps out. Sunglasses perched on top of her head, backpack slung over one shoulder. She's wearing faded jeans and a loose tank top that shows off her collarbone, the one I used to trace with my fingertips. Her curls are pulled back in a messy bun, a few rebellious strands framing her face. God, she's still the most beautiful woman I've ever seen. She's halfway down the alley before she notices me. Her steps falter, those expressive eyes widening in surprise, then narrowing with suspicion. You have got to be kidding me. She stops dead in her tracks, crossing her arms. What are you doing here, Colin? I push off from the wall I've been leaning against. Waiting for you. How did you even know when I'd be done? Realization dawns. Devin, I'm going to kill him. Don't blame him. I can be persuasive. I take a tentative step closer. You mean you threw money at him? Her voice is sharp, but there's something else beneath it. Hurt, maybe. Still solving all your problems with your wallet? That stings, but I deserve it. Aliyah, please. Can we talk? She adjusts her backpack, refusing to meet my eyes. We talked already. I thought I made myself clear. 5 minutes in a break room isn't talking. I move closer, fighting the urge to reach for her. Have lunch with me. Or coffee. Anything. No, please, Colin. She finally looks at me directly, and the force of those hazel eyes nearly knocks me backwards. Our relationship ended 6 years ago. We have nothing to do with each other anymore. That's not true. It is true. She takes a step back. You're standing here in your $1,000 suit, and I'm... She gestures to herself. We're from different worlds. We always were. I just didn't see it clearly then. That's not fair. I run a hand through my hair in frustration. You're acting like I'm still the same person I was back then. Aren't you? Her gaze travels from my designer shoes to my custom suit. Looks to me like nothing's changed. Everything's changed. My voice drops lower, more intense. Aliyah, I've spent the last 6 years regretting how things ended between us. At least give me a chance to... To what? Apologize? Feel better about yourself? She shakes her head. I'm not interested in being your redemption arc, Colin. That's not what this is. I step closer, the space between us charged with 6 years of unspoken words. I'm not looking for absolution. I just want to talk to you. Aliyah looks away, her jaw tightening in that familiar way I remember so well, when she's trying to stay angry, but something's chipping away at her resolve. Come on, Aliyah. I soften my voice, using the tone that used to make her smile. 1 hour of your time. That's all I'm asking for. We can go anywhere you want. She shifts her weight, adjusting the strap of her backpack. I have things to do today. So do I counter, though I'd cancel every meeting for the next month if it meant spending time with her. But some things are more important than schedules. A slight eye roll. Still think the world revolves around your timetable, huh? No. I take a chance and step closer. But I think we deserve better than a 5-minute conversation in a break room after 6 years. The city noise fills the silence between us. Car horns, distant sirens, the steady hum of New York that never quite fades. I watch her internal debate play across her face, the slight furrow between her brows that always appears when she's thinking something through. 1 hour, she finally says, and my heart practically leaps out of my chest. That's it. And I picked the place. Absolutely. I try not to sound too eager, but damn, I feel like I just won the lottery. Wherever you want. She checks her phone. There's a diner 3 blocks from here. Nothing fancy, so you'll stand out like a sore thumb in that suit, but their food is good. Lead the way. I gesture ahead, unable to stop the smile spreading across my face. We walk side by side, close enough that occasionally our arms almost brush, sending electricity racing through me each time. The New York sidewalks are crowded with the usual midday rush, forcing us closer together as we navigate around tourists and locals alike. So, I venture, glancing at her profile. How long have you been in New York? Not too long. Her answer is clipped, guarded. And you like it at Onyx? It pays the bills. She sidesteps a guy on a phone call who's not watching where he's walking. Look, Colin, if you're just going to make small talk. I'm not. I run a hand through my hair. I'm trying to figure out where to start. Maybe with why you tracked me down after all this time. She looks at me directly, those hazel eyes searching mine. Because this whole coincidental reunion thing seems pretty convenient. It was a coincidence, I insist. I had no idea you were in New York until I walked into that bar with my friends. She makes a non-committal sound, clearly skeptical. I'm serious, Alaya. I've thought about you for years, but I didn't know how to find you. You disappeared. I didn't disappear, she says sharply. I moved on. There's a difference. We reached the diner, a classic New York establishment with large windows and a red neon sign reading Sal's above the entrance. It's packed with the lunch crowd, but Aliyah spots an empty booth in the back and makes a beeline for it. I slide in across from her, loosening my tie further. She's right. In this place full of casual clothes and faded jeans, my tailored suit might as well be a flashing neon sign. You come here often? I ask as she picks up a laminated menu without looking at it. Often enough. She taps her fingers on the table. The coffee's decent, and they don't mind if you take up a table for hours. A waitress approaches, smiling at Aliyah with recognition. Hey, sweetie, the usual? Thanks, Ruby. Aliyah returns her smile. And for your friend. Ruby gives me an appraising look. He'll have... Aliyah pauses, a hint of mischief in her eyes. The meatloaf special. I raise an eyebrow but nod. Sure. And coffee. Black. Ruby scribbles on her pad and heads off. When I turn back to Aliyah, she's watching me with a slight smirk. What? Nothing. Just curious if the billionaire can handle diner meatloaf. I eat food like a normal person, you know. I lean forward, resting my forearms on the table. Despite what you might think, I haven't spent the last 6 years being hand-fed grapes by servants. That earns me a small chuckle, and the sound is like music. God, I've missed her laugh. Aliyah, I say, my voice dropping lower. I mean it when I say I've thought about you. Every day. Her smile fades. Colin. No, let me finish. I reach across the table, not quite touching her hand, but close enough to feel her warmth. I messed up. Royally. And I've spent years regretting it. She looks down at my hand, so near hers. For a moment, I think she might pull away, but she doesn't. I should have fought for you, I continue, the words I've rehearsed in my head 1,000 times finally finding air. I should have known better than to let you walk away from me. She shakes her head, averting her gaze. But I push on. I want to make things right between us. I want something with you, Aliyah. Something real. What do you say?
Chapter 9. Aliyah. I stare at Colin's outstretched hand, at the earnest blue eyes that once looked at me like I held the answers to every question he'd ever asked. 6 years. 6 years of struggling and rebuilding and convincing myself I was over him. And here he sits, looking at me with that same intensity, saying he wants something real. Colin. I pull my hand back slightly, wrapping my fingers around my water glass instead. You can't just walk back into my life and expect to pick up where we left off. I know that. He withdraws his hand but doesn't break eye contact. I'm not trying to. Aren't you, though? I interrupt, keeping my voice low. Because that's exactly what this feels like. You telling me you've thought about me every day, saying you want something real? What am I supposed to do with that? Ruby arrives with our coffee, giving us a moment's reprieve from the tension. I take a sip, using the bitter warmth to steady myself. My life is complicated now, I say once she's gone. More complicated than it was before. A relationship. I shake my head. That might be too much. Colin's shoulders drop slightly, but he nods. I understand. Do you? I think so. He takes a sip of his coffee, grimacing slightly at the taste, probably used to some fancy single-origin brew. But we could start smaller. Smaller how? Friends. He says it simply, like it's the most obvious solution in the world. We could be friends. A laugh escapes me before I can stop it. Friends? You and me? Why not? His lips curve into that half smile that used to make my knees weak. Still does, if I'm being honest with myself. Because we've never been just friends, Colin. We went from strangers to whatever we were, pretty much overnight. So we try something new. He leans forward. I'm not saying it'll be easy, but I'd rather have you in my life as a friend than not have you at all. I study him, trying to see past the tailored suit and perfect hair to the man underneath. Is this the same Colin I knew? The one who walked away when things got hard? Friends. I repeat slowly, testing the word. That means boundaries. Real ones. I can work with that. He nods, a determined glint in his eye. I mean it, Colin. No grand gestures, no gifts, no complications. Understood. He raises his coffee mug in a mock toast to new beginnings. As friends. I hesitate, then clink my mug against his. As friends. Ruby returns with our food, my usual turkey club, and Colin's meatloaf special. His eyes widen slightly at the congealed gravy and unidentifiable vegetable side. Problem with your order, Mr. Morgan? I tease, picking up a French fry. Not at all. He cuts into the meatloaf with admirable determination. I'm sure it's delicious. I watch as he takes a bite, his expression carefully neutral. Then he chews, swallows, and looks surprised. That's actually not bad. Told you. I grin, reaching over to steal one of his fries. Sal's is a hidden gem. Hey! He playfully swats at my hand. Get your own fries. Yours taste better. I pop the stolen fry into my mouth. Some things never change. He shakes his head, but he's smiling. You always stole my food. I didn't steal it. I sampled it. There's a difference. A semantic one at best. We fall into a rhythm then, bantering back and forth like no time has passed. He tells me about a disastrous business trip to Tokyo, where he accidentally insulted his hosts by mixing up his Japanese phrases. I share stories about some of the wilder patrons at Onyx. So this guy, in a full Renaissance fair costume, mind you, keeps insisting that his goblet needs more ale. I'm laughing so hard I can barely get the words out. And Tori, bless her, keeps a completely straight face and calls him my lord every time she refills his beer. Colin's laugh is deep and genuine, just as I remember. Please tell me you have pictures. Unfortunately, no, but he's a regular. shows up every other Thursday in a different historical outfit. I might have to come back on a Thursday then. I raise an eyebrow. For the Renaissance guy or the drinks? The company, actually. His voice softens, and for a moment, I glimpse the vulnerability beneath his confident exterior. Well, I say, shifting the conversation back to safer ground. If you do, just don't expect special treatment. Friend or not, you pay full price for your fancy whiskey. Wouldn't dream of asking for a discount. He holds up his hands in surrender, though I might request you as my server. For old time's sake. We'll see. I check the time on my phone and realize with the start that we've been here for almost 2 hours. I should get going. I have some errands to run before. I catch myself. Before tonight. Colin nods, reaching for the check that Ruby has left. This was nice. Being friends, I mean. It was. And surprisingly, I mean it. I'll admit, it's easier than I thought it would be. Ruby appears tableside with the check, placing it face down between us with a knowing smile. Hope everything was to your liking. You two need anything else? Everything was perfect, Colin says, snatching the check before I can even reach for it. I narrow my eyes. Oh, no, you don't. We're going Dutch. Colin flips open the leather folder, already sliding his black card inside. Friends can buy other friends lunch, Aaliyah? That's not what we agreed on. I reach across the table, but he holds the check just out of my grasp. What happened to boundaries? Boundaries, yes. Financial pettiness, no. He hands the folder to Ruby, who hovers nearby, clearly amused by our tug of war. Please run this when you get a chance. You got it? Ruby winks at me before walking away, the traitor. That wasn't fair, I say, crossing my arms. I can pay for my own lunch. I know you can. His expression softens, but it gives me an excuse to see you again. Next time, you can get the check. The idea of next time sends an unwelcome flutter through my chest. I fiddle with my napkin, suddenly needing somewhere to look that isn't directly into those earnest blue eyes. About that, I smooth the napkin across my lap. I don't know when next time would be. My schedule's pretty packed. Too packed for lunch with a friend? He raises an eyebrow, challenge in his voice. Between shifts at Onyx, my art, and... I catch myself again, the word Elias hovering dangerously on my tongue. And everything else, yeah, I don't have much free time. Colin sits back, studying me with that intense focus that always made me feel like I was the only person in the room. You're still painting? It's not a question, but I answer anyway. Yeah, still painting. I'm glad. His voice drops lower. I always knew you would make it. I look away, uncomfortable with the praise. How many nights had I cried myself to sleep, thinking about all the dreams that seemed impossible after he left? How dare he act like he believed in me the whole time? Well, I haven't made it yet, I say, my voice sharper than intended. But I'm working on it. Ruby returns with Colin's card and receipt. He signs with a flourish, leaving a tip that probably equals my entire meal. Show off, I mutter. Force of habit. He tucks his wallet away and leans forward, elbows on the table. So if you're busy, and I respect that, maybe I could come see you at the gallery? Your opening's this weekend, right? I freeze. How did you know about that? I may have seen a flyer at that coffee shop on 7th Street. He at least has the decency to look sheepish. I wasn't stalking you, I swear. I just happened to notice your name. And you remember the date? Some things you don't forget. The sincerity in his voice makes my stomach flip. This is dangerous territory. Colin Morgan walking back into my life is complicated enough. Having him show up at my first major gallery showing would be a distraction I can't afford. I don't think that's a good idea, I say carefully. Because we're just friends. Because it's important to me. I meet his gaze directly, and I need to focus. He nods slowly. I understand. But for the record, I would have been there to support you, not distract you. The way he says it, so earnestly, like he genuinely wants to see me succeed, makes those damn butterflies start up again in my stomach. We'll figure something out, he says, standing and offering me a hand up. I'll find a way to see you again, Aaliyah. Even if it's just for coffee between your shifts. I shouldn't like the determination in his voice. I shouldn't want him to find a way. But as I take his hand and let him pull me to my feet, I can't deny the thrill that runs through me at the prospect. We'll see, is all I say. But the butterflies in my stomach are staging a full rebellion at this point, and I know I'm in trouble. 6 years should be enough time to get over someone. Apparently, my heart didn't get the memo.
Chapter 10. Colin. I stare at the spreadsheet on my monitor, the numbers blurring before my eyes. 7 days since lunch with Aaliyah, and I can't focus on anything else. We've texted a few times, casual messages about her shift schedule or my meetings, but it's not enough. I want more than digital conversations. I want to see her smile, hear her laugh. My phone buzzes with another message from Mimi, the 20th today. I ignore it, just like I've been doing all week. The intercom on my desk crackles to life. Mr. Morgan? Miss Ivanova is here to see you. She says it's urgent. I sigh, rubbing the bridge of my nose. Send her in. The door flies open before my assistant can even respond. Mimi strides in, all 5'10" of her trembling with barely contained fury. Her blonde hair is pulled back in a severe ponytail, her green eyes flashing dangerously. What the hell, Colin? She slams her designer purse on my desk, sending papers flying. A whole week of ignored calls and one-word text responses. Who does that? I lean back in my chair, maintaining a calm I don't feel. Hello to you too, Mimi. Don't you dare! She jabs a perfectly manicured finger in my direction. I had to hear from Stephanie that you canceled our dinner reservation for the charity gala. The reservation I made months ago. I told you I had something come up. Something? She laughs, a brittle sound that holds no humor. Don't insult my intelligence. It's someone, isn't it? I consider lying, giving some excuse about work or family obligations, but what's the point? This thing with Mimi was never heading toward anything serious, at least not for me. Yes, I say simply, someone. The confirmation lands like a physical blow. Mommy's posture shifts, her shoulders dropping slightly before she catches herself. Who is she? Her voice is quieter now, dangerous in its softness. That's not really... Who is she? Each word is a bullet. I meet her gaze directly. Aaliyah Marshall. She's... someone from my past. Recognition flickers in her eyes, followed by something else. Calculation, maybe. And what the hell does she do? She's an artist, actually. She also bartends to pay the bills. Mimi's laugh is sharp enough to cut glass. An artist? Seriously, Colin. What? Did you run out of models and socialites to mess with? I stand up, patience evaporating. That's enough, Mimi. Is it? She paces in front of my desk. Because I think we're just getting to the interesting part. How long have you been seeing her? While you were still taking me to dinner, perhaps? Or was I just a convenient placeholder until something more exciting came along? It's not like that. Aliyah and I have history. History! She stops pacing, turns to face me. What kind of history? I hesitate, unsure how much to reveal. But Mimi's waiting, arms crossed, one expensive shoe tapping an impatient rhythm on my office floor. We were together 6 years ago. It ended badly. And now, what? You want to rekindle the flame? Her tone is mocking, but I catch a flash of hurt beneath it. I want to see where things go, I say honestly. I owe her that much. Mimi studies me for a long moment. Then, like a switch being flipped, her demeanor changes. The anger melts away, replaced by a smile that doesn't quite reach her eyes. Well? She picks up her purse, smooths her already perfect hair. I suppose I can respect that. Everyone deserves a second chance at love, don't they? The sudden shift throws me off balance. You're okay with this? Of course. Her smile stretches wider, more strained. We weren't exclusive, Colin. You're free to pursue whoever you want, even if it's a struggling artist working as a bartender. There's a bite to her words that I choose to ignore. I appreciate your understanding, Mimi. That's me, understanding to a fault. She adjusts the strap of her purse, her movements deliberately casual. So, Alia Marshall. Pretty name. What's she like? Warning bells sound in my head. Mimi... Just curious about the woman who's captured the elusive Colin Morgan's heart. She perches on the edge of my desk, too close for comfort. Does she know about your tendencies? What tendencies would those be? I keep my voice level, though my jaw clenches. To get bored. To move on when things get difficult. She trails a finger along the desk's edge. Does she know about the others? The ones after her, before me? There's a lot we're still figuring out, I say, deliberately vague. It's complicated. I bet. Mimi stands, smoothing her skirt. Well, I wish you both the best. Truly. Her sudden graciousness is more alarming than her anger. Mimi Ivanova doesn't surrender, she strategizes. I've seen her decimate business rivals with a smile just like the one she's wearing now. Thanks, Mimi. I appreciate that. She reaches the door, then pauses, turning back to me. One question, though. Does she know about me? The question hangs in the air between us. I haven't mentioned Mimi to Alia. There hasn't been a reason to. We weren't serious. We weren't exclusive. But the knowing glint in Mimi's eyes suggests she's already decided on the answer. No, I say finally. I haven't mentioned you to Alia. Mimi's expression transforms like a mask being adjusted. Subtle but complete. The hurt vanishes, replaced by something calculating that makes the hair on the back of my neck stand up. I see. Her smile widens, perfectly white teeth gleaming behind red lips. Well, that's interesting. Keeping your options open, Colin. It's not like that. We're just reconnecting, taking things slow. Of course you are. She tilts her head, studying me like I'm a puzzle she's about to solve. Well, I should let you get back to work. Those billions don't make themselves. She blows me a kiss from the doorway, an exaggerated gesture that feels more threatening than flirtatious. Good luck with your artist, Colin. I genuinely hope it works out for you this time. The door clicks shut behind her, and I sink back into my chair, tension draining from my shoulders only to be replaced by a gnawing unease. That was too easy. Mimi Ivanova doesn't concede defeat, not ever. She's up to something. I unlock my phone, pulling up Alia's contact information. My thumb hovers over the call button. Should I warn her? But warn her about what? That my non-exclusive casual date might be upset about our relationship ending? Damn, I mutter, tossing the phone onto my desk. My office suddenly feels smaller, the walls closing in. I loosen my tie, trying to shake off the claustrophobic sensation. 6 years ago, I let Alia walk away because I was too afraid to do the right thing, too weak to choose what I wanted over what was expected of me. Now that I have a second chance, I'll be damned if I'll let anyone, especially Mimi, interfere. But what could she possibly do? The question circles my mind as I stare out the windows at the Manhattan skyline. Mimi moves in the same social circles I do. She has connections, influence. While I doubt she'd do anything overtly malicious, I've seen her subtly destroy reputations at cocktail parties with nothing more than a well-placed whisper. And Aaliyah, talented, fierce, independent Aaliyah, is just starting to rebuild her art career. The last thing she needs is someone like Mimi turning the New York art scene against her before she can even get her foot in the door. My computer pings with an incoming email, breaking my spiral of thoughts. I glance at the screen, a reminder about tomorrow's gallery opening downtown. The same gallery where Aaliyah mentioned trying to get her work displayed. The coincidence makes my stomach drop. I knew the New York art world was small, but this feels like the universe playing some cosmic joke. If Mimi wanted to cause problems for Aaliyah, she wouldn't need to look far for opportunities. I grab my phone again, this time pulling up Mimi's social media profiles. Her Instagram shows her at a gallery opening just last month, arm in arm with the curator of several major Manhattan galleries. The same curator who, according to Aaliyah, had expressed interest in her portfolio. What a jerk, I mutter, scrolling through more photos. Mimi's entire feed is a catalog of her connections to New York's elite art circles, charity auctions, gallery openings, private viewings, places where a word from her could open doors or slam them shut. The intercom buzzes again. Mr. Morgan? Your 2 o'clock is here. Give me 5 minutes, I reply, still staring at my phone. I need to talk to Aaliyah to at least give her a heads up about Mimi. But what would I even say? Hey, by the way, there's this woman I was casually seeing who might try to sabotage your art career because I chose you over her. That conversation would raise more questions than it would answer. Questions I'm not sure I'm ready to address. The sick feeling in my gut intensifies. I've spent 6 years regretting what happened between Aaliyah and me. 6 years wondering what could have been if I'd made different choices. Now that I have a chance to make things right, I can't shake the feeling that Mimi might be the instrument of my past coming back to haunt me all over again.
Chapter 11. Aaliyah. I wiggle my fingers, relieved to be free of the cocktail shaker after my double shift at Onyx. The spring sun warms my face as Elias skips ahead of me on the sidewalk, his Batman backpack bouncing with each step. Mom! Look what I've found. He crouches down, examining something in a crack in the concrete. What treasure did you discover this time, baby? I catch up to him, my muscles pleasantly tired from a full day of mixing drinks and dodging wandering hands. He holds up a blue marble, the glass catching sunlight. Can I keep it? Of course. Just wash it when we get home. I ruffle his curls as he carefully tucks the marble into his jacket pocket. These walks after my shifts have become our ritual, a way to decompress before heading home, to fill our lungs with something other than the recycled air of our apartment. Elias gets to burn off energy, and I get to watch him explore the world with wide-eyed wonder. Race you to the corner. He takes off without warning, small sneakers slapping against the pavement. Hey, not fair. I laugh, jogging after him, my bag thumping against my hip. You got a head start. He reaches the crosswalk and bounces on his toes, waiting for me. I won. You sure did, Speed Demon. I reach out to press the crosswalk button. Want to stop by the park? Yes. He pumps his fist in the air. Can I go on the swings? Absolutely. Excuse me. A woman's voice, cool and accented, cuts through our moment. I turn to find myself looking up, way up, at a tall blonde woman. Everything about her screams money, from her perfectly highlighted hair to her designer handbag that probably costs more than 2 months of my rent. Yes? I shift slightly, positioning myself between this stranger and Elias. I'm sorry to interrupt. She smiles, revealing perfect white teeth. but I had to tell you how adorable your son is. Her accent is Russian, or maybe Eastern European of some kind. Despite her friendly words, something about her gaze makes my skin prickle. Thank you. I place a hand on Elias's shoulder, feeling protective. The crosswalk signal changes, but I stay put, caught in this unexpected encounter. I'm Mimi Ivanova. She extends a manicured hand, several glittering rings catching the sunlight. Against my better judgment, I take it. Her grip is firm, her hand cool despite the warm day. Aaliyah Marshall. Recognition flickers in her eyes, so quick I almost miss it. Lovely to meet you, Aaliyah. And what's your name, little man? Elias peeks around my leg. I'm Elias. I'm 6. 6? What a wonderful age. Mimi crouches down, somehow making the movement elegant despite her pencil skirt. I bet you're very smart. I can read chapter books, he says proudly, and I'm learning about dinosaurs. Impressive. She glances up at me. He's absolutely precious. He has your eyes, but the rest. She trails off, studying his features. He must take after his father. My defenses rise. Who is this woman? And why is she so interested in my child? We should get going. I tug gently on Elias's hand. The light's about to change again. Of course, don't let me keep you. Mimi stands, brushing invisible dust from her knees. Are you headed to the park? I'm going that way myself. Mind if I walk with you? Before I can formulate an excuse, Elias pipes up. We're going to the swings. The swings were always my favorite too. Mimi falls into step beside us as we cross the street. How long have you lived in New York, Aaliyah? We just moved here. I keep my answers vague, unsure why this stylish stranger is so interested in us. And you work at that cocktail bar? Onyx, is it? I've been there. Very trendy spot. My steps falter. How did you... Your bag. She nods toward my tote with the Onyx logo. Plus, I know the owner. Small world, right? Very small. I adjust the strap of my bag, increasingly uncomfortable. I'm in the art world myself, consulting mostly. Mimi's tone is casual, but her eyes are sharp. I heard you're an artist, too. Now I'm genuinely alarmed. Who told you that? Oh, word gets around. She waves a dismissive hand. New York's art scene is practically incestuous. Everyone knows everyone, or at least knows of everyone. We reach the park entrance, and Elias tugs at my hand. Mom, can I go swing now? I glance between my son and this mysterious woman who seems to know too much about me. Yes, baby. Stay where I can see you, okay? He dashes off toward the playground and I turn to face Mimi directly. I don't mean to be rude, but is there a reason you're so interested in my life? Mimi's smile doesn't waver. Just being friendly. New York can be so isolating, don't you think? Especially for single mothers. The way she says single mother makes my spine stiffen. I manage just fine. I'm sure you do. You seem very resourceful. Her gaze drifts to Elias, who's pumping his legs on the swing. He's beautiful. 6 years old, you said. Must have been quite young when you had him. 22. I cross my arms, watching her carefully. And his father? Is he in the picture? Her tone is sympathetic, but her eyes remain calculating. That's a very personal question from someone I just met on the street. I take a step back, creating space between us while keeping my eyes on Elias as he pumps his legs on the swing set. Oh, I'm sorry. Mimi's apology slides off her tongue too smoothly, practiced. I can be too forward sometimes. It's the Russian in me. She laughs, the sound like crystal glasses clinking together, pretty but hollow. A cold feeling spreads through my chest. This isn't a random encounter. The questions about Elias's father, the knowledge of my job, my art, it's too specific, too targeted. Listen, Mimi. I turn fully toward her, squaring my shoulders. I appreciate you being friendly, but I'd really like to just enjoy this time with my son without whatever this is. Her perfect eyebrows arch slightly. Whatever this is. The questions. The information you somehow have about me. I gesture vaguely between us. I don't know what you want, but I'd appreciate being left alone. For a split second, something hard flashes in her green eyes. Calculation, maybe even anger, before it's quickly masked with a gracious smile. Yes, of course. I didn't mean to intrude. She adjusts her designer handbag on her shoulder. It was lovely meeting you both. Enjoy your afternoon. Mimi turns and walks away, her heels clicking purposefully on the pavement, back ramrod straight. Even her departure feels performative, too polished, too controlled. I watch until she's well out of sight before letting my guard down. Something about that woman left a sour taste in my mouth, like milk just starting to turn. Mom! Elias calls from the swings. Push me higher. I force a smile and walk over to him, my mind still churning. Coming, baby. As I push Elias, my thoughts return to Mimi, who drops designer-clad bombshells about knowing personal details of strangers' lives and then just strolls away. And how did she know I was an artist? The Onyx logo on my bag explains how she knew where I work, but nothing else adds up. Higher! Elias squeals with delight as the swing arcs upward. That's as high as we go, mister. I need you in one piece. I give him another push, trying to stay present in this moment instead of dwelling on the strange encounter. But questions keep nagging at me. Why would someone who looks like she shops exclusively on Fifth Avenue care about a bartender and her 6-year-old? Unless... A chill runs through me despite the warm air. Unless this has something to do with Colin. Mom, can I go on the slide now? Elias jumps off the swing at its apex, momentarily stopping my heart before he lands with the casual resilience of childhood. Sure, honey. Be careful. I sit on the empty swing, my feet dragging in the wood chips below. Could Mimi be connected to Colin somehow? A friend? A girlfriend? Or maybe I'm being paranoid. New York is full of strange people who overstep boundaries. Still, the precise nature of her questions about Elias's father feels targeted, deliberate. I watch Elias climb the ladder to the slide, his face set in concentration. He's looking more like Colin every day, the same determined jaw, the same cowlick at the crown of his head. Anyone who knows Colin well would see the resemblance immediately. My phone buzzes in my pocket. It's a text from Devin asking if I can cover another shift tomorrow. I sigh and respond that I'll need to find childcare first. More hours means more money, which we desperately need, but finding someone to watch Elias is always complicated. As I pocket my phone, I scan the park perimeter instinctively, half expecting to see Mimi lurking behind a tree. The park remains normal, just parents, nannies, and children enjoying the afternoon sun. But I can't shake the feeling that something has shifted, that we're being watched.
Chapter 12. Colin. So the Davenport acquisition is looking solid for Q3. Walker leans against my office window, tapping his tablet. Legal's cleared most of the regulatory hurdles. I nod, studying the projected growth charts on my desk. And the staff integration plan? HR's finalized it. Minimal redundancies, mostly in accounting, and... The door flies open without a knock. Mimi sweeps in like she owns the place, dressed in a tight emerald dress that matches her eyes. Perfect timing, as always. Colin, darling, I need to speak with you. Her gaze flicks to Walker. Privately. Walker raises his eyebrows at me. A silent question. I've known him long enough to read the amusement in his expression. We're in the middle of something, Mimi. I keep my voice level, though my jaw tightens. The boundary issues with this woman are becoming a daily headache. Can it wait 20 minutes? It absolutely cannot. She plants herself in the chair across from my desk, crossing her legs and settling in like she's preparing for a lengthy stay. Walker tucks his tablet under his arm. No problem, boss. I'll finish these projections and circle back after lunch. He shoots me a sympathetic look as he edges toward the door. Good to see you, Mimi. Always a pleasure, Walker. Her smile doesn't reach her eyes. The door clicks shut and I swivel my chair to face her directly. This better be important. I had actual work happening before your dramatic entrance. Oh, it's important. Mimi leans forward, a predatory gleam in her eye. I had the most interesting encounter yesterday. Congratulations. Was that worth interrupting a strategy meeting? I met your precious Aliyah. She pronounces the name with deliberate slowness, watching my reaction. My blood freezes. It boils. You did what? We had a lovely chat. She was with her son, adorable little boy named Elias. She examines her manicure casually as if she hasn't just dropped a grenade in my lap. He's 6 years old, Colin. 6. The room tilts slightly. I grip the edge of my desk, steadying myself. You sought her out? What the hell, Mimi? I was curious about the woman who's had you so distracted. She shrugs one elegant shoulder. But I found something much more interesting than I expected. Stay the hell away from her! My voice drops dangerously low. The boy looks like you, Colin. She ignores my warning, leaning in further. Not in a vague, could be coincidence way. Your jawline, your eyes, even that annoying cowlick you're always trying to tame. She taps the crown of her head for emphasis. It's uncanny. I push back from my desk, standing abruptly. My heart hammers against my ribs as I pace to the window, needing space to process. A son. Aliyah has a son. 6 years old. The timeline slots into place with devastating clarity. Our breakup, her sudden departure, 6 years ago. You're lying. The accusation sounds hollow even to my own ears. What possible reason would I have to lie about this? Mimi's reflection in the window shows her watching me with calculating eyes. You can verify it yourself easily enough. My son. The possibility thunders through me, reshaping everything I thought I knew. Every interaction with Aliyah since her return takes on new meaning, new weight. Did she tell you he's mine? I turn back to Mimi, searching her face. She didn't have to. Mimi stands, smoothing her dress. One look at him was enough. How did you even find her? The question comes out hoarse. New York is smaller than you think, darling. Mimi steps closer, placing a hand on my chest. Especially when one is motivated to look. I knock her hand away. This isn't a game, Mimi. This is my life, potentially my child. A child she kept from you for 6 years. Her voice hardens. Doesn't that anger you? That she'd hide your own flesh and blood? It should, but part of me wants to rage at the thought. But the overwhelming feeling isn't anger. It's a hollowness, a grief for all the moments I've missed. First steps, first words, first everything. Get out! I turn away from her, unable to look at her triumphant expression. Now. Don't you want to know what else I learned? Good. Out each word is carved from ice. For once, Mimi doesn't argue. Her heels click across the floor, pause at the door. Don't say I never did anything for you, Colin. The door closes behind her, leaving me alone with the revelation that changes everything. A son. I have a son. The possibility ricochets through my mind, gaining momentum with each bounce. It makes terrible, perfect sense. Aliyah disappeared after our breakup, cut all contact. I'd assumed it was the usual post-relationship severance. painful but ordinary. Nothing about the timing struck me as suspicious. Until now. 6 years old, I whisper to the empty office. I grab my phone, pulling up the calendar. If the boy is 6, and if, big if, he's mine, that would place his birth around. I count backward, remembering when Alaya and I were together. The timing fits. God, it fits perfectly. Damn. The word escapes as barely a breath. The magnitude of what this means crashes over me in waves. If Mimi's right, and despite her manipulative tactics, she has no reason to fabricate this particular bomb, then Alaya's been raising my child alone for 6 years. While I've been running acquisitions and dating socialites, she's been changing diapers and handling nightmares and first days of kindergarten. My heart contracts painfully. I stand again, unable to remain still with this revelation coursing through me. Old memories of Aliyah surface, her laugh, the way she'd bite her lip when concentrating on a sketch, how fiercely independent she was. Too independent to ask for help, even when carrying my child? Or was there another reason she never told me? I need to see him, I mutter, decision crystallizing instantly. I need to see this boy, Elias, with my own eyes. See if he really does have my cowlick, my jawline. I need to know if Mimi's bombshell is truth or manipulation. How do I approach this? I can't exactly storm into Alaya's life demanding paternity tests, but I can't sit on this information either, letting more precious time slip away. If he is mine, the possibility unlocks something primal inside me. A fierce, protective instinct I didn't know lived in my chest roars to life. I want to know him. I want to be there for him. I want to make up for 6 years of absence, whether Aliyah kept him from me deliberately or not. And Aliyah, the dynamic between us shifts in my mind. She's not just the woman who got away. The first person to truly see me beyond the Morgan name and fortune. She's potentially the mother of my child. The woman who shaped my son's early years without me. I need her back in my life. Permanently. The certainty of this hits me with startling clarity. Not just for the boy, I acknowledge to myself, tracing the edge of my desk. For me. The spark that's reignited between us since her return isn't coincidence or nostalgia. It's real, and I've been fighting it because getting involved again seemed complicated. Now it's essential. If Elias is my son, I'm going to be in his life. And that means Aliyah and I need to figure out how to navigate this together. My phone buzzes with a calendar reminder for my next meeting. I silence it without looking. Business can wait. For once, something genuinely important has landed in my lap. I pull up her contact information, finger hovering over the call button. No, this isn't a phone conversation. I need to see her face when I ask about Elias. Determination settles over me like armor. I'm going to find out the truth. And if what Mimi said is true, if that little boy is mine, then everything changes. My priorities, my future, everything. I'm not letting Aliyah push me away again. Not when there's potentially so much more at stake than just us. I need the truth, and then I need her to understand that I'm not going anywhere this time. Whether she likes it or not, if Elias is my son, we're going to be in each other's lives, and maybe, just maybe, we can be more than co-parents. The chemistry between us hasn't faded. If anything, it's stronger now, tempered by time and experience. I grab my jacket from the back of my chair. The Davenport acquisition can wait. My assistant looks up in surprise as I stride past her desk. Cancel my meetings for the rest of the day. Family emergency. For the first time, those words might actually be true.
Chapter 13. Aliyah. 7 plus 3 equals 10. I glance over my shoulder at Elias, who's hunched over his worksheet at the kitchen table, tongue poking out in concentration. 10! He scribbles the answer triumphantly, then looks up with those big eyes that still make my heart melt every single time. Perfect. I turn back to the stove, stirring the simmering vegetable curry. The aroma of garlic, Ginger and cumin fills our small apartment, making my stomach growl in anticipation. Now try the next one. 8 plus 5 equals. I hear the scratch of his pencil against paper, followed by silence. His thinking silence, I've learned to recognize. 13. The uplift in his voice signals his uncertainty. Count it out on your fingers if you need to, baby. I'm not a baby, he protests, but I catch the soft sound of fingers tapping against the table. 13. It's 13. That's right. Pride swells in my chest as I sprinkle a handful of chopped cilantro into the pot. You're getting so good at this. Steam fogs my face as I lean over to check the rice. Almost perfect. Fluffy grains just beginning to form little dimples on the surface. I reduce the heat and cover it again, giving myself a mental high five for timing dinner preparation with homework help. The multitasking dance of single motherhood never ends, but some days, like today, I nail the choreography. Mama, what's 9 plus 7? I wipe my hands on a dish towel, mentally calculating. Let's think about this one. 9 plus 1 more would make 10. Right, so that means 9 plus 7 is the same as 10 plus... Elias's forehead wrinkles adorably. 6? You got it. I turn to give him a thumbs up, just as 3 sharp knocks sound at the door. My first thought is that it must be Mrs. Gonzalez from across the hall, probably needing to borrow something again. Last week it was sugar. The week before, a can opener. 1 second, E, keep working on those problems. I adjust the heat under both pots before heading to the door, wiping my hands on my jeans. I swing the door open without checking the peephole, a habit I really should break, and freeze. Colin Morgan is standing in my doorway, looking like he stepped straight off a billboard in his tailored charcoal suit, holding a stunning bouquet of white and purple calla lilies. My breath catches somewhere between my lungs and my throat. Colin? His name comes out in a whisper. I blink hard, half expecting him to disappear like some stress-induced hallucination. He doesn't disappear. Instead, his eyes, those impossible blue eyes I've seen reflected in my dreams, lock onto mine with an intensity that roots me to the spot. Aaliyah. He says my name like it's both a question and an answer. The flowers shift in his grip, drawing my attention to his hands, those same hands that once knew every inch of my body, that used to sketch architectural designs alongside my art projects in our shared apartment lifetime ago. How did you... My brain short-circuits, unable to form complete sentences. The curry bubbling on the stove behind me seems to exist in another dimension now, one where Colin Morgan doesn't show up unannounced at my door with flowers and that devastatingly familiar cologne that's already wrapping around my senses. I probably should have called first. His voice has a strange edge to it, something tense and barely contained beneath his typical smooth confidence. You think? I managed to find my voice, along with a dash of sarcasm to mask my shock. He extends the flowers toward me. These are for you. My hand reaches for them automatically, fingers brushing against his in the exchange. Even that fleeting contact sends an electric current up my arm, and I despise my body's instant response to him. 6 years should be enough time to develop immunity to Colin Morgan's touch. Apparently not. Mama, who is it? Elias calls from the kitchen table. Colin's entire body tenses at the sound of his son's voice. His gaze sharpens, looking past me into the apartment with such naked hunger that my protective instincts flare to life. It's, what do I say? A friend? My ex? Your father? None of the options feel right in this moment, especially with Elias just around the corner and Colin standing here looking like he might shatter into pieces. Just someone I know, baby. Keep working on your math. Colin's eyes snap back to mine, and in them I see questions, accusations, and something that looks dangerously like hope. My heart hammers against my ribs so hard I'm certain he can hear it. "We need to talk," he says quietly, urgency threading through each word. The understatement of the century hangs between us as I clutch the beautiful flowers, my mind racing to make sense of this unexpected collision of my past and present. "Is that—" Colin's voice drops to a whisper, his eyes still fixed on the space behind me where Elias's voice came from. "Is that your son?" The question hangs between us, weighted with 6 years of unspoken history. The flowers tremble slightly in my grip as I try to decide how much to reveal in this unplanned doorway confrontation. "Yes." The single word comes out more defensive than I intended. "That's my son." Colin's expression shifts through a kaleidoscope of emotions. Surprise, confusion, calculation. I see the exact moment when he does the math in his head, his brow furrowing slightly. "You never mentioned having a son," he says, his voice deliberately gentle now, as if he's approaching a startled animal. I didn't see the need to mention him. My response sounds hollow even to my own ears. The curry's aroma intensifies behind me, reminding me of the normalcy that existed in my apartment just minutes ago. "Mama?" Elias calls again, his voice closer now. "I finished the math problems." Colin's eyes widen at the sound, and I see his throat work as he swallows hard. There's no more time to plan, no more space to prepare for what's about to happen. The moment I've both dreaded and secretly imagined for 6 years is unfolding right now, on my doorstep, while dinner simmers on the stove. "Elias, honey, I'll be right there." My voice wavers slightly despite my effort to sound casual. Colin steps forward, not aggressively but with determination. "Aaliyah," he whispers, and the way he says my name shatters something inside me. How old is he? I close my eyes briefly, feeling the weight of secrets and choices and missed opportunities pressing down on me. When I open them again, I find Colin still watching me with that intense, questioning gaze. "He's 6. The truth slips out, simple and devastating. Colin goes completely still, the kind of stillness that comes before an earthquake. 6, he repeats, his voice barely audible. "Mama, the timer is beeping." Elias has rounded the corner now, standing in the hallway just visible behind me. I feel, rather than see Colin's attention shift entirely to my son, to our son. "I'll be right there, E." I don't turn around, can't bring myself to witness their first visual contact. "Aaliyah." Colin's voice has a new edge to it now, something between wonder and accusation. "Is he—" I clutch the flowers tighter, their stems digging into my palm. "Yes," I admit, the word barely audible. "He's yours." The confession hangs between us, irreversible. Colin's face transforms, shock giving way to something more complex, hurt, wonder, anger, and awe, all battling for dominance. "Why didn't you tell me?" His question lacks the heat I expected. Instead, there's a hollowness to it that's somehow worse. "I couldn't." The words rush out before I can filter them. "You were gone. You'd made your choice. You made it very clear that your priorities rested elsewhere." The timer in the kitchen continues its persistent beeping, a mundane counterpoint to the life-changing conversation happening at my door. Colin's gaze shifts to look past me again, and his expression softens in a way I've never seen before. "He looks a lot like me," he says quietly, almost to himself. I risk a glance over my shoulder. Elias stands there with his curious gaze, watching us with unguarded interest. "He has your grandfather's chin," I add softly, turning back to Colin. The same stubborn set to it. Colin's hand comes up, fingers pressed against his mouth as if physically holding back emotion. "I'm a father," he whispers against his knuckles. "I have a son. All this time." The wonder in his face is genuine. transforming his features into something younger, more vulnerable than I remember. For the first time since opening the door, I see past the polished exterior to the Colin I once knew. The one who sketched building designs in the margins of my art history notes, who could eat an entire pizza by himself at night, who used to look at me like I was the sun and stars combined. His name is Elias, I say, finding my voice again. Elias Marshall. Elias. Colin tests the name, his eyes never leaving the boy behind me. It's a strong name. He's a strong kid. Pride filters through the anxiety clouding my chest. Smart, creative, kind. Colin's gaze returns to me, and the intensity in it makes me catch my breath. I've missed everything, he says, realization dawning in his expression. First steps, first words, first day of kindergarten, I add, unable to stop myself. First lost tooth. The beeping from the kitchen finally stops, and in the sudden silence, I hear Elias's small feet padding across the floor toward us. He stares up at Colin, tilting his head slightly. Who are you? Fake love? Baby, ain't nothing fake about what you're about to feel.
9 full-length audiobooks, dozens of hours of passion, drama, and the kind of chemistry you can't fake.
Oh, these couples swear it's just for show. Fake fiancés, pretend dates, contracts and schemes. But baby, when the sparks start flying, somebody's catching feelings.
Enemies turned lovers, friends turned more.
And listen here, this ain't no skimpy sample pack. You're getting the whole buffet. And right now, it's already sitting pretty at 70% off.
Take a look at BWWM.com.
Hot fomance. I fake do. This diva don't do I do easily. Only serve it up if you deserve me. Playeress. A fake southern fiancé. Fake lover. Faux love. Wife for hire.
The Fake Love Romance Audiobook Bundle. It's time to play pretend and never look back.
Vixa Vaughn Romance.
Chapter 14. Colin. Who are you? The question hits me with the force of a wrecking ball. Those curious brown eyes stare up at me with innocent interest. My son. My son is standing right in front of me, and he has no idea who I am. My voice fails. What am I supposed to say? I'm your father who never knew you existed. I'm the man who walked away from your mother 6 years ago. I'm Colin, an old friend of your mom's. The word friend tastes like ash in my mouth. We were so much more than that. Elias tilts his head, studying me with a child's unfiltered assessment. You're really tall, he decides, and the simple observation startles a laugh out of me. Yeah, I guess I am, I say, crouching down to his level. This close, the resemblance is undeniable. My jawline, my mother's eyebrows, the shape of his ears, all Morgan traits, wrapped up in this perfect little human I had no hand in raising. And you must be Elias. Uh-huh. He nods importantly. I'm 6. I can count to 100, and I know all my addition facts up to 20. Pride swells in my chest. Ridiculous, misplaced pride for accomplishments I had no part in. That's impressive. Mama? He turns to Aliyah, who's watching us with a wary expression I've never seen before. Something's burning. Damn! Aliyah spins away from the door, flowers still clutched in her hand as she races toward the kitchen. I stand awkwardly at the threshold, unsure if I should leave or stay. The revelation that I have a son, a 6-year-old son who likes math and has my grandfather's chin, has turned my world inside out. Part of me wants to run after Aliyah, to demand answers, to shake her for keeping this from me. But another part, a stronger part, Can't take my eyes off Elias. Do you want to see my drawings? He asks, completely unaware of the emotional earthquake happening inside me. I'd love to. The words come automatically. You have to come inside first, he says with the simple logic of a child. They're on the fridge. I hesitate, glancing toward the kitchen where I can hear Elia muttering curses under her breath. I should probably ask your mom if that's okay. Elias shrugs, unconcerned. She's busy saving dinner. Come on. He reaches out and grabs my hand, his small fingers wrapping around 3 of mine. The contact sends a jolt through me. My son is holding my hand. A son I didn't know existed until today. I let him lead me into the apartment, too stunned to do anything else. The place is small but well kept. Colorful artwork covers the walls, some professional-looking pieces that must be Alia's, others clearly the work of a child, displayed with equal prominence. Toys are neatly organized in baskets along one wall. A bookshelf overflows with children's books and art supplies. This is my son's home, a home I've never been part of. Elias pulls me toward the refrigerator, which is covered in drawings held up by alphabet magnets. This one's a dinosaur. He points to a scribble of green and brown that does, indeed, vaguely resemble a T-Rex. And this one's me and Mama at the park. The crayon drawing shows 2 stick figures, one tall with curly hair, one small with a huge smile. My throat tightens. Where's the stick figure of his dad? Does he wonder about that? Does he ask Elia why other kids have fathers and he doesn't? These are amazing, I manage to say, and mean it, not because they're particularly skilled for a 6-year-old, but because they're his. You're quite the artist. Like Mama, he says proudly. She makes sculptures and paintings that people buy with real money. I want to ask a million questions. Has it been hard? How do they get by? Does Aaliyah have support? Did she ever think about telling me? So, are you staying for dinner? Elias asks, completely unaware of my internal turmoil. I open my mouth, but Aaliyah's voice cuts in from behind us. That's not really. Please. Elias turns those big brown eyes on his mother. He can try your special curry. You said it was your best one ever. I watch Elias' face, the play of emotions there, reluctance, protectiveness, and something softer that she quickly masks. She's placed the flowers in a tall glass, not having time to find a proper bowl in her rush to save dinner. We should talk, I say quietly, looking directly at her. After. She holds my gaze for a long moment, then sighs. Fine. Yes. Colin can stay for dinner if he'd like to. I'd like that very much, I say, my voice rough with emotion. Elia nods once, then turns back to the stove. Elias, go wash your hands, please. Dinner's almost ready. 'Kay? He releases my hand and dashes off down the hall. I stand in her kitchen, watching her move efficiently between pots, her back rigid with tension. How did we get here? How did she do all this alone? The magnitude of what she's accomplished. Raising our son, pursuing her art, building this warm little home, hits me all at once. You've done an amazing job with him, I say softly. Her hand still for just a moment before she resumes stirring. I didn't have much choice. The kitchen settles into an uneasy rhythm as Elia moves around me, pulling out plates and silverware. I want to help, but have no idea where anything belongs in this home. Can I do anything? I ask, keeping my voice low. Just sit down. She gestures to the small table tucked against the wall. Her tone isn't harsh exactly, but it's not welcoming either. It's neutral, like I'm a friendly acquaintance who's unexpectedly dropped by. Which, from Elias's perspective, I suppose I am. I pull out one of the mismatched chairs and sit, watching as she sets the table with practiced efficiency. 3 plates. 3 forks. 3 glasses. A family setting that I've never been part of. The reality of what I've missed punches me in the gut anew. Elias! Dinner! Aaliyah calls down the hallway. The thundering of small feet precedes his appearance. He rockets into the room, sliding in his socks across the wooden floor. "Careful," Elias says, catching him before he crashes into the table. "We walked to dinner, remember?" "Sorry, Mama." He climbs into his chair, shooting me a grin that feels like looking into a mirror of my own childhood. Did I look at my father that way? Did I ever feel that easy connection with him that Elias clearly has with Aliyah? She places a colorful ceramic bowl in the center of the table. Some kind of curry that smells absolutely amazing. My stomach rumbles audibly, betraying how long it's been since I've eaten real food instead of whatever was available at the office. "Hungry?" Aliyah arches one perfect eyebrow at me as she serves Elias first, making sure to separate the spicier pieces from his portion. "Starving," I admit. "This smells incredible. Mama's cooking is the best in the whole wide world," Elias informs me seriously as Aliyah fills my plate next. I take my first bite and nearly groan out loud. The curry is rich and complex, layers of flavor I can't even begin to identify melting together perfectly. "This is amazing," I say, not bothering to hide my appreciation. "Seriously, if your art is half as good as your cooking, you should be in galleries." A hint of pride flickers across her face before she schools her expression back to neutral. "Thanks." "I helped," Elias announces, bits of rice sticking to his chin. I stirred. "You are an excellent sous chef," Aliyah agrees, reaching over to wipe his face with a napkin. "Small bites, remember? We don't talk with our mouths full." "Sorry." He grins at me again, completely unrepentant, and I have to stifle a laugh. That's definitely my grin. How did I never notice before how much my expression could light up a room? I dig into my food with renewed vigor, suddenly ravenous. When was the last time I had a home-cooked meal? Not takeout eaten at my desk, not an overpriced restaurant dinner with clients, but actual food made with care. Something inside me aches at the domesticity of this scene, and the knowledge that it's been happening without me for 6 years. "Do you cook?" Elias asks me between bites, curiosity all over his face. "Not like this." A gesture to my rapidly emptying plate. "I can handle the basics. Scrambled eggs, pasta. Things that are hard to mess up." "Mama says cooking is like art. You gotta practice." "That's true." I look at Aliyah, who's watching our interaction with guarded eyes. Your mom is clearly an expert at both. Elias nods enthusiastically, then launches into a detailed explanation of a cooking show they watched together. Something about kids competing to make elaborate desserts. I listen raptly, not because I care about the show, but because every word from his mouth, every gesture of his small hands, is a revelation. This is my son. My son who has opinions about proper frosting technique and which judges are the meanest. I catch Aliyah's eye over his animated chatter. She's still wary, but there's something else there now. Resignation, perhaps, or recognition that things have irrevocably changed. It doesn't matter. I'm not backing down. Not now that I know about Elias. Not now that I've sat at their table and seen what I've been missing. I'm going to be part of their lives, whatever it takes.
Chapter 15. Aaliyah. The last of the curry has been scraped from our plates, and the conversation has fizzled into awkward silence. Colin helps clear the table, moving with the careful precision of someone navigating a minefield. Probably not far from the truth, given the emotional bombshell that's detonated between us tonight. I should get Elias ready. I stack the plates in the sink, glancing at the clock on the microwave. He's got a sleepover at his friend's house tonight. A sleepover? Tonight? Colin's eyebrows lift in surprise. The perfect timing isn't lost on him, I can tell. It's been planned for weeks. I busy myself with rinsing dishes, needing the mechanical motion to steady my hands. Jimmy's his best friend from kindergarten. Right? Convenient. I shoot him a look. Don't read into it. I didn't engineer this so we could have this conversation. I didn't say that. He raises his hands in surrender, but the slight curve at the corner of his mouth tells me he's not entirely convinced. Elias, I call down the hallway. Time to pack your backpack for Jimmy's. The thunder of small feet precedes my son as he races into the kitchen, still vibrating with the energy that never seems to desert him, even after a full day. Can I take T-Rex? He's already got the stuffed dinosaur tucked under one arm. Of course, but remember, you're responsible for bringing everything back home tomorrow. I know, Mama. He rolls his eyes in that dramatic way he's recently perfected. I'm not a baby. Pack your toothbrush and pajamas first, I remind him. The dinosaur goes in last. As Elias scampers off to his room, Colin leans against the counter, watching me with an intensity that makes my skin prickle. What? I finally ask when his stare becomes too much. Nothing. Just, you're good at this. The mom thing. The compliment catches me off guard. Thanks. Had to figure it out on the fly. A shadow crosses his face. I'm sorry you had to do it alone. The words hang between us, heavy with implications we'll need to address, but not yet. Not with Elias still within earshot. I need to help him pack. I step around Colin, careful not to brush against him as I move toward the hallway. Make yourself comfortable. In Elias's room, clothes are already scattered across his bed. His attempt at packing apparently meant emptying half his dresser. Whoa, buddy, you're only going for one night. I grab his dinosaur backpack and start folding a pair of pajamas. You only need the essentials. What's essentials? Things you really need. I hold up his toothbrush. Like this. And T-Rex, he says firmly. And T-Rex, I agree, smiling as I tuck the well-loved stuffed animal into the backpack. I like your friend. Elias's comment comes so casually that I nearly drop the water bottle I'm filling. He's nice. And really tall. My heart squeezes painfully. He is tall, isn't he? Taller than Jimmy's dad. Elias nods, considering this important metric of adult male quality. Is he coming back to visit again? The question I've been dreading. I cap the water bottle, buying myself seconds to formulate an answer that won't be a lie, but also won't confuse him. We're going to talk about that. I zip up his backpack. Colin and I knew each other a long time ago, before you were born. Were you best friends like me and Jimmy? The doorbell chimes, saving me from having to answer. That must be Teresa. Got everything? He slings his backpack over one shoulder with a confident nod. Yep. When we return to the living room, Colin is standing awkwardly by the bookshelf, examining Elias's school photos. He straightens as we approach, and I catch the flash of emotion in his eyes as he looks at our son. All packed? He asks Elias, his voice deliberately light. Uh-huh. I'm sleeping at Jimmy's house. Elias bounces on his toes. We're gonna build a fort and watch movies and stay up late. Sounds awesome. Colin smiles, and I see a glimpse of the man I fell for years ago, before life and mistakes complicated everything. The doorbell rings again, more insistently. That's my cue. I open the door to find Teresa, Jimmy's mom, standing there with her son bouncing excitedly beside her. Elias, Jimmy squeals, spotting his friend. Jimmy! Elias rushes forward for what appears to be their ritual greeting, a complicated series of hand slaps and fist bumps. Teresa laughs. Sorry we're a bit late. Someone couldn't find his favorite sleeping bag. She glances past me, noticing Colin. Oh, hello there. This is Colin, I say, not elaborating further. Colin, this is Teresa, Jimmy's mom. Colin steps forward, shaking her hand. Nice to meet you. You too. Teresa gives me a quick, curious look that I pretend not to notice. All right, Adventure Squad. She claps her hands. Let's hit the road before it gets too late. Elias hugs me tightly around the waist. Bye, Mama. Be good. I kiss the top of his head. Call if you need me, okay? I will. But he's already halfway out the door, backpack bouncing as he and Jimmy race to the car. Colin and I step out onto the landing, watching as Teresa helps the boys buckle in. Elias spots us and rolls down his window, waving frantically. Bye, Mama. Bye, Colin. We both wave back, standing closer than we have in years, watching as the car pulls away. When it turns the corner and disappears from sight, the reality of our situation crashes over me. We're alone now. No distractions. No buffer between us and 6 years of unspoken truths. So, Colin says quietly, turning to face me. I think it's time we talk about how you raised our son by yourself for 6 years. I close the door, my back pressed against it for a moment as I steady myself. This is it. The conversation I've rehearsed in my head countless times, but never thought I'd actually have. Would you like some tea? I push off from the door, needing movement, needing to do something with my hands. I feel like this conversation requires tea. Colin's lips quirk up at the corners. Sure, tea sounds good. In the kitchen, I fill the kettle and set it on the stove, hyper aware of Colin taking a seat at the counter behind me. The metallic click of the burner igniting seems unnaturally loud in the silence between us. You still drink it the same way? I ask, reaching for mugs. Splash of milk, no sugar. You remember that? I shrug, not turning around. Some things stick with you. While the water heats, I arrange a few cookies on a plate, a ridiculous formality given what we're about to discuss. But the ritual of hospitality gives me something to focus on besides the hammering of my heart. So, I say finally, watching the first wisps of steam rise from the kettle's spout. Where do you want me to start? The beginning would be nice. His voice is controlled, measured. When did you find out you were pregnant? The kettle whistles, saving me for a few more seconds as I pour the boiling water over tea bags. I slide his mug across the counter before sitting across from him, wrapping my hands around the warm ceramic of my own. About 3 weeks after we broke up, I stare into the darkening water of my tea. I'd been feeling off for a while, but I blamed it on the stress of graduation, the breakup, everything. Colin's fingers tighten around his mug. And you didn't think to call me? I thought about nothing else for days. The admission burns my throat like acid. But we hadn't exactly ended on good terms, Colin. We had an argument. Couples argue, Aaliyah. It wasn't just an argument. I look up at him now, needing him to understand. You made it very clear where your priorities were. Your family's expectations, your career path. None of it had room for me, let alone a baby. He flinches like I've slapped him. That's not fair. I never said. You said your father would disown you if you didn't join the family business. The words tumble out, years of bottled hurt spilling over. You said we needed to be realistic about the future. So you just, what? Decided for both of us? Decided I wouldn't want to be a father to my own child? I take a sip of tea that I can barely taste. I was 22, Colin. Unmarried, broke, with student loans and no job prospects. And you were heading off to your perfect life that your family had all planned out. What was I supposed to think? You were supposed to think I'd step up. His voice cracks with emotion. You were supposed to give me the chance to do the right thing. The right thing? I set my mug down harder than intended. Is that what it would have been? The right thing? Like some obligation you had to fulfill? That's not what I meant. He drags a hand through his hair. I would have done anything, Aaliyah. Anything to support you both. Do you honestly think so little of me that you believed I'd abandon my own child? That I'd abandon you? The hurt in his eyes makes my chest ache. For the first time, I allow myself to really see this from his perspective. The years of not knowing, the shock of discovering he has a son, the realization of everything he's missed. I was scared, I whisper, tears gathering at the corners of my eyes. I convinced myself I was protecting all of us. You from having to choose between me and your family. Elias from possible rejection. Myself from... I trail off, unable to finish. From what? Colin slides his hand across the counter, not quite touching mine. From loving you more than I already did. The confession hangs in the air between us. From watching you resent us over time for derailing your life. Colin's eyes never leave mine as he stands, circling the counter until he's standing before me. You got one thing right, he says softly. Finding out about Elias has changed my life completely, but you got everything else wrong. He cups my face in his hands, his touch achingly familiar and new all at once. I've missed you every day for 6 years, Aaliyah. Every single day. My breath catches as his thumb traces my lower lip. Colin, I never stopped thinking about you. His eyes search mine, filled with a longing that mirrors the ache I've carried all these years. Never stopped wondering what went wrong, where you were, if you were happy. When his lips meet mine, it's like coming home and embarking on a new journey all at once. His kiss is both tender and urgent. 6 years of absence and longing poured into a single moment. My hands find the front of his shirt, clinging as the floor seems to tilt beneath me.
Chapter 16. Colin. Her lips are soft, softer than I remember, and taste faintly of curry and mint. One kiss isn't enough, not after 6 years of wondering, regretting, imagining this moment only to push it away again. I deepen the kiss, sliding my hand to the nape of her neck, fingers tangling in her curls. Aliyah makes a small sound in the back of her throat, somewhere between a sigh and a moan, and the last thread of my restraint snaps. I pull her closer, lifting her effortlessly onto the counter, stepping between her thighs as her legs wrap around my waist. I've missed you, I murmur against her mouth. So much. Her hands clutch at my shoulders, fingertips digging into muscle as she arches against me. Colin. My name from her lips sends electricity down my spine. I trail kisses along her jawline, down the column of her throat, relearning the taste of her skin. She smells the same, that intoxicating blend of vanilla and something uniquely Aaliyah that's haunted my dreams for years. Well, things are heating up here. You know what to do. Go to BWWM to get the dirty details that this platform won't put on the air. I know it sucks, but at least you can get a 40% discount with code VIXA40 to make up for it. Use it while it lasts, and apply it to every digital product in your cart. Back to the story.
Chapter 17. Aaliyah. The clay feels alive beneath my fingertips as I shape the curve of a shoulder, adding texture with the wooden tool Catherine gifted me. Sunlight streams through the tall windows, catching on the particles of dust that dance in the air around me. This corner of Catherine's studio has become my sanctuary, my personal workspace, furnished with a sturdy wooden table, shelves for my tools, and enough room to let creativity flow. You're on fire today, Catherine calls as she passes by. She's working on a massive canvas, splashed with vibrant blues and greens. Whatever's inspired you, I'm jealous. I smile without looking up, focusing on the small figurine taking shape under my hands. Just feeling good, I guess. That's an understatement. My body still hums with the memory of Colin's touch from 3 nights ago. Every muscle remembers him. The weight of his body, the strength in his hands, the way he held me afterward like I might evaporate if he loosened his grip. The clay responds to the energy coursing through me, bending and yielding as I coax it into form. This piece wasn't planned, It emerged organically this morning when I sat down at my workstation. A mother and child, but not alone as I'd always sculpted them before. This time, a third figure stands with them, tall and protective, his hand resting on the child's head. "I haven't seen you this focused in a very long time," Catherine observes, wiping her paint-stained hands on her already colorful apron as she approaches. She stops a respectful distance from my workspace, not wanting to break my concentration. "Your lines are more confident." I feel more confident, I admit, smoothing a rough edge with my thumb. The clay is cool and responsive, almost like it's working with me rather than being worked by me. For the first time in 6 years, I'm creating without the crushing weight of uncertainty pressing down on me, without the constant calculations of how to stretch my paycheck, how to explain to Elias why we can't afford new sneakers this month, how to keep pushing forward when every door seems to close in my face. I think of Colin's words that night, whispered against my skin as we moved together. "I can't lose you again. Not you. Not Elias." The certainty in his voice was unmistakable. The same man who walked away 6 years ago is now promising to stay. And somehow, against all logic, I believe him. My hands move faster now, adding details to the child figure, Elias's unruly curls, the slight tilt of his head when he's curious about something. I'm not just sculpting forms, I'm capturing hope. "Whatever's changed," Catherine says. "It looks good on you." I look up finally, meeting her knowing gaze. "Everything's changed." "Colin?" she asks, though her tone suggests she already knows the answer. I nod, unable to stop the smile that spreads across my face. He wants to be part of our lives, mine and Elias's. Really be part of it. "And you trust that?" There's no judgment in her question, just genuine curiosity. My hands never stop working as I consider her question. I'm letting myself believe it's possible. I shape the father figure's arms, making them strong but gentle. He's different now. More solid, more sure of what he wants. The realization hits me that I'm different too. I'm not the frightened art student who fell apart when he left. I've built a life without him, a hard one sometimes, but mine. Choosing to let him in now isn't about desperation or need, it's about possibility. My work was always about survival, I tell Catherine, gesturing to my earlier pieces displayed on the shelf. Solitary women, children with missing puzzle pieces, fragmented forms reaching for something just out of frame. I think maybe now it can be about thriving. The clay family takes shape under my fingers. Not perfect, still rough in places, vulnerabilities exposed in the unfinished texture, but standing together, connected. Whole in a way my previous work never allowed. For the first time since Elias was born, I'm creating from a place of abundance rather than lack. The energy flows differently, not the frantic, desperate creativity of someone with something to prove, but the steady, confident expression of an artist who knows her voice matters. I step back from the workstation, stretching my back after hours, hunched over the sculpture. My hands are coated with dry clay, fine cracks webbing across my palms like an artist's signature. The family stands complete on its wooden base, not finished, not yet ready for firing, but the forms are there, honest and vulnerable in their rawness. I think I'm done for today. My voice sounds different even to my own ears. Lighter, less burdened. Catherine comes around to view the piece properly, her eyes widening. "Aaliyah, this is..." She circles the table, studying it from all angles. "This is something special." The mother figure stands tall, one hand reaching down to the child, while the other extends toward the father. The child bridges the gap between them, connected to both. The father figure leans slightly forward, as if moving toward them after a long absence. There's tension in the negative space between the adult figures. History, hurt, hesitation. but their postures suggest movement toward each other rather than away. I've never sculpted him before, I admit quietly, referring to the male figure that can only be Colin. Not even in my mind. You've captured something real here. Catherine tucks a loose strand of hair behind her ear. The vulnerability, especially in the father figure, it's palpable. My fingertips trace the curve of the male figure's back, where I've built in a slight hesitation in his stance. That's Colin. Strong but uncertain, wanting to belong but afraid he doesn't deserve to. And the mother? I study my own creation with fresh eyes. She's ready. Cautious but ready to try again. The female figure's chin is lifted, her posture open yet guarded. She's not rushing in blind this time. She's choosing with her eyes wide open. Catherine nods, satisfied with my answer. That's what matters. I carefully cover the piece with a damp cloth to keep it workable for tomorrow. My clothing is splattered with clay residue, my fingernails rimmed with it, but I've never felt cleaner, like I've washed away 6 years of doubt in a single creative session. I believed him, I say suddenly, needing to speak the words aloud. When Colin said he wanted to be in our lives, really be with us, I believed him. That frightens you. Yes. I start cleaning my tools, methodically wiping each one. But not believing him frightens me more. Living in this limbo where I keep him at a distance because I'm afraid of what happens if I let him close, that's exhausting. So what are you going to do? Catherine begins helping me organize my workspace. I place the wooden sculpting tools in their leather roll. I'm going to trust that we've both grown enough to make different choices this time. I'm going to stop preparing for him to leave before he's even had the chance to stay. The thought sends a warm current through my chest. The possibility of completeness, not just for Elias, who deserves to know his father, but for myself. For the woman who's been holding her breath for 6 years, waiting for the other shoe to drop. That's brave, Catherine says, squeezing my shoulder. It's necessary. I look at my clay family once more before heading to the sink. I can't keep creating art about wholeness while living fragmented. The water runs warm over my hands, turning rusty with clay as I scrub. Layer by layer, the residue washes away, revealing my skin beneath. My hands look strong to me now, capable, certain. These are hands that have held my son through fevers and nightmares. Hands that have created beauty from nothing but earth and water. Hands that have built a life piece by piece when nothing was given freely. These hands are ready to reach for Colin without fear of being left empty. I dry my hands and check my phone. 2 messages from Colin. Miss you already? Followed by, Elias asked if we could take him to the Science Museum this weekend. Thought you might want to join the planning committee. A simple, ordinary family question. The kind exchanged between parents every day across the world. But to me, it feels revolutionary. This easy inclusion, this assumption of togetherness. I text back, count me in. We can talk details tonight. I gather my things, a sense of quiet pride settling in my chest, not just for the sculpture taking shape on my workstation, but for the courage it represents. For the woman I've become who can face love with her head high and her heart open. Not fearless, but brave enough to try again.
Chapter 18. Colin. I lean back in my chair, spinning my pen between my fingers as I stare at the reports without really seeing them. The numbers blur together, my mind drifting to more important calculations. How many hours until I can leave the office and see Aliyah and Elias again? 3 text messages with Aliyah this morning already, each one making my chest feel lighter, like I'm finally breathing properly after years of shallow breaths. The Science Museum, I murmur, picturing Elias's face lighting up at the exhibits. My son's curious eyes taking in everything, asking questions I might not know the answers to. The thought doesn't scare me like it once would have. Being an imperfect father is better than being no father at all. Lesson I learned the hardest way possible. I pull out my phone, scrolling through the museum's website. There's a special dinosaur exhibit this weekend that seems perfect for a 6-year-old. I make a note to buy tickets in advance, not wanting anything to go wrong. Every detail matters now. Every promise kept is another brick in the foundation I'm trying to build. My office door flies open without warning, the heavy wood slamming against the wall with enough force to make the framed certificates rattle. So it's true. Mimi stands in the doorway, her sleek blonde hair styled impeccably, her green eyes flashing with fury. You're playing happy families with that artist and her bastard child. My body tenses, jaw clenching so tight I can feel a muscle twitch. Don't ever call him that again. What should I call him then? The walking, talking proof that you screwed some desperate gold digger years ago? Mimi stalks into my office, her heels clicking aggressively against the hardwood floor. I rise slowly from my chair, placing my palms flat on the desk to steady myself. That desperate gold digger is the mother of my child, Mimi, and her name is Aaliyah. Oh, I know exactly who she is. Mimi's voice drips with venom. The pathetic little artist who couldn't hold on to you 6 years ago. The one who conveniently forgot to mention she was pregnant until now. She didn't forget to mention anything. I'm the one who disappeared from her life. The admission tastes bitter but necessary. And for the record, I found out about my son from you, remember? You were so sure it would send me running. Guess your plan backfired. Mimi's perfectly manicured hand slams down on my desk, scattering papers. We had an understanding, Colin. You were going to propose at the Morgan Foundation Gala. Your mother has been dropping hints to everyone for months. My mother has been dropping hints since the day I turned 25. That doesn't mean I was planning to propose. I move around the desk, needing to put physical distance between us. We never had an understanding, Mimi. We had an arrangement that worked for both of us until it didn't. Until you decided to play daddy to some kid you just met. She follows me, her designer perfume overwhelming in the confined space. What happened to the Colin Morgan who didn't want to be tied down? Who said children were for people who'd given up on having an interesting life? The words hit like a slap, reminding me of who I was before. Selfish, afraid, running from responsibility disguised as freedom. The Colin was a coward, and wrong about a lot of things. They won't fit into your life, Colin. That woman and her son. My son, I correct sharply, something protective rising in my chest. Elias is my son. Mimi's face contorts with rage. You can't even be sure of that. She could be lying. He looks exactly like me. My voice softens at the memory of Elias's face, the undeniable Morgan features that stared back at me. But even if he didn't, even if there was room for doubt, I'd still want him in my life. I'd still want her. You can't be serious. Mimi laughs, but it sounds brittle, desperate. You're Colin Morgan. You're meant to be with someone who understands this world, our world. Someone who won't embarrass you at galas or board meetings. Aliyah could never embarrass me. The certainty in my voice seems to shock us both. She's talented, resilient, kind, everything I'm still learning to be. What about me? Mimi steps closer, her hand coming to rest on my chest. We make sense together. Everyone says so. I gently remove her hand. We were never going to work, Mimi. Not really. We wanted different things. And what does she want? Money for her art, a father for her kid, security. Mimi's voice rises with each question. Because I can guarantee she wants something from you. What she wants, I say carefully, is what I want too. A chance to build something real. Something that matters. Mimi's face flushes dark with anger. You're making a mistake. That woman and her bastard, I told you not to call him that. My voice drops dangerously low. Our relationship, whatever it was, is over. It's been over for a long time. We both knew that. This isn't over. Mimi grabs her purse from where she dropped it on my desk. You think you can just walk away from me? For some struggling single mother and her... Finish that sentence and you'll be escorted from the building. I don't raise my voice, but the steel in it is unmistakable. Elias is my son. Aliyah is his mother. They're my family now, and I will protect them. From anything, from anyone. This isn't over, Mimi seethes, her voice dropping to a dangerous whisper. Your parents adore me. They've been pushing for us to make things official for years. I laugh, the sound hollow and tired. Go ahead. Talk to them. I'm sure they'll have plenty to say. You think this is funny? Her eyes narrow, mascara perfect despite her rage. Your parents have been planning our wedding since we met. They practically picked out the venue. My parents want me to settle down. That's all they've ever wanted. I shrug, surprised by how little her threats affect me. And now I will. Just not with you. With that nobody instead? Mimi's voice cracks. Some struggling artist with a kid? With Aliyah. Her name feels right on my tongue, solid and real. The woman I should have been with all along. You can't be serious. She steps closer, invading my space. She's not one of us, Colin. She doesn't understand our world. Maybe that's exactly why I need her. The realization hits me as I say it. Someone who sees past the Morgan name and all the nonsense that comes with it. Your parents will never accept her. They'll never welcome some random woman's child into the family. He's my child too, Mimi. I feel my patience stretching thin. And I don't give a damn what anyone thinks, including my parents. For once in my life, I'm doing what I want, not what's expected. They're going to cut you off. The threat hangs in the air between us. Let them. The words come easier than I ever imagined they would. I've got more than enough money of my own. The trust fund my grandfather left me is untouchable, even by them. Mimi's face contorts with fury, her carefully constructed composure crumbling. I've wasted years on you. Years waiting for you to get yourself together, to be the man everyone expects you to be. I never asked you to wait. I never promised you anything. I step back, putting the desk between us again. Whatever version of me you've been waiting for doesn't exist. It never did. So, that's it? You're throwing everything away. Your family's approval, your position in society, our future. For what? Some woman you knocked up 6 years ago? She laughs bitterly. You'll be back, Colin. When you realize she doesn't belong in your world, you'll come crawling back. You really don't get it, do you? I shake my head, almost pitying her. I don't want that world anymore. Not if it means sacrificing what matters. What matters? Mimi's voice rises, edged with hysteria. Your father built an empire for you to inherit. Your mother has connections with every important family on the East Coast. I have the background, the education, the social standing to be the perfect Morgan wife. And none of that matters compared to the look on my son's face when he sees me. The image of Elias's wide, curious eyes flashes in my mind. Or the way Aliyah makes me feel like I can be better than I am. You're throwing away everything for a feeling? She spits the word like it's poison. I'm choosing my family, Mimi. My real family. Fine. She straightens her shoulders, composure returning like armor. I'll go speak with your parents myself. They should know what a disappointment their son has become. Be my guest. I cross my arms, unmoved by her theatrics. Tell them I'm finally doing what they've always wanted, settling down, taking responsibility, building a family. Just not on their terms. You're going to regret this. Mimi grabs her purse from the desk, her knuckles white around the designer leather. When you're living some boring domestic nightmare with your little artist and her... My son, I cut in, voice dropping dangerously low. Say his name. Elias. This isn't who you are, Colin. Her voice breaks, the first genuine emotion I've seen from her in years. This isn't what we planned. Plans change. People change. I've changed. Her hand moves so fast I barely register it. A sharp crack as her palm connects with my cheek, the sting immediate and hot. Damn you, Colin Morgan. Mimi's perfectly glossed lips curl into a snarl. Damn you and your pathetic little family. She turns on her heel, stalking toward the door, muttering obscenities under her breath that would shock her society friends. The door slams behind her with enough force to make the glass in my office windows rattle. I touch my cheek, feeling the heat from her slap. The pain is nothing compared to what I've been carrying for years. The emptiness, the knowledge that something vital was missing from my life.
Chapter 19. Aaliyah. I check my reflection in the Science Museum's glass entrance doors, still not quite believing I'm here, with Colin and Elias together, like we're a real family. My heart does a little flip when I catch sight of Colin's reflection behind mine, his tall frame hovering protectively near Elias, who's bouncing on his toes with excitement. Mom! Mom! They have actual dinosaur bones inside. Elias tugs at my hand, nearly vibrating with anticipation. Real ones from millions of years ago. I know, baby. That's why we're here. I smooth down his wild curls, feeling Colin's eyes on us, warm and attentive. Colin steps closer, his fingers brushing against mine before interlacing with them. The casual possessiveness of the gesture sends a shiver up my arm. I checked online. There's a T-Rex skeleton that's almost complete, and an interactive fossil dig for kids. You checked? I glance up at him, unable to hide my surprise. He squeezes my hand, his thumb tracing small circles against my skin. Of course I did. Want to make sure our son gets the full experience. Our son. Two simple words that knock the air from my lungs. I've been saying my son for 6 years, carrying the weight of that singular pronoun alone. Hearing Colin claim that connection so naturally, so publicly, makes my chest ache with something between joy and disbelief. Ready for dinosaurs? Colin asks Elias, crouching down to eye level with him. Elias nods so hard I worry he might hurt his neck. Ready? As Colin straightens, he keeps hold of my hand, walking through the entrance like it's the most natural thing in the world. Like we've been doing this for years instead of days. The security guard checking tickets smiles at us, at our joined hands, at Colin's other hand resting lightly on Elias's shoulder, and I feel warmth traveling across my body. We look like what we are, a family. Inside, the museum bustles with weekend visitors, but Colin navigates us through the crowd with effortless confidence, making space for us as if it's his birthright, which I suppose it kind of is. The dinosaur exhibit is on the 3rd floor, he says, consulting a museum map he's already memorized. But there's a cool gravity demonstration happening in 10 minutes on the main floor if you want to check that out first. I stare at him, this version of Colin who researches museum exhibits and plans efficient routes through crowded public spaces. Since when are you so organized about anything? His eyes crinkle at the corners, genuine amusement softening his features. Since I realized I had 6 years of fatherhood to catch up on. His face grows serious for a moment. I know I can't make up for lost time, but I can damn sure be present now. Language, mister, I whisper, nodding toward Elias, who's thankfully distracted by a spinning model of the solar system. Sorry. Colin doesn't look sorry at all, his eyes dancing with mischief as he pulls me closer. I'll be more careful with my vocabulary. The gravity demonstration captivates Elias completely. He sits cross-legged on the floor, chin propped in his hands, gasping at all the right moments as the museum educator drops objects of different weights and sizes. Colin and I stand behind him, and I'm acutely aware of Colin's arm wrapped around my waist, his fingers resting against my hip like they belong there. "Look at him," Colin murmurs against my ear, his breath warm. "He's so smart. Absorbing everything." "He gets that from me," I whisper back, feeling brave enough to tease. "No doubt." Colin's laugh rumbles through his chest and into mine where our bodies touch. But that focus, that intensity, pure Morgan family trait. The dinosaur exhibit exceeds even Elias's wildest expectations. He races from display to display, his voice rising with each discovery. "Mom, Dad, this one could swim." He points to a marine reptile fossil, the word "dad" falling from his lips so naturally now that my throat tightens. And it had babies in its tummy instead of eggs. Colin kneels beside him, examining the information plaque with serious attention. "That's an ichthyosaur, not technically a dinosaur, but a marine reptile that lived at the same time." Elias looks up at him with wide, impressed eyes. "How'd you know that?" "I read about it last night," Colin admits, looking slightly embarrassed. "Wanted to make sure I could answer your questions." My heart swells watching them. This man I once loved, still love, studying prehistoric creatures just to impress our son. Colin catches me staring and winks, the gesture so unexpectedly playful that I laugh out loud. In the fossil dig area, Colin helps Elias brush sand away from replica bones, his expensive watch tucked safely in his pocket, his sleeves rolled up to expose strong forearms, dusted with dark hair. He doesn't flinch when sand gets on his designer jeans or when Elias accidentally sprays him with the little brush. He just laughs, fully present in a way I never imagined possible. As Elias digs with fierce concentration, Colin rises and moves to stand beside me. "Thank you," he says softly, his eyes never leaving our son. "For what?" "For this." His arm slides around me again, drawing me against his side. For him. For not giving up on me entirely. Before I can respond, he turns, tilting my chin up with gentle fingers, and kisses me. Right there in the middle of the science museum, surrounded by prehistoric bones and curious children. His lips are warm and certain against mine, the kiss brief but unmistakably possessive, a public declaration. When he pulls back, his eyes are dark with promise. Been wanting to do that all day. "Colin." My voice sounds breathless even to my own ears. "People are watching." "Good." He brushes his thumb across my bottom lip. "Let them see. I want everyone to know that you're mine." I can't help the way my body reacts when Colin looks at me like that. Like I'm the only woman in a museum full of people. Like he'd happily push me against the nearest wall if we weren't surrounded by school groups and families. "Dad, Dad, come look at this one," Elias calls, breaking our moment. Colin's eyes linger on my face for one more heated second before he turns toward our son. "Coming, buddy." I watch them hunch together over a display of raptor claws, Elias gesturing wildly while Colin nods with genuine interest. My brain still hiccups every time I hear Elias call him Dad, but it's starting to feel less jarring, more natural, like the world is finally sliding into place the way it was always supposed to be. We move from the dinosaurs to the space exhibition, where Elias presses his face against the glass of a meteorite display. "This piece of rock came from outer space," he whispers, awed. "From another planet. Actually, most meteorites come from the asteroid belt between Mars and Jupiter," Colin explains, pointing to a diagram on the wall. "See that space there? Millions of rocks just floating around. I raise an eyebrow. Since when are you an expert on celestial bodies? Since last night at 3 a.m., he admits, flashing that disarming smile. Amazing what you can learn on YouTube when you can't sleep. Why couldn't you sleep? He steps closer, his voice dropping to a whisper only I can hear. Too busy thinking about you. About this. About everything I've missed. The raw honesty in his voice makes my chest tight. I want to be cautious, need to be cautious, but seeing him with Elias, seeing how hard he's trying, chips away at the protective walls I've built. In the robotics section, Elias gets to control a mechanical arm, his face scrunched in concentration as he attempts to pick up wooden blocks. You're almost there, Colin encourages, standing back to let Elias figure it out himself. Just a little to the left. When Elias successfully grabs a block, Colin high-fives him with such genuine pride that I have to look away, blinking back unexpected tears. This is everything I wanted for Elias. Everything I convinced myself he'd never have. Hours pass like minutes as we zigzag through exhibits. Colin never rushes us, never checks his phone or mentions work. Instead, he listens patiently to Elias's endless questions, offering explanations when he can and admitting when he doesn't know something. You know what? He says after Elias stumps him with a question about earthquakes. Let's find out together. He guides Elias to an interactive display, and they read the information aloud to each other. By late afternoon, Elias's boundless energy finally begins to flag. His steps slow, and he leans against my leg while we examine a display on renewable energy. You getting tired, kiddo? I ask, stroking his hair. He shakes his head stubbornly. No, I want to see everything. Colin crouches down, meeting Elias at eye level. How about a ride on my shoulders? You can see everything better from up high. Elias perks up immediately. Really? Can I? Absolutely. Colin hoists him up with ease, securing Elias's legs against his chest as our son settles onto his broad shoulders. Whoa! I'm so tall now. Elias grasps Colin's hair for balance, and I tense, expecting Colin to wince or complain. Instead, he just laughs, holding Elias's ankle steady. Better view up there? I can see everything. Elias stretches his arms out like wings. Look how small everyone is. Colin walks carefully through the remaining exhibits, ducking slightly at doorways to make sure Elias doesn't bump his head. I follow beside them, occasionally pointing things out, but mostly just watching them together. The mirror expressions of delight, the way Elias's hands rest comfortably on Colin's head, the protective grip Colin keeps on our son's legs. It hits me then, sudden and strong. I'm falling in love with Colin all over again. Not the boy I knew while I was in college, but this man who researches dinosaurs at midnight and carries our exhausted child on his shoulders. This man who's trying so hard to make up for lost time. Elias yawns widely from his perch, his eyelids growing heavy despite his elevated position. I think someone's ready to go home, I say softly. Colin nods, careful not to dislodge Elias. What do you say, buddy? Had enough science for one day? Elias rests his chin on top of Colin's head, his voice drowsy. Can we come back tomorrow? Maybe not tomorrow, Colin answers, exchanging an amused glance with me. But soon. I promise. As we head toward the exit, Elias's head nodding against Colin's, Colin reaches for my hand, lacing our fingers together. The simple gesture feels profound, a completion of the circuit that connects the three of us.
Chapter 20. Colin. I stand in the private elevator that leads directly to my parents' penthouse, straightening my tie for the third time. These casual family dinners are never actually casual. My mother's idea of informal still involves a 3-course meal and table settings that would make an etiquette coach weep with joy. The elevator glides to a stop with a soft ping, doors opening to reveal the gleaming marble foyer of my childhood home. "Colin, darling!" Mother swoops in, elegant as always in a cashmere sweater. She air kisses both my cheeks, the scent of Chanel number 5 enveloping me. "We've been waiting. Your father's already opened the Chateau Margaux. Sorry I'm late. Had a meeting that ran long. I don't mention that the meeting was actually me helping Elias build a model dinosaur he'd begged for after our museum visit yesterday. The glue hadn't dried in time, and I couldn't bear to leave until we'd attached the final pieces together." Mother loops her arm through mine, leading me toward the dining room. "No matter. We have a surprise guest who's been keeping us entertained." Something in her tone sets off warning bells. The last surprise guest was the daughter of one of Dad's golf buddies, a painfully boring hedge fund manager who couldn't stop talking about her portfolio diversification strategy. But when we turn the corner into the formal dining room with its wall of windows overlooking Central Park, I freeze. Sitting at the table beside my father, sipping red wine with practiced elegance, is Mimi. "Colin." She rises, her tight black dress showcasing every curve, diamond earrings catching the light from the chandelier. "What a coincidence. Your mother insisted I stay when I dropped by with those contracts from the London office." My father raises his glass in greeting, his silver hair immaculate as always. "Son, pour yourself a drink. Dinner's about to be served." There's no coincidence here. Mimi doesn't handle London contracts. She works in a completely different department. She's planned this ambush, and by the triumphant gleam in her eye, she believes she's about to win whatever game she's playing. I force myself to breathe, to maintain the polite mask I've perfected over years of Morgan family dinners. "Mimi, didn't expect to see you here." "Well," she smiles, sharp as a blade, "I've been sharing the most fascinating news with your parents." My stomach drops as I slide into the chair opposite her. Mother takes her seat at the end of the table, perfectly poised as the housekeeper, Elena, begins serving the first course, some delicate seafood creation arranged like modern art on oversized white plates. "Colin," my father says, swirling his wine, "Mimi tells us you've been spending time with a woman named Alia? And her young son?" The careful way he phrases it makes me clench my jaw. I can see Mimi's satisfaction, thinking she's turned my parents against the idea before they've even met Alia or Elias. "Yes." I look directly at my father, refusing to be ashamed. "Alia and I have reconnected, and Elias, her son, is my son too." Mother's fork pauses midway to her mouth. "Your son?" "Yes." I take a deep breath. "He's 6. I didn't know about him until recently." A brief silence falls over the table. I can practically hear Mimi's internal celebration, waiting for my parents to express their disapproval. The embarrassment of an unexpected Morgan grandchild, the complications with a woman who isn't from our social circle. Then my mother does something that shocks us all. She beams. "A grandson?" She sets down her fork, eyes bright. "Colin, that's wonderful news. Why on earth haven't you brought them to meet us yet?" My father nods, equally enthusiastic. "Agreed. When can we meet them?" "A grandson. This calls for celebration." What?" I stare at them, genuinely surprised by their reaction. Mother reaches across the table to pat my hand. "Darling, we've been waiting for you to settle down for years." "A child, how marvelous!" "But," Mimi's voice cuts through, her composure cracking, "they're not married. The woman's an artist with no connections. The child has been raised without the Morgan name." My father waves his hand dismissively. "Details. If this Alaya is important to Colin, and the boy is our grandchild, that's all that matters." "Richard." Mother turns to my father, already planning. We should host a proper welcome dinner, something special to make them feel like part of the family. Excellent idea, he agrees. Perhaps at the country house? More casual, give the boy room to play. Mimi stares at them, her perfect features stiffening with disbelief. But you promised. She catches herself, then continues more carefully. You both told me you wanted Colin to choose someone who understands our world, someone suitable for the Morgan name. My mother looks at her with something like pity. My dear, we want Colin to be happy. If this woman and child make him happy, they're suitable. But we had an arrangement. The words hang in the air. My parents exchange confused glances, while my blood runs cold. What arrangement would that be exactly? I set my wine glass down with deliberate precision, the crystal making a sharp click against the polished mahogany. Mimi's perfect facade crumbles before my eyes. Her porcelain complexion flushes an angry red, her manicured fingers clutching her napkin so tightly her knuckles turn white. Your parents and mine discussed our future, their companies, our marriage. It was all but settled. Her voice rises with every word, that carefully cultivated sophistication slipping away. My mother's eyebrows shoot up. I beg your pardon? Richard and I never discussed any such thing with the Ivanovas. We may have mentioned at the charity gala that you two seemed compatible, my father clarifies, his tone turning cooler by the second. But that's hardly an arrangement, Ms. Ivanova. Mimi's eyes dart between my parents, desperation replacing her usual calculated charm. No, 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 my father said. She stops herself, realizing she's exposing too much. You can't just throw away years of social connections for some random woman and her bastard child. The dining room temperature seems to drop 10 degrees. My father slowly sets down his knife and fork. I think you should leave now, Ms. Ivanova. His voice is deadly quiet. I stand up, my chair scraping against the hardwood. I'll show her out. You're making a terrible mistake. Mimi's composure deteriorates completely as she rises, nearly knocking over her wine glass. My parents are going to be furious at this betrayal. Do you have any idea how many business deals will fall through? How much influence does my family have? Your parents have nothing to do with Midas jewelry, I say coldly, and you've never had anything to do with me. Whatever fantasy you've been spinning about our future ends now. She grabs my arm as I move to escort her out. Colin, be reasonable. We make sense together. I understand your world. That woman, she's nobody. Her kid will never fit in here. I remove her hand from my arm. That kid is my son. And Aaliyah has more talent and integrity in her little finger than you have in your entire body. Leave, Mimi. I want nothing to do with you. At work or otherwise. You jerk! Her voice rises to a shriek. You think you can just discard me? After everything I've done to position myself? She turns to my stunned parents. And you, too. You smug, entitled pieces of trash, playing with people's lives like it's nothing. Elena, the housekeeper, appears in the doorway, alarmed by the commotion. My mother makes a subtle gesture, and Elena discreetly retreats. You're going to regret this, Mimi hisses, grabbing her purse. All of you. The Morgans aren't as untouchable as you think. Security will escort you down, I say, pressing the house intercom. Your personal items will be cleared from your office tomorrow. Consider your employment terminated. You can't fire me, I'm the daughter of someone who golfs with board members. I finish for her. That might get you through the door, but it won't keep you there after this display. 2 security guards appear silently in the doorway, summoned by the intercom call. Mimi's gaze darts between them, then back to me. For a moment, she seems about to launch into another tirade. Instead, she straightens her spine, adjusts her dress, and attempts to reclaim some dignity. Damn you, Colin. Damn this whole family. Her voice is low and venomous as she storms past the guards and out of the penthouse without looking back. We stand in silence until the elevator doors close. My father loosens his tie and takes a long sip of wine. Well, he says dryly, settling back into his chair. I'd say you dodged quite a bullet with that one, son. My mother picks up her fork as if nothing unusual has happened. Clearly. Now shall we continue our dinner and discuss when we can meet our grandson properly? I'm thinking Sunday brunch might be lovely. I sink back into my chair, relief washing through me as I process what just happened. Sunday brunch sounds perfect. I'll talk to Aaliyah.
Oh, so you think you're ready for some hockey romance, huh? Baby, you don't even know what you're about to step into.
This is not your grandma's romance collection.
No, sir. We're talking muscles on the ice, dirty talking men who can handle a stick. And I do mean every kind of stick.
8 full-length audiobooks, over 30 hours of heat, sass, and love stories that'll melt more than just the ice.
And honey, these aren't just some regular old stories. These are the kind that'll have you fanning yourself, yelling at your headphones, and staying up till 3 a.m. talking about one more chapter.
Normally, a collection like this would cost you a small fortune.
But baby, you know we don't play like that. Right now, it's already sitting at a jaw-dropping 70% off.
If you order today and use the YouTube exclusive code VIXA40, that's VIXA40.
Boom. Even bigger savings. That's right. Your romance binge just got cheaper than your last DoorDash order.
One click, endless passion.
Vixa Vaughn Romance. Chapter 21. Aaliyah. I step back from my canvas, squinting at the burst of colors I've been working on all morning. The abstract piece is coming together. Swirls of deep blue and gold intertwining against a backdrop of stark white. My apartment is flooded with natural light, perfect for painting, though I've learned to make do in far worse conditions. My phone buzzes with a text from Ms. Rodriguez across the hall, who watches Elias after school sometimes. Can Elias come over for cookies after school today? Made his favorites. I smile, typing back a quick yes. The community I've built in this building has become a lifeline. People who care about my son, who notice when we're having a rough day. It's not fancy, but it's home. The doorbell rings, startling me from my thoughts. I glance down at my paint-splattered overalls and faded t-shirt, wondering who could be stopping by unannounced. When I pull open the door, Colin's there with 2 brown paper bags in hand, the logo of my favorite sandwich shop emblazoned on them. Something warm unfurls in my chest at the sight of him. Tall and impossibly handsome, even in casual clothes. His blue eyes crinkling at the corners when he sees me. "Lunch delivery," he announces, lifting the bags with a grin. "I remembered you had the day off from Onyx." I step aside to let him in, suddenly self-conscious about my messy hair and paint-covered fingers. "I wasn't expecting you." I would have cleaned up. "Why?" His eyes travel over me with undisguised appreciation. "I like you covered in paint. It's sexy." "Is that your thing now? Artists with dirty fingernails?" "Just one specific artist." He leans down to kiss me quickly, then moves past me into the apartment. Something smells good in here. Linseed oil and turpentine, the perfume of the struggling artist. Colin makes himself at home, setting the food on my tiny kitchen table and pulling out containers. "I got you the Mediterranean with extra olives. And those sweet potato fries you like?" "You remembered." "I remember everything about you." The sincerity in his voice catches me off guard. I busy myself washing the paint from my hands, avoiding his eyes. So how was dinner with your parents last night? You seem stressed about it. Colin pauses, sandwich halfway to his mouth. It was eventful. Something in his tone makes me turn. Eventful how? Mimi showed up. What? I narrow my eyes. I've since told him about how Mimi approached Elias and I that day, with pointed questions about myself and my son. It makes total sense that she's been the one trying to sink her claws into Colin this whole time. How did that happen? She engineered it. Colin sets his sandwich down, leaning back in the chair. Showed up with some fake business documents, clearly hoping to turn my parents against you and Elias before they even met you. My stomach tightens. That's manipulative. That's Mimi. Colin rubs his jaw, a habit I've noticed when he's processing something uncomfortable. But it backfired spectacularly. I slide into the chair across from him, my appetite suddenly gone. How so? When I told my parents about Elias, that he's my son, they were thrilled. His expression softens with something like wonder. Actually thrilled, Aaliyah? My mother started talking about hosting a welcome dinner. My father wanted to know when he could meet him. You're kidding. I stare at him, certain this must be some kind of joke. I'm dead serious. Mimi completely lost it when she realized they weren't horrified by the news. Started ranting about some arrangement she thought existed between our families. He shakes his head. My father had security escort her out. Wow. I pick up a sweet potato fry, needing something to do with my hands. That's not what I expected. Me neither. I've spent years assuming they'd react badly to anything that didn't fit their prescribed idea of my life. But they genuinely want to meet you both. He reaches across the table, his fingers finding mine. They suggested Sunday brunch. My mouth goes dry. Sunday brunch? With your parents. The billionaires. They're just people, Aaliyah. People who live in penthouses and probably eat caviar for breakfast. Colin's thumb traces circles on my palm. My mother actually prefers bagels with cream cheese. And my father makes terrible coffee that everyone pretends to enjoy because no one has the heart to tell him it tastes like motor oil. A laugh bubbles up unexpectedly. Now you're just making stuff up to make me feel better. You don't have to come if you're not ready. His expression turns serious. But they're going to be part of Elias's life. And I hope they'll be part of yours too. I stand up, needing to move. My canvas calls to me from across the room, the swirls of blue and gold suddenly reminding me of the unknown territory I'm entering. It's just a lot to process. You, Elias? Now your family? Colin follows me to my painting, standing close enough that I can feel his warmth. This is beautiful, he says quietly, studying the canvas. What does it represent? I don't know yet. I trace the edge of a golden spiral with my finger. Sometimes I don't understand what I'm creating until I'm finished. Like life. Exactly like life. I turn to face him, my back to the painting. I never planned for any of this, Colin. You coming back? Elias meeting his father. Sunday brunches with the Morgans. His hands find my waist, drawing me closer. Does it scare you? Terrifies me. Me too. His admission surprises me. But I've never wanted anything more. He leans down, his lips finding mine in a kiss that starts gentle, but quickly deepens. My hands move up to his shoulders, paint-stained fingers leaving faint marks on his expensive shirt. I should care about ruining his clothes, but all I can focus on is the way his mouth moves against mine, the solid feel of him under my hands. When we break apart, I'm breathless. I'll come to brunch. I whisper against his lips. but you're responsible for making sure Elias doesn't spill anything on your mother's furniture." Colin's smile turns wolfish, his eyes darkening as he looks down at me. "I'll make sure he's on his best behavior, though I'm more worried about my father embarrassing us with his terrible jokes." "Now you're making me nervous again." "Don't be." His fingers ghost along my cheek. "You handle the downtown art scene with confidence. The Morgan brunch will be a cakewalk in comparison." "The downtown art scene doesn't have a net worth equal to some small countries." Colin leads me toward the living room, his hand warm against the small of my back. "Trust me, in my parents' eyes, you creating beautiful art is far more impressive than knowing which fork to use for the salad course." "There are multiple forks?" I deadpan, making him laugh. We reach my second-hand couch, a velvet monstrosity in a deep emerald that I found at a thrift store and couldn't resist. It's the nicest piece of furniture I own, though that's not saying much. Colin guides me down onto it, the cushions sighing beneath our combined weight. "I promise you," he murmurs, his face inches from mine. "They're going to love you almost as much as I." He catches himself, but the unfinished sentence hangs between us like a bright, glowing thread. My heart stutters in my chest as I process what he almost said. "As much as you what?" My voice comes out husky, barely above a whisper. Instead of answering, he closes the distance between us, his mouth capturing mine in a kiss that feels different from all our others. More vulnerable, more honest. His hand cradles my face like I'm something precious, and I melt into him, forgetting all about brunch and parents and forks. My fingers find their way into his hair, surprisingly soft for how perfectly styled it always looks. He makes a low sound in the back of his throat that vibrates through me, sending a current of electricity straight to my core. His other hand slides down my side, tracing the curve of my hip before slipping under the hem of my paint-splattered t-shirt. "Is this okay?" he asks against my lips, his fingertips warm against my bare skin. In response, I arch into his touch. More than okay. His hand travels higher, following the line of my ribs before cupping my chest through my bra. I gasp at the contact, my body remembering him even after all these years apart. It's like my skin has been waiting for his touch, without me even realizing it. Colin pulls back just enough to look into my eyes as his thumb brushes over my areola. "God, you're beautiful, Aaliyah." I should feel self-conscious. My hair's a mess, I'm wearing no makeup, and my clothes are covered in paint, but the reverence in his gaze makes me feel like the masterpiece instead of the artist. His lips find my neck, pressing open-mouthed kisses along the sensitive skin there, while his hands continue their exploration. I tilt my head to give him better access, losing myself in the sensation. My hands aren't idle either, tugging at his shirt until I can slide my palms across the warm expanse of his back, feeling the muscles shift beneath his skin. He pulls away just long enough to tug my t-shirt over my head, tossing it onto the floor beside us. His eyes drink me in, taking in the simple black bra I threw on this morning, having no idea my day would turn this way. His mouth returns to mine as he eases me back against the cushions, his weight a delicious pressure above me. My overalls are next to go, his fingers deftly undoing the clasps before sliding them down my legs. The contrast between his still-clothed body and my near-nakedness sends a thrill through me. Colin pulls back, taking in the sight of me in just my underwear, sprawled across the emerald velvet. His breath catches audibly. "You have no idea how perfect you are." The raw honesty in his voice disarms me completely. I reach for him, pulling him back down to me, my fingers working at the buttons of his shirt. Then, his lips travel down my body, leaving a trail of fire in their wake. When he reaches the edge of my bra, he looks up at me, seeking permission. I nod, unable to find words for how much I want this. Want him. He smiles against my skin before reaching behind me to unclasp my bra with practiced ease. "You're amazing, Aaliyah," he whispers. "Let me show you how incredible you are."
Chapter 22. Colin. I trail kisses down the smooth plane of her stomach, savoring the subtle salt of her skin on my lips. The afternoon light filtering through her curtains bathes her body in a warm glow, highlighting every perfect curve. My hands slide beneath her thighs, gently urging them apart as I position myself between them. If you want to know where this naughty scene is headed, you'll have to get it from billionaire.com. This platform has rules and guidelines that we have to follow in order to keep these free stories coming. Find any Vixa audiobook on her website and use code VIXA40 for a 40% discount to make up for these interruptions. Let's return to the story.
Chapter 23. Leah. Afternoon sunlight streams through the windows of Elias's classroom, catching on the colorful construction paper decorations hanging from the ceiling. Little handprints in rainbow colors form a border around the bulletin board, announcing Spring Achievement Day. The room buzzes with the excited energy of kindergartners and proud parents squeezed into tiny chairs. I sit between Colin and Mrs. Hernandez, a grandmotherly woman whose grandson sits next to Elias in class. My knee occasionally brushes against Colin's as we balance on chairs clearly designed for people a third our size. His presence beside me feels surreal but somehow perfectly natural at the same time. Colin leans close, his breath tickling my ear. Do you think they make these chairs deliberately uncomfortable to torture the parents? Definitely. It's the teachers' revenge for all the glitter projects they've had to deal with. I whisper back, fighting a smile. He shifts, his broad shoulders practically eclipsing mine, and I catch the scent of his cologne, something woodsy and expensive that makes my stomach flip in a way that has nothing to do with the awkward seating arrangement. His fingers find mine under the little table, intertwining casually as though we've been doing this for years instead of days. Elias's teacher taps her microphone at the front of the classroom. Her floral dress and enthusiastic smile perfectly embody elementary school teacher energy. Thank you all for coming to our Spring Achievement Ceremony. We're so proud of how hard all our little stars have worked this term. I crane my neck, searching the small group of children seated cross-legged at the front of the room until I spot Elias. His curls have been somewhat tame this morning, and his button-up shirt, the one he insisted on wearing, is only slightly rumpled. When he catches my eye, his face lights up and he waves enthusiastically. I wave back, my heart swelling. Colin waves too, his face sporting a genuine, unguarded smile that transforms his usually serious features. His son. Our son. The thought sends a flutter through my chest. First up, we have our Creative Explorer Awards, the teacher announces, holding up certificates with colorful borders. These go to students who have shown exceptional creativity and artistic expression. I sit up straighter, squeezing Colin's hand. We both know Elias's name will be among them. Sure enough, she calls out, "Elias Marshall." Elias bounces up, practically vibrating with excitement as he accepts his certificate. He holds it up high, looking directly at us with such pride that my eyes sting with sudden tears. "That's our boy," Colin says, his voice thick with emotion that mirrors my own. His teacher says he's the most detail-oriented artist in the class. I whisper, unable to contain my pride. Last week he spent an entire hour drawing every single scale on a dragon. He gets that from you, Colin says, squeezing my hand. The talent and the stubborn attention to detail. The stubbornness is definitely 50-50. I counter, bumping his shoulder playfully. As the ceremony continues, I can't help stealing glances at Colin. He's completely engaged, watching every child accept their awards with genuine interest, clapping enthusiastically for each one. When a little girl trips on her way to the front, he winces in sympathy. This is a side of him I never expected. The man who can command boardrooms and move millions with a signature looking completely at home in a kindergarten classroom. His phone vibrates in his pocket, the buzz audible in the momentary quiet between awards. He checks the screen discreetly, his brow furrowing. "I need to take this," he whispers apologetically. "I'll be right back." I nod, watching as he unfolds himself from the tiny chair and slips out the side door. The awards continue, with children accepting certificates for everything from math wizard to kindness ambassador. Elias receives a second award for most improved reader, and I take a quick photo to show Colin when he returns. Minutes stretch on, and I find myself glancing at the door more frequently. Just as his teacher is announcing a short break before the class performance, Colin reappears, his face ashen. Something cold settles in my stomach at the sight. Colin crosses the room to me, his normally confident stride faltering. The classroom's cheerful chaos fades away as I take in his expression, jaw tight, eyes wide with something that looks terrifyingly like fear. "What's wrong?" I reach for his hand instinctively. He drops back into the tiny chair beside me, leaning close so only I can hear. "That was the hospital. My parents were in a car accident." Oh my God. The words barely make it past my suddenly dry throat. They're alive. But that's all I know. His voice cracks, something I've never heard before. "They're being transported to Memorial right now. The doctor said it's serious. I need to go." I'm already gathering my purse, my mind racing through logistics. "Of course. Let me get Elias." "You don't have to." Colin starts, but I cut him off with a squeeze of his hand. "We'll come with you. Both of us." The clarity of my decision surprises even me. This isn't even a question. His eyes search mine, a storm of emotions passing through them. "You'd do that?" "Colin." I lower my voice further as a group of parents walks past us. "Of course we would." Relief washes over his face, mixed with something deeper I can't quite name. His fingers tighten around mine. "Thank you." I scan the room for Elias, spotting him with his friends by the snack table. "Give me 1 minute to explain to his teacher, then we'll go." I make my way to Mrs. Garza, explaining the situation in hushed tones. Her kind eyes fill with concern as she nods understanding. "Of course you need to go. I'll make sure Elias gets his participation certificate afterward." "Thank you." I cross to where Elias is happily munching on animal crackers with his friends. Kneeling beside him, I try to keep my voice casual. "Hey, buddy. We need to go on a special trip right now." His eyes widen. "But what about our song? We practiced it all week." My heart twists. He's been talking about nothing else for days. "I know, sweetheart, and I'm so sorry. It's about your dad's parents. They're not feeling well, and we need to go see them at the hospital." "Are they really sick?" His small face crumples with concern, reminding me how much compassion fits inside his little body. "They had an accident, and we don't know much yet. But I bet seeing you would make them feel better." I smooth his curls, hoping I'm not making promises I can't keep. Elias nods solemnly, already slipping his backpack over his shoulders. "I can bring them my special drawing. The one with the dragon that breathes flowers instead of fire. That always makes you feel better when you're sad." A lump forms in my throat. "That's perfect, baby." We return to Colin, who stands awkwardly by the door, phone clutched in his hand like a lifeline. His eyes are distant, already at the hospital with his parents. "Ready?" I ask softly. He blinks, coming back to the present. "Yes. My driver's outside." Elias slips his small hand into Colin's larger one, the gesture so natural it makes my chest ache. "I'm bringing a special drawing for your mom and dad," he announces. Colin looks down, surprise flickering across his features before his expression softens. "They'd like that, buddy." "Thanks." Outside, Colin's sleek black car waits at the curb. His driver jumps out to open the door, his face a careful mask of neutrality despite the obvious tension. We slide into the cool leather interior, Elias between us, unusually quiet as he picks up on the gravity of the situation. Memorial Hospital. Colin instructs the driver, his voice strained but steady. As quickly as possible. As the car pulls away from the curb, Colin stares straight ahead, his profile sharp against the window. Without thinking, I reach across Elias to touch his arm. They're going to be okay. I have no way of knowing if that's true, but he needs to hear it. His gaze meets mine, vulnerability naked in his eyes. I can't lose them, he whispers, so quietly I almost miss it. We'll be right there with you, I promise, meaning every word. Whatever happens, whatever you need. Elias nods vigorously. We're here. Colin's hand covers mine where it rests on his arm, warm and solid. Thank you. 2 simple words that somehow contain multitudes. The car weaves through traffic, carrying us toward uncertainty, but the 3 of us are connected in this moment. My hand on Colin's arm, Elias between us, forming a bridge I never expected to cross.
Chapter 24. Colin. Memorial Hospital looms before us, a sterile monolith of glass and steel against the afternoon sky. My heart hammers against my ribs as we pull up to the entrance, each beat a reminder that my parents, the 2 people who've been constants in my life despite our differences, are somewhere inside, hurt. "We're here, sir," my driver announces, his voice deliberately even. I barely wait for the car to stop before I'm out the door, then remember myself and turn back to help Aliyah and Elias. The weight of their presence grounds me as we move through the sliding glass doors into the antiseptic-scented air of the emergency department. "My parents," I say to the receptionist, my voice coming out rougher than intended. "Morgan, they were brought in from a car accident." Her fingers tap efficiently across her keyboard. "They've been moved to the trauma unit, 4th floor. Room 412. The elevator ride feels endless. Elias stands between Aliyah and me, his small hand still clutching mine like a lifeline. I catch my reflection in the polished metal of the elevator doors. I look wrecked, nothing like the composed CEO who commands respect in boardrooms. Aliyah's eyes meet mine in the reflection, steady and reassuring. "We're here," she mouths silently. And somehow it helps. The trauma unit's hallways stretch before us in shades of institutional beige. A nurse directs us to room 412, her expression softening when she sees Elias. "They're stable," she says quietly. "Both conscious." Relief hits me like a physical force, nearly buckling my knees. I pause outside their door, suddenly hesitant. Aliyah's hand finds the small of my back, her touch light but present. "Do you want us to wait out here?" "No." The word comes out instantly. "Please come with me." We enter to find my mother in the bed nearest the door, her elegant face marred by a nasty contusion along her left temple. My father occupies the second bed, his arm in a sling, his normally perfect silver hair disheveled. Both look alarmingly fragile against the white hospital sheets. "Colin," my mother's voice cracks as she reaches for me with her uninjured hand. I cross to her in 3 strides, carefully taking her hand in mine. "Mom. Jesus, what happened?" "Someone ran us off the road," my father answers, his voice strained but strong. "Hit us deliberately from behind, then again on the side when we didn't go down the embankment. Cold dread pools in my stomach." "What do you mean? Deliberately?" My mother's eyes drift past me to where Aliyah stands with Elias near the door. Something softens in her expression. "You brought them." "Yes." I follow her gaze. "This is Aliyah and Elias. I stumble over the labels, none seeming adequate. "My family." Elias steps forward, clutching his drawing. "I brought you something to feel better. he announces, his small voice serious in the hushed room. It's a dragon that breathes flowers. They're magic healing flowers. My mother's eyes fill with tears as she accepts the drawing with trembling fingers. It's beautiful, sweetheart. Thank you. My father clears his throat. Colin, we need to talk about who did this. The police said it was a hit and run, I reply, moving to stand between the two beds. They're checking traffic cameras. It wasn't random. His voice drops, eyes darting to Elias. Son, it was Mimi. The words hit me like a physical blow. What? Don't dismiss this. My father cuts me off, wincing as he shifts in the bed. The car that hit us was the same one that's been following your mother to her charity meetings. Black SUV, tinted windows, Russian plates. Russian plates? My brain struggles to process what he's implying. My mother reaches for my hand again. After that scene at our dinner when you made your choice clear. She glances meaningfully toward Aliyah and Elias. Mimi was livid. She called us after you had left, screaming about betrayal. Said her father had invested too much in the merger for you to throw it away on. She stops, eyes flicking to Elias. Elias steps forward. Elias, honey, why don't we go find that vending machine we saw and get some snacks for everyone? Her eyes meet mine briefly, understanding passing between us. When they've left, my father continues, his voice low and urgent. You know who her father is, Colin. What his businesses really are. This wasn't just about a wedding or a merger. There were other expectations. Those Russian investments you always questioned, my mother adds. The ones we advised against. They weren't just about expanding market reach. The pieces click together in my mind with sickening clarity. Mimi's father, the Russian oligarch whose business practices I'd always found suspiciously clean on paper. The man whose handshake felt like a vice. You think she sent someone to... What? Scare you? Kill you? The words taste foreign and absurd on my tongue. I think, my father says carefully, that you made an enemy when you chose your real family over the alliance she thought was guaranteed. My mother's fingers tighten around mine. We've already called Malcolm. He's arranging security details for all of us. Malcolm, my father's head of security, former special forces. The fact that they've already involved him speaks volumes about how serious they consider this threat. Jesus Christ. I run my free hand through my hair. This is insane. It can't be. The driver looked straight at us, Colin. My mother's voice is steady despite the fear in her eyes. He made eye contact before he rammed us. That wasn't an accident. My head spins as I struggle to process what my parents are telling me. The thought that Mimi, someone I once shared my bed with, someone who sat across from me at countless dinners, could be capable of this level of violence makes my stomach turn. Mimi wouldn't... But the words die in my throat as I remember the cold fury in her eyes the last time I saw her. Colin. My mother's voice cuts through my thoughts. Her fingers tighten around mine with surprising strength for someone who's just survived a car crash. This isn't just about us. If she's willing to hurt your father and me, she'll go after Aliyah and Elias next. My father finishes, his voice grim. There's no question in his tone, just certainty. The mere suggestion sends a jolt of primal fear through my body. My throat constricts as I imagine Aliyah's car forced off the road, Elias in the back seat. That's not going to happen, I growl, the words coming out like gravel. I'll call Malcolm right now, get security details arranged. Security details aren't enough. My father winces as he shifts in the hospital bed. Think, son. What do you have that no one else can access? Where would they be safest? The answer is obvious. My penthouse. The building has the best security in the city, my mother agrees. The private elevator, the doorman, the security cameras. But they have their own place, I argue weakly, already knowing I'm wrong. Aliyah values her independence. She won't want to... This isn't about what she wants. My father's voice is sharper now. This is about keeping them alive. You need to protect your family, Colin, before it's too late. My family. The words resonate through me like a bell being struck. In the weeks since Aliyah came back into my life, since I discovered Aloysius was my son, they've become everything to me. The thought of something happening to either of them is unbearable. I'll move them in tonight, I decide, pulling out my phone to text Malcolm. I'll triple the security protocols. No one gets in without my explicit authorization. My mother's eyes soften with relief. You've always had good instincts, Colin. When you're not letting your stubborn pride get in the way. A nurse enters to check their vitals, and I step into the hallway to make the calls. Malcolm answers on the first ring. I've been briefed on the situation, sir, he says, professional as always. I'm already coordinating with hospital security and the police. What are your instructions regarding Miss Marshall and the boy? I want them moved to the penthouse immediately. Full security detail. No one enters the building without clearance. I need background checks on every staff member at Elias's school. Consider it done. I end the call and look down the hospital corridor to where Aliyah stands with Elias by the vending machine. She's helping him count out coins, her head bent toward his, their curls almost touching. The sight of them, so normal, so precious, sends a surge of protectiveness through me that's almost painful in its intensity. How do I tell her that they are in danger? That my past mistakes have put a target on their backs? Elias spots me and waves, his small face lighting up. Dad, we got chocolate. The word dad still feels new, miraculous. I can't lose this. I won't. Aliyah reads my expression as I approach. What is it? Are your parents okay? They're stable, I say, keeping my voice low. But we need to talk. Privately. She nods, instantly alert. Elias, honey, why don't you take these snacks to Colin's parents? Stay with them for a minute while we talk in the hall, okay? Okay, Mom. He clutches the candy bars carefully and heads back to the room, unaware of the danger swirling around him. When he's out of earshot, I take Aliyah's hands in mine. They're warm, steady, grounding me. The accident wasn't an accident, I tell her, watching her eyes widen. It was Mimi. Or someone working for her. What? That's, insane. Yeah, but my parents are certain. And Mimi's father has connections, dangerous ones. Aliyah's breath catches. You think she'd come after us? After Elias? The fear in her voice makes my chest ache. I'm not willing to take that chance. I need you both to move into my penthouse. Tonight. It's the most secure place I know.
Chapter 25. Aliyah. The setting sun casts long shadows across Colin's penthouse as we enter, my arms full of hastily packed bags, while Colin carries a sleeping Elias. My son's head rests against Colin's shoulder, his small face peaceful despite the chaos of the last few hours. Welcome home, Colin whispers, his eyes meeting mine over Elias's curls. Home. The word catches in my throat. This wasn't how I imagined us becoming a family, forced together by threats and fear rather than choice and love. I'll show you to your rooms, Colin continues, shifting Elias higher on his shoulder. I had the staff prepare them while we were at the hospital. I follow him through the sprawling space, taking in the floor-to-ceiling windows and the glittering city below. The penthouse is beautiful, undeniably so, all clean lines and expensive simplicity, but it doesn't feel like somewhere my son and I belong. Not yet. Here's Elias's room, Colin says, pushing open a door to reveal a spacious bedroom painted in soothing blue. It's not really set up for a kid yet, but it's perfect for tonight, I say, cutting him off gently. He's so exhausted he wouldn't notice if we put him on the kitchen floor. Colin's lips quirk into a half smile as he lays our son gently on the bed. I set down my bags and move to remove Elias's shoes. My movement's automatic from years of practice. Colin watches, then reaches to help unfold the blanket at the foot of the bed. "Mom!" Elias stirs, his eyes blinking open drowsily. "Where are we?" "We're at Colin's house," I say, smoothing his hair back from his forehead. "Remember? We're going to stay here for a while." Fear flickers across his small face. Because of the bad people? My heart sinks. Despite our careful words, children always understand more than we think. "Just for a little while, baby. Until things are safe again." But why do bad people want to hurt us? His bottom lip trembles. Colin kneels beside the bed, bringing himself to Elias's eye level. "No one is going to hurt you, buddy. I promise. That's why you're here with me, so I can make sure you and your mom are safe." "Like a superhero?" Elias asks, uncertainty giving way to curiosity. "Exactly like a superhero." Colin's voice is firm with conviction. "This is my secret fortress, and no bad guys can get in here." Elias considers this, his small brow furrowed in thought. "But what about my toys? And my dinosaur pajamas?" "We brought some of your things," I tell him, gesturing to the bags. "And tomorrow, we're going to go shopping for anything else you need." "Actually," Colin interjects, "I was thinking we could convert the guest room across the hall into a proper bedroom for Elias. Paint it whatever color you want, buddy. And we'll get you all the toys and books and art supplies." "Art supplies?" Elias perks up, sleep forgotten. "Like real artist ones?" "The best," Colin promises. "Canvases and paints and clay, whatever you want. And maybe we could set up an art corner in the living room too, with an easel by the windows." Elias's eyes widen with delight. "Can I have space stuff too? And dinosaurs?" "Dinosaurs in space," Colin says solemnly. "It'll be the coolest room in the whole building." I watch them together, my chest tight with emotion. Despite the circumstances, there's something beautiful about seeing them bond, about watching Colin throw himself so completely into fatherhood. "What about school?" Elias asks, yawning widely. "You'll still go to your school," I assure him. "Colin's driver will take us, and there will be extra people there to keep you safe." "Like bodyguards?" His eyes light up at the idea. "Just like that," Colin confirms. "But for tonight, you need to sleep, little man. Big day tomorrow." Elias nods, already drifting back toward sleep. "Good night, Mom." "Good night, Dad." Colin freezes for a split second, emotion washing over his face at the casual dad. He recovers quickly, tucking the blanket around Elias's shoulders. "Good night, buddy." Sweet dreams. We slip out of the room, leaving the door cracked open. Colin leads me to a door further down the hall. "This is your room. Mine's at the end of the corridor if you need anything." "Thank you," I say, meaning it for more than just the room, for all of this, for making him feel safe. Colin's eyes soften. He is safe. "I swear to you, Aaliyah, I won't let anything happen to either of you." The fierce protectiveness in his voice makes something flutter in my chest. "I believe you." He hesitates, like there's more he wants to say, then squeezes my hand gently. "Try to get some rest. I'll be up for a while, going over security protocols with Malcolm if you need me." The door clicks shut behind Colin, and I'm alone in a room that costs more per month than I've ever made in a year. The space is tastefully minimal, cream walls, plush carpet, and a king-size bed that looks like it could swallow me whole. Enormous windows frame the glittering city below, a view I'd normally kill to paint. But tonight, all I want is the familiar comfort of my cramped apartment, with its creaky floors and temperamental radiator, a place where I know every scratch on the wall and the exact sound the refrigerator makes at 3 in the morning. I unzip the first bag and pull out a handful of my clothes, the practical ones I grabbed during our rushed packing. My fingers trace over Elias's little t-shirt with the dinosaur print, mentally cataloging everything we left behind. His favorite stuffed triceratops, my sketchbooks, the clay projects drying on the windowsill. My phone vibrates against the nightstand, Mrs. Rodriguez's name flashing on the screen. I smile. She's probably calling to check on us. The sweet grandmother from across the hall, who always brings over homemade tamales and watches Elias when I'm in a pinch. Hello? Aaliyah? Gracias a Dios. Her voice comes through breathless, panicked. Are you safe? Is Elias with you? My spine stiffens. We're fine. What's wrong? There are men, 2 men in masks. They broke your door. Her words tumble out, accent thickening with fear. I heard the crash and looked through my peephole. They kicked it in. They're inside your apartment right now. My stomach plummets. The room spins. Are you safe? Did they see you? No. I'm hiding in my bathroom. They don't know I'm here. They're speaking, I don't know, not English, not Spanish. Something European, maybe? Her voice drops to a whisper. I called the police already. They're coming. But Aaliyah, these men, they're tearing your place apart. I can hear them throwing things, breaking glass. My knees give out, and I sink onto the bed. If we had stayed, if Colin hadn't insisted we leave immediately, Elias and I would have been there when these men burst in. The image flashes unbidden. My son's terrified face, men in black masks, violence erupting in our small sanctuary. Mrs. Rodriguez, please stay hidden. Don't let them know you're there. Where are you? She asks. You're not coming back tonight, are you? No, we're safe. We're staying with, I pause, suddenly cautious. With family. Good. These men, they are looking for something. Opening drawers, moving furniture. There's a crash in the background and she gasps, Dios mío. Stay on the phone with me. My voice is steadier than I feel. Can you still hear them? Yes, they're still inside. The police should be here soon. The sirens. She breaks off as distant wailing grows louder. I think they're here. The men are shouting now. They're running. Relief washes over me, quickly followed by a cold, hard certainty. This wasn't random. This was Mimi. The timing is too perfect. She's hunting for leverage, for proof of Elias's paternity, or maybe just trying to scare me into backing down. The police are here, Mrs. Rodriguez confirms. The men are gone. They jumped down the fire escape. Thank you for calling me. My voice shakes. When the police talk to you, don't mention me or where we're staying, okay? Just say I'm out of town. After promising to check on her tomorrow, I hang up and stare at the phone in my trembling hand. The luxury around me no longer feels excessive. It feels necessary. A fortress, keeping my son safe from whatever Mimi is planning. I need to tell Colin. My bare feet are silent against the plush carpet as I hurry down the hall to where light spills from beneath the door. I knock once, then push it open without waiting for a response. Colin and another man, Malcolm, I assume, look up from a laptop, their serious expressions shifting to concern when they see my face. Aaliyah? What's wrong? Colin stands immediately. My apartment was just broken into. 2 masked men. My voice remained steady through sheer force of will. They forced the door and ransacked the place. My neighbor called to warn me. Colin's face hardens into something dangerous, his jaw tight. Did they hurt anyone? Were they caught? No, they ran when they heard police sirens. But Colin... I wrap my arms around myself, suddenly cold despite the comfortable temperature. This wasn't random. This was Mimi. She sent those men to find something, or to send a message, if we had been there. Thank God you weren't. Colin replies, rubbing at his jaw and exchanging a look with Malcolm. We need to act. Fast. Mimi is out of control, and I'm not going to let her hurt you or Elias. Over my dead body would I let that happen.
Chapter 26. Colin. Malcolm nods, his expression grim. I'll get our security team to the apartment, see what evidence we can gather before the police contaminate everything. He quietly excuses himself, leaving Alia and me alone in my home office. I watch her, this woman who's suddenly been thrust back into my life, who's given me a son, and who now stands in my penthouse with fear in her eyes and steel in her spine. She's pulled herself together remarkably well, considering someone just violated her home, but I can see the tremor in her hands, the tension in her shoulders. Sit! I gesture to the leather chair opposite my desk. Please, you look like you're about to collapse. I'm fine. But she sits anyway, perching on the edge, like she might need to spring up at any moment. What are we going to do? If Mimi's willing to send men to break down my door, what else is she capable of? I pace the length of the room, mind racing through scenarios, discarding each as quickly as they form. We need to end this. Not just contain it, end it completely. And for that, I need Mimi to incriminate herself. We need to catch her red-handed, I say finally, stopping to look out over the nighttime cityscape. Get her to confess, record it, and take it to the police. And how exactly do we do that? I turn to face her, the beginnings of a plan forming. I'm going to give her exactly what she wants, and me. Alia's brow furrows. What? I'll tell her I've realized she was right all along. That I've decided you and Elias are nothing but trouble. Complications I don't need. The words taste bitter even as hypotheticals. I'll say I've cut you both off, that you're out of my life for good. She'll never believe that. She will if I sell it right. Mimi sees what she wants to see. She wants to believe I'll choose her, so she will. I move to sit on the edge of my desk, closer to Alia. Then I'll suggest we get away for a few days, just the two of us. I have a cabin upstate, secluded, private. I'll tell her I need time away from the city, from all of this drama. Understanding dawns on Alia's face, quickly followed by concern. You want to get her alone and trick her into confessing. Exactly. I'll wear a wire, get her talking about what she's done. Once I have her admitting to hurting my parents, breaking into your apartment, endangering Elias, we take it to the police. With her family connections, we need ironclad evidence. Alia shakes her head, disbelief evident. And you think she'll just... What? Brag about breaking the law? She will if she thinks she's won. Mimi loves nothing more than victory, especially over other women. If she believes she's beaten you, taken me back from you, she'll gloat. I know her. This is insane. Elias stands abruptly, pacing now herself. You're going to disappear to some remote cabin with the woman who's threatening our son? Who just sent men to break into my home? What if something goes wrong? Malcolm and his team will be nearby the whole time. I won't be in any real danger. She stops pacing, whirling to face me. It's not you I'm worried about. It's Elias. What if she realizes it's a trap and decides to go after him while you're playing relationship charades in the woods? Elias will have round-the-clock security, the best money can buy, and you two will be staying here in the meantime. I move to her, placing my hands gently on her shoulders. I would never, ever put our son at risk, but this needs to end, Alia. We can't live like this, looking over our shoulders, afraid in our own homes. Her eyes search mine, and I see the struggle there, between trusting me and protecting our child. I don't like it, she says finally. The thought of you and her. It's just pretend. I catch a hint of jealousy in her tone, and something warm unfurls in my chest despite the gravity of our situation. It won't be real. How do I know that? Her voice drops, vulnerability bleeding through. You two have history. A mistake. One I've been paying for ever since. I trail my fingers down her arm, feeling her skin pebble under my touch. Trust me when I say there's only one woman I want, and it's not Mimi. Elias steps back, putting space between us. This isn't about what I want or don't want. It's about keeping Elias safe. And that's exactly why I need to do this. I run a hand through my hair, frustration mounting. Alaya, please. I need you to trust me. I know I haven't earned that trust yet, but I'm asking for it anyway. She wraps her arms around herself, thinking. The silence stretches between us, taut with tension. What happens after? She finally asks. Even if you get a confession, will the police actually do anything? She has connections, money. So do I. More of both. And I'll use every resource I have to make sure she faces consequences. Alaya uncrosses and recrosses her arms, her jaw working as she weighs our limited options. The tension in the room is thick enough to cut with a knife. Fine. Her voice is quiet but firm. But I want to know every detail of this plan. Where you'll be. What security measures will be in place for Elias. Everything. Relief washes through me. Of course. We'll go through it all, step by step. And I want to be involved in the planning. No decisions about our son's safety without me. Agreed. I move toward my desk and pull out a chair for her. We'll start now. For the next hour, Malcolm rejoins us and we outline every contingency, every possible scenario. Alaya asks pointed, detailed questions that reveal her sharp mind working through all the angles. By the time we finish, we have a solid plan, and Alaya looks marginally less terrified, though no less determined. I still hate this, she says finally. So do I. And I do. The thought of pretending to want Mimi, of saying awful things about Aliyah and Elias, makes my stomach turn. But I'll do whatever it takes to keep them safe. After Aliyah and Elias are settled into the guest rooms down the hall, I retreat to my office and pull out my phone. My fingers hover over the screen for a moment before I type out the first message to Mimi. Hey, been thinking about you. Can we talk? Simple, casual, with just enough hint of interest to bait the hook. I press send before I can second-guess myself. Her response comes almost immediately. Really? What about your new little family? I grimace, hating what I'm about to write. Every word feels like acid in my mouth. Made a mistake there. Thinking clearer now. Some things just aren't worth the drama. I stare at the message for a long moment, loathing myself for even typing those words before sending it. Less than 30 seconds later, bubbles appear as she types her response. Took you long enough to figure that out. She's always been after your money. A spark of anger flares in my chest. Even though I'm playing a part, hearing Mimi talk about Aliyah like that, the woman who struggled and sacrificed for our son while I was oblivious, makes me want to throw my phone across the room. Instead, I force myself to play along. You were right. Should have listened. Miss seeing you. The flirtation feels hollow, desperate, but Mimi doesn't seem to notice. Her response is immediate, eager. I'm free tomorrow night. Dinner at La Mer? Perfect. Public enough for a first meeting, but intimate enough to start rebuilding our connection, at least from her perspective. Sure, but I have an even better idea. I need to get out of the city for a few days, clear my head. Come with me to my cabin upstate? Too direct? Maybe, but I don't have time for the slow play. Every day this drags on is another day Aliyah and Elias are at risk. Mimi's response takes longer this time. I can imagine her weighing the offer, suspicious of my sudden change of heart. Pretty sudden. What happened with the artist and her brat? My jaw tightens, teeth grinding together. The casual cruelty in her dismissal of Elias makes my blood boil. Deep breath. Focus on the endgame. Found out she was just after the Morgan money. Wanted a bigger child support check. Got tired of the manipulation. Told her to take her kid and get out of my life. The words taste like ash. I think of Elias's innocent smile, how his eyes light up when he sees me. Of Alia's fierce independence, how she never once asked me for anything despite raising our child alone. I feel physically ill typing these lies. 3 minutes pass. 5. I'm starting to think Mimi's seen through my ploy when my phone finally buzzes. I told you so, Colin. I told you she was nothing but trouble. No woman walks away from a Morgan man unless she's gotten what she wanted. You're better off without them dragging you down. Her gloating is so predictable it would almost be funny if the stakes weren't so high. Still, I need to play this perfectly. You know me better than anyone, Mimi. Always have, so what do you say? A few days away, just us? When? Day after tomorrow. I'll have everything arranged. There's a long pause before her final response comes through. I knew you'd come around eventually. Yes. Let's get away from it all. I've missed you, Colin. I've missed having you in my bed. I set the phone down, feeling like I need a shower. It's working, but the cost to my conscience is steep. When I look up, Aaliyah is standing in the doorway of my office, watching me with an unreadable expression. She took the bait, I say quietly. Good, she replies, perking a brow. I hope this works, Colin. So do I.
Chapter 27. Aaliyah. I sip my coffee in Colin's absurdly pristine kitchen, trying not to feel out of place among the gleaming marble countertops and high-end appliances that probably cost more than 6 months of my rent. The coffee maker alone costs $5,000, if my Google searches are accurate. The morning sun streams through windows, casting the space in golden light that would be perfect for painting, if I could focus on anything besides the knot of anxiety in my stomach. You're sure Malcolm dropped Elias off safely? I ask, for what must be the 3rd time this morning. Colin glances up from his tablet, his expression softening. Yes. Malcolm texted confirmation 10 minutes ago. He's watching the school right now, and 2 other security personnel are stationed nearby. And they know to stay out of sight? I don't want Elias feeling like he's being watched, or... They're professionals, Aaliyah. Colin sets down his tablet and reaches across the island to touch my hand. They know how to be discreet. Elias will just have a normal day at school. Normal. As if anything about this situation is normal. As if we're just a regular family, sending our son off to kindergarten instead of hiding from a potentially dangerous socialite who's already breached my apartment. Right. I pull my hand away and wrap both palms around my mug. So, tell me again exactly what you're planning to say to her tonight. Colin's jaw tightens, almost imperceptibly. We've been over this plan a dozen times since last night, but I need to hear it again. Need to know exactly what sweet nothings he'll be whispering to Mimi while I sit here worrying about our safety. I'm meeting her at La Mer at 7. I'll tell her I've been miserable since cutting ties with you and Elias. That I realized she was right all along, and I should have listened to her. My stomach churns. Even knowing it's a lie, the thought of Colin saying those words makes me feel sick. And then I suggest we leave for the cabin tomorrow. The sooner we get her there, the sooner this ends. He watches me carefully. Malcolm's team will already be in position, and I'll be wearing the wire from the moment I pick her up. What if she wants to stay over tonight? The question burns my throat on the way out, but I need to know. Need to prepare myself for every possibility. Colin's eyes narrow. She won't. I'll make sure of it. How exactly are you going to do that? If she thinks you've dumped me and chosen her, she's going to expect, "I'll handle it, Aaliyah." His voice is firmer now, irritation creeping in. This isn't exactly fun for me either. "Oh, I'm sorry if pretending to want your gorgeous ex-girlfriend is such a hardship." The words fly out before I can stop them, sharp and bitter. Colin stares at me for a long moment. "Is that what you think? That I'm secretly excited about this?" "I think you have a history with her. I think she's beautiful and wealthy and fits perfectly into your world. And I think it would be very easy to slip back into old patterns." Jesus Christ. Colin pushes away from the counter, running a hand through his hair. "After everything, you still don't trust me?" "It's not about trust. It's about—" I stop, not even sure what I'm trying to say. "It's about jealousy." Colin rounds the island, standing close enough that I can smell his cologne. "You're jealous. So what if I am?" I set my mug down with more force than necessary. "Some woman is trying to destroy our lives, and your brilliant plan is to go play romantic getaway with her. Excuse me for not being thrilled. I'm doing this for you and Elias, to keep you safe, to end this nightmare." He steps closer, backing me against the counter. "Do you think I want to be anywhere near that woman? After what she's done?" My heart pounds against my ribs. "Then why does it have to be you? Why can't Malcolm handle it?" "Because she'll talk to me. She'll confess to me." His voice drops, softens. "And because I need to do this for our son, for our family. Our family." The words hang in the air between us, full of promise and uncertainty. "I hate this," I whisper, echoing my sentiment from last night. "I know." Colin's hand comes up to cradle my face, his thumb brushing my cheek. "But when I come back, it'll be over. And I'll be coming back to you, Aaliyah. Only you." Before I can respond, his lips meet mine in a kiss that starts gentle but quickly deepens with an urgency that steals my breath. I should push him away. We have too much at stake to get distracted. But instead I find myself clutching the front of his shirt, pulling him closer as if I can somehow make him stay. When we finally break apart, we're both breathing hard. "That," Colin says, his voice rough, "is what's real. Not whatever act I put on for Mimi. Remember that." My fingers trace the spot on my lips where Colin's kiss still lingers. The weight of what he's about to do crashes over me like a tidal wave. "Colin, wait." I reach for his arm as he turns to leave. "Be careful with her. Please." He pauses, his blue eyes finding mine. "I will. It's just dinner and conversation. It's not just anything with Mimi." My voice trembles slightly. "The way she sent those men to break into my apartment, the car accident with your parents, there's something deeply wrong with her. She's more dangerous than you're admitting. I've known her for years, Aaliyah. I can handle her." That's exactly what worries me. I step closer, gripping his forearm tighter. "You think you know her? But the Mimi who used to date you and the Mimi who's stalking us might as well be two different people. Promise me you won't underestimate her." Colin's expression softens. He places his hands on my shoulders, steadying me and himself simultaneously. "I promise. Malcolm's team has been briefed on every possible scenario. The moment she says anything incriminating, they'll be ready. And if something goes wrong?" The question hangs between us, heavy with unspoken fears. "If something happens to you, I don't—" My voice catches in my throat. "I don't know how I'll go on without you. Not now. Not when Elias and I just found you again." His hands cup my face, thumbs brushing against my cheekbones. "Nothing's going to happen to me." "You can't promise that. Watch me." A hint of his usual confidence creeps into his voice. "I'll come back to you both. Always." I swallow hard, fighting back tears that threaten to spill over. You better. We've spent too many years apart already. I'll be counting down the minutes until I can come back to you and Elias. His gaze is intense, unwavering. This is temporary. What we have, what we're building, that's permanent. My heart swells painfully in my chest. I want so badly to believe him, to trust in this fragile thing growing between us. But fear claws at my insides, irrational and persistent. Just don't let her get in your head. Don't listen if she tries to tell you that you'd be better off without us, that your life would be simpler. Aaliyah, Colin cuts me off gently. That's never going to happen. Nothing she could say would make me doubt what I feel for you and Elias. Nothing. He leans down, capturing my lips in another kiss that feels like both a promise and a goodbye. My hands find their way to his chest, feeling his heartbeat strong and steady under my palm. When we break apart, Colin presses his forehead against mine. I'll call you when I can. I nod, not trusting my voice. He gives me one last lingering look before pulling out his phone, scrolling through his contacts until he finds the name he's looking for. My stomach twists when I glimpse Mimi's name on the screen. Colin walks toward the living room, putting distance between us as he makes the call. Mimi, it's me. His voice shifts, taking on a tone I've never heard before, contrite, almost pleading. I need to see you tonight. I wrap my arms around myself, feeling suddenly cold despite the warm kitchen. He's playing his part perfectly and it terrifies me. There's a pause as he listens to her response. I'd rather talk in person. There's a lot I need to say to you. Another pause. Thank you. I'll see you tonight. He hangs up, turning back to me with a grim expression. The transformation is jarring, going from the Colin who just kissed me senseless to this man who's already stepping into his role. It's done, he says, slipping his phone into his pocket. She'll be there. The plan is in motion. Within 24 hours, this nightmare could be over, or everything could go terribly wrong.
Danger, desire, secrets that could kill.
Ooh, baby, you already know I'm staying for this ride.
8 full-length audiobooks. Stories tangled with mystery, betrayal, and the kind of passion you can't outrun.
Oh, these heroes? They'll pin you to the wall 1 second and save your life the next. Talk about multitasking.
Assassins, billionaires, men with dangerous pasts, and women strong enough to match them, secret for secret.
Right now, you're snatching this up at a wild 70% off.
8 stories, endless passion, a love worth dying for.
Click the link and buckle up, honey. 'Cause this ain't just romance.
The romantic suspense audiobook bundle. Love has never been this dangerous.
Vixa Vaughn Romance.
Chapter 28. Colin. I keep my eyes fixed on the winding road ahead, gripping the steering wheel tighter each time Mimi's hand strays to my thigh. The 3-hour drive to my cabin upstate has already felt like an eternity, with her growing progressively more intoxicated from the flask she brought along. You're so tense, Colin. Her voice has that deliberate slowness of someone trying to sound more sober than they are. Thought you'd be happier now that you finally come to your senses. Her fingers walk higher up my leg. I gently remove her hand, placing it back in her lap. Just focused on driving. These mountain roads can be tricky. Always so responsible. She sighs dramatically, then giggles. That's what I've always loved about you. So different from your wild college days. The wire taped to my chest feels suddenly itchy, a constant reminder of what's at stake. Malcolm's voice echoes in my head from our briefing yesterday. Get her talking about the accident. Get her to admit to the break-in. Don't let her get suspicious. Simple instructions that feel impossible with her this close. The scent of her expensive perfume mixing with vodka in the confined space of my Range Rover. Remember that weekend in Aspen? Mimi leans her head against the window, her long blonde hair cascading over her shoulder. Your parents were so mad when they found out we'd taken their private jet. They got over it. I keep my voice casual, friendly. They've always been pretty forgiving. Too forgiving, she snorts, taking another swig from her flask. Especially with that little gold digger and her bastard. My jaw clenches so hard I'm afraid it might crack. I force myself to breathe, to remember the plan. Let's not talk about them. This weekend is about us, about moving forward. As it should be. She smiles, a predatory gleam in her eyes. I knew you'd realize eventually that we belong together. The Morgan Empire needs a proper empress, not some struggling artist with a kid. I swallow my disgust and make myself smile back. You were right all along. Of course I was. She stretches like a satisfied cat. And now that those annoying parents of yours are laid up in the hospital, there's no one to fill your head with all that follow your heart nonsense. The casual way she mentions my parents' accident makes my blood run cold. I glance at her, trying to keep my expression neutral despite the rage building inside me. Yeah, that was unexpected. I pause, testing the waters. The police still don't know what happened with their brakes. Mimi studies her manicure, a small smile playing at her lips. Sometimes life just works out the way it's supposed to, doesn't it? Divine intervention. Divine intervention, huh? I guide the car around a sharp curve, buying myself time to control my voice. That's one way to look at it. The universe wants us together, Colin. She places her hand on my arm, squeezing slightly. It's clearing all the obstacles. We finally turn onto the private road leading to my cabin. Through the trees, I catch glimpses of Malcolm's unmarked SUV following at a discreet distance. The knowledge that he's there with his team calms my nerves slightly. Almost there, I announce, pulling up to the secluded 2-story log cabin. Despite its rustic exterior, the interior is all modern luxury, a fact Mimi appreciates as she steps unsteadily from the car. Just as gorgeous as I remember. She tilts her head back, staring up at the vaulted ceiling as I help her inside. Remember the last time we were here? We barely left the bedroom. Her hands slide up my chest, dangerously close to the wire, and around my neck. I redirect her toward the living room, grateful for her drunken state, making her easy to maneuver. Let's have a drink first, I suggest, guiding her to the leather sofa. Celebrate properly. Always the gentleman. She pouts, but allows herself to be seated. Fix me something strong. I walk to the bar, my back to her as I pour 2 whiskeys, hers significantly more watered down than she'd prefer. When I turn, she's kicked off her shoes and is sprawled across the sofa, her dress riding up her thighs in what I'm sure she thinks is an enticing pose. To us, she says when I hand her the glass, and to finally getting rid of all those distractions. I clink my glass against hers, swallowing both my drink and my revulsion. You know, I've been wondering about something. She sips her whiskey, eyes never leaving mine. Those guys who broke into Elia's apartment, I keep my tone conversational. That was quite a coincidence, happening right after I started seeing her again. Mimi's smile turned smug. Wasn't it just? Poor thing must have been terrified. Almost as big a coincidence as my parents' accident happening right after they invited her and Elias to dinner. She leans forward, setting her glass down before crawling toward me on the couch. Maybe the universe is trying to tell you something. Her hand slides up my thigh, more determined this time. Maybe it's saying you belong with me. Before I can respond, her mouth is on mine, her kiss aggressive and demanding. I let it continue for a moment. Need to keep her comfortable, keep her talking, before gently pulling back. You know what impressed me? I tuck a strand of hair behind her ear, keeping her close and engaged. How you always seem to know exactly what needs to happen to get what you want. Her eyes gleam with pride and alcohol. It's a gift. Those men who scared Alia. How did you find guys willing to do something like that? Mimi's tongue is loose now, her inhibitions disintegrating with each sip of the premium whiskey I've been pouring generously into her glass. The wire against my chest feels less like an intrusion and more like a shield of justice as I watch her pride bloom into something dangerous and revealing. You'd be surprised what people will do for the right amount of money, she says, fingertips trailing along the rim of her glass. Those guys weren't even that expensive. Just some losers from downtown who needed cash. Her laugh is hollow, echoing in the cabin's vaulted ceiling. Bet she thought twice about trying to worm her way into your life after that. My stomach turns, but I maintain my smile. And my parents' accident? Was that expensive? Her eyes dance with something that makes my blood freeze. She leans in close, breath hot against my ear. Worth every penny. That driver was so eager to help once I explained how much he'd make. She traces her finger down my jawline. They were the ones who actually believed in your little fantasy family. With them out of commission, you finally came to your senses. The confirmation hits me like a physical blow. I knew, I suspected, but hearing it from her own lips makes my hands shake with barely controlled rage. I reach for my phone casually. Need to check something, I mutter, typing a quick message to Malcolm. Got it all? Move when ready. Put that away, Mimi purrs, plucking the phone from my hands and setting it on the coffee table. She straddles my lap, her dress hiking up around her thighs. We have better things to do than look at your phone. I place my hands firmly on her shoulders, holding her at a distance. You know, Mimi, I've always admired your ambition. My voice is cold now, all pretense dropped, but trying to kill my parents and terrorizing Alaya and my son crosses every line. Her expression freezes. What are you talking about? You just told me everything. I tap my chest where the wire is concealed. And now the police have it too. The color drains from her face, replaced by a crimson tide of fury. You set me up! It's not a question, but an accusation wrapped in disbelief. They were at my penthouse that night, Mimi. Aaliyah and Elias. Did you even know that? Your little hired thugs could have hurt my son. Your son? She spits the words. That little bastard isn't worth the Morgan name. I stand abruptly, sending her tumbling backward onto the sofa. That little bastard is my flesh and blood and worth more than you could ever understand. Understanding dawns in her eyes, followed by a calculating narrowing of her gaze. You're wearing a wire. Malcolm's team has been following us since we left the city. Her hand moves faster than I anticipate, grabbing the half-empty whiskey bottle from the table. The sound of glass shattering against the edge of the fireplace mantel cuts through the tension, leaving her holding a jagged, deadly weapon. You think you're so clever? She advances on me, the broken bottle aimed at my throat. All this time, playing along, making me believe you'd finally chosen me. I back up slowly, hands raised. Mimi, don't make this worse for yourself. Worse? She laughs, a brittle sound that has no humor in it. You've ruined everything, after all I've done to get us here. She lunges suddenly, the jagged glass slashing through the air where my face was a second before. I dodge sideways, feeling the rush of air as the makeshift weapon misses me by inches. I should have gotten rid of her too, Mimi hisses, circling me like a predator. Not just scared her away. That was my mistake. The police are already on their way. My eyes never leave the broken bottle in her hand. This ends now. It ends when I say it ends. Her eyes are wild, desperate. If I can't have you, Colin, I'll make damn sure she doesn't either. Another lunge, more controlled this time. I feel the sting as glass connects with my forearm, raised instinctively to protect my face. Blood wells up immediately, dripping onto the hardwood floor. I would have given you everything, she snarls, emboldened by drawing first blood. The perfect wife, the perfect life. But you couldn't let go of your precious Alia. The sound of vehicles approaching outside triggers something in her expression, a flicker of panic beneath the rage. She looks toward the window, then back at me, the broken bottle now aimed at my heart. They won't take me, she whispers, a new determination in her voice. And they won't have you either.
Chapter 29. Aaliyah. I stir the pot of mac and cheese, Elias's favorite, while keeping one eye on the clock mounted above the sleek stainless steel refrigerator. 7:32. The knot in my stomach tightens with each passing minute. Colin should be at the cabin by now. Is it ready yet, Mama? Elias's voice carries from the living room, where he's sprawled on his belly surrounded by colored pencils and paper. Almost, baby. 5 more minutes. I force cheerfulness into my voice that I don't feel. Behind my practiced smile, a montage of unwelcome images plays on loop. Colin and Mimi driving to his secluded cabin, Mimi's hand on his leg, her perfect blonde hair catching the sunlight, her lips pressing against his. I slam the wooden spoon harder than necessary against the pot's edge. This is ridiculous. I know why he's doing this. To protect us. To get evidence against her. It's not real. Yet my brain seems determined to torture me with imagined scenarios of them together. You're burning it, Elias announces, suddenly at my elbow. I snap back to reality and quickly pull the pot off the burner. Just a little caramelization on the bottom, Mr. Food Critic. I ruffle his curls, grateful for the distraction. Go wash your hands while I get this plated. As I watch him scamper off to the bathroom, I marvel at how at home he already seems in Colin's penthouse. The thought both warms and terrifies me. We've been staying here since the break-in at my apartment, ostensibly for our safety, but it feels dangerously comfortable, like we belong here. I spoon the mac and cheese into 2 bowls and carry them to the dining table, where I've already laid out a simple salad. The space feels cavernous with just the 2 of us, all gleaming surfaces and minimalist furniture that screams bachelor pad, despite the toys and art supplies now scattered throughout. Can we call Daddy after dinner? Elias asks, climbing onto his chair. The question catches me off guard, and I nearly spill my water. Not tonight, sweetheart. He's busy with work. But he always says I can call him anytime. His lower lip juts out slightly. Even when he's at work. I take a deep breath. He's in a special meeting. An important one that he can't step away from. The half-truth tastes bitter on my tongue. But he'll call us as soon as he can, I promise. Elias considers this while shoveling a spoonful of macaroni and cheese into his mouth. Is he helping people like before? Something like that. I reach across to wipe a smear of cheese from his chin. Hey, how are those drawings coming along? The ones for Grandma and Grandpa Morgan? His face brightens instantly. I'm making them a whole book. With all the animals from the zoo and our family, too. He gestures with his spoon, flinging a small glob of cheese onto the pristine table. Daddy said they're getting better every day, and pictures will help them feel even better. That's really thoughtful of you. I clean up the cheese splatter, focusing on the task to hide the emotion in my eyes. Richard and Molly Morgan are still hospitalized after their accident, an accident orchestrated by Mimi, who's now alone with Colin in some remote cabin. My phone sits beside my plate, mockingly silent. I've checked it no less than 20 times in the past hour, hoping for some update, some sign that Colin's okay. Can we visit them tomorrow? Elias asks, pulling me from my spiraling thoughts. I want to give them my drawings in person. We'll see, buddy. They need lots of rest to heal. I force myself to eat a forkful of salad, though my appetite has vanished. But maybe we can drop them off with the nurses. Elias nods solemnly, accepting this compromise. Daddy says Grandma likes flowers, so I'm drawing her lots of those. That's very sweet. I swallow past the lump in my throat. After we finish eating, I clean up while Elias returns to his artwork. The domesticity of the moment, washing dishes in Colin's designer kitchen while our son draws at the coffee table, feels both precious and precarious, like a beautiful soap bubble that might burst at any moment. My phone remains stubbornly silent as I dry the last plate and put it away. 8:45 now. What's happening at that cabin? Is Colin safe? Has Mimi confessed? Has she somehow seen through his plan? Mama, come see. Elias waves me over excitedly. I finished my book for Grandma and Grandpa. I cross to the living room and sit beside him on the plush carpet. Genuine delight pushing aside my worry as he proudly displays each page of his stapled-together artwork. This is incredible, Elias. This page is us at the zoo, he explains, pointing to colorful stick figures standing before what I think is supposed to be a giraffe. And this one is all of us having dinner together when they get better. The family portrait on the final page shows 6 stick figures holding hands. Elias in the middle, flanked by Colin and me, with Richard and Molly on the ends, and what appears to be a small dog at their feet. Who's this? I point to the dog, confused. That's our dog, he says matter-of-factly. Daddy said maybe we can get one when Grandma and Grandpa are all better. I reach out to turn the page of Elias's book when my phone erupts with a shrill ring, vibrating violently against the coffee table. Malcolm's name flashes on the screen. My heart stutters. Malcolm wouldn't call this late unless... Hey, I need to take this real quick. I squeeze Elias's shoulder and step away, my fingers trembling as I accept the call. Malcolm? Aaliyah. His voice is tight, clipped, not his usual easy tone. What's wrong? The words barely escape my constricting throat. It's Colin. A pause. Too long. There's been a situation at the cabin. The room tilts sideways. I grip the kitchen counter, knuckles white. Tell me. He got it, the confession. All recorded. Everything about the car accident, the break-in, all of it. Malcolm's words rushed together. Police showed up right after, like we planned. Relief floods through me for one brilliant second before his tone registers. Something's still wrong. But Mimi lost it when she realized what was happening. Completely snapped. Another pause. She broke a bottle of alcohol and used it as a weapon, Aaliyah. My legs nearly give out. I slide down against the refrigerator until I'm sitting on the floor, out of Elias's line of sight. The cool tile seeps through my jeans. Colin? My voice is barely audible. He tried to keep her calm until the officers could get in, but she came at him. Slashed his arm pretty bad. They're taking him to Metro General now. The kitchen dissolves into a blur of chrome and marble. My free hand presses against my mouth, stifling a sob. How bad? I manage. Deep cut across his forearm. Lost some blood. The paramedic said he'll need stitches, maybe surgery, depending on if there's tendon damage. Each word hits like a physical blow. I picture Colin bleeding, in pain, while I've been safe here making mac and cheese and worrying about imaginary scenarios, not the real danger he was facing. This is my fault. The words tumble out before I can stop them. I never should have let him. Stop that right now. Malcolm's voice sharpens. This was his choice. Mimi was dangerous. We all knew that, but none of us expected her to pull this stunt. Police have her in custody. She's facing serious charges. I press my forehead against my knees, struggling to breathe normally. I need to see him. Of course. I'm already on my way to pick you up. Be there in 20. A slight hesitation. Bring Elias. Colin was asking for both of you. The thought of Colin, injured and still thinking of us, makes my chest ache. We'll be ready. I end the call and just sit there for a moment, trying to compose myself. When I finally look up, Elias is standing in the doorway to the kitchen, his completed book clutched against his chest, eyes wide with concern. Mama? Are you crying? I hadn't even realized tears were streaming down my face. I quickly wiped them away. Daddy had a little accident at work. We need to go see him at the hospital. His lower lip trembles. Is he going to be okay? Yes, baby. I stand up, willing my voice to stay steady. He's going to be fine, but he wants to see us right now. I move on autopilot, gathering our things, helping Elias put on his shoes, packing his book, and a few quiet activities in case we have to wait. The whole time, my mind races with images of Colin bleeding, Colin in pain, Colin asking for us as paramedics work on him. When Malcolm texts that he's outside, I take one last look around the penthouse, this space that was starting to feel like home, and usher Elias toward the door. Is Malcolm taking us to Daddy? Elias asks, his small hand gripping mine tightly. Yes, he'll drive us to the hospital. I force a reassuring smile. And guess what? Daddy is going to be so excited to see your book for Grandma and Grandpa. As we ride the elevator down, Elias leans against me, suddenly quiet and solemn. I wrap my arm around his shoulders, trying to be strong for him while my own world feels like it's spinning into a downward spiral.
Chapter 30. Colin. The hospital room smells like antiseptics and hand sanitizer. I shift against the stiff mattress, trying to find a comfortable position that doesn't pull at the 23 stitches running down my left forearm. The doctor says I got lucky. The glass missed my tendons by millimeters, but the jagged laceration required 2 layers of sutures and will leave one hell of a scar. Small price to pay, we got her. My phone sits on the bedside table, and I've already listened to the audio 3 times, Mimi detailing exactly how she contributed to my parents' car accident, how she orchestrated the break-in at Aaliyah's apartment, how she'd been manipulating everything from the shadows. The confession is airtight, worth every drop of blood I spilled. The painkillers are making my thoughts drift, but I snap back to attention at the sound of hurried footsteps outside my room. The door flies open, and suddenly, the sterile hospital air is filled with the scent of vanilla and cinnamon, Aaliyah's scent, and the room feels brighter, warmer. Colin! Her voice breaks as she rushes toward me, her eyes taking in the bandaged arm, the IV drip, the monitors. Before I can respond, she's at my bedside, her hands gentle on my face as she presses her lips to mine. I taste salt, her tears, as she kisses me with desperate intensity. I'm okay, I murmur against her mouth. It looks worse than it is. She pulls back just enough to look at me, her eyes scanning every inch of my face. You idiot. You absolute idiot. But there's no heat in the words, just raw emotion. When Malcolm called, I thought... She can't finish the sentence. Daddy! Elias's voice cuts through the tension as he bounds into the room, clutching papers to his chest. Malcolm stands in the doorway behind him, giving me a small nod. Hey, champ. I reach out with my good arm, and he comes to the bedside, his eyes wide as he takes in the hospital setting. Just a little scratch. Nothing to worry about. Aaliyah steps back, swiping at her eyes, letting Elias move closer. She doesn't go far, though. Her hand finds mine on the blanket and squeezes. "Does it hurt?" Elias asks, his small fingers hovering over the bandaged arm without touching. "Only a little," I lie, giving him a reassuring smile. "The doctors gave me special medicine that makes it feel better." His serious expression breaks into relief. "I made you something." He holds up the papers. "It's a Get Better book, like the one for Grandma and Grandpa. But this one has superheroes because they heal fast." My chest tightens. That's exactly what I need. I take the crudely stapled pages with my good hand, flipping through drawings of what appear to be me with a cape, fighting bad guys. On the last page, there's a picture of all three of us, holding hands. "This is amazing, buddy." Best medicine I could get. Elias beams, looking from me to Aliyah with pride. Then his face grows serious again. "Mom said you had an accident at work." I meet Aliyah's eyes over his head. We'd agreed to keep the details vague for now. "It wasn't exactly an accident." I speak carefully, choosing words a 6-year-old can process. "I was doing something important, getting proof that someone did bad things. And they got angry about it." Aliyah perches on the edge of my bed, her hip pressed against mine. "Did it work?" she asks quietly. "Malcolm said you got it all, but we got everything." I can't help the grim satisfaction that creeps into my voice. Every word, every confession, all on tape. Mimi's going away for a long time. Attempted murder of my parents, breaking into your apartment, and now assault with a deadly weapon. I gesture to my arm. The DA called it a prosecutor's dream case. Aliyah's exhale is shaky. "So it's over? Really over?" "It's over." I reach up to brush away a tear trailing down her cheek. "She can't hurt us anymore." Elias looks between us, picking up on the gravity of the conversation without fully understanding it. "Is the bad person going to jail?" "Yes." I don't sugarcoat it. "She is. For a very long time." He nods, seemingly satisfied with this justice. Then he points to my bandaged arm. "When you get better, can we still go to the park like you promised?" The simplicity of his concern, not about criminals or confessions, but about keeping promises, fills me with unexpected emotion. "As soon as the doctor says it's okay," I assure him, ruffling his hair with my good hand. "We'll go to the park, get ice cream. The works." Aliyah leans down, pressing her forehead against mine. "You scared the hell out of me," she whispers. "Don't ever do that again." I turn my head slightly to brush my lips against hers. "No more undercover sting operations, promise." My muscles tense with pain as I try to shift up in the bed. The movement reminds me just how close I came to something much worse than stitches. Looking at Aliyah's face, those brow eyes still glistening with tears, the slight furrow between her brows as she worries over me. Something crystallizes inside my chest. Life is too short. "Malcolm," I say, my voice stronger than I expected. "Could you take Elias to get something from the cafeteria? Maybe one of those massive cookies they sell?" Malcolm raises an eyebrow but nods, understanding passing between us. "Come on, little man. Let's go find the biggest cookie in this place while your dad talks to your mom." "Can I get chocolate milk too?" Elias asks, already moving toward Malcolm. "Absolutely," Malcolm answers, shooting me a discreet thumbs up before closing the door behind them. Aliyah turns back to me, her expression curious. "What's going on? Are you in more pain than you're letting on?" "No." I capture her hand in mine, my thumb tracing circles against her palm. "I just needed a minute alone with you." She sits back down on the edge of the bed, her weight a comforting pressure against my side. "Colin Morgan, if you're about to tell me there's more bad news..." "Marry me." The words tumble out before I can wrap them in poetry or promises. Just 2 syllables hanging in the antiseptic air between us. Her lips part, eyes widening. "What did you just say?" Marry me, Aaliyah. My heart hammers against my ribs as I hold her gaze. I know this isn't some romantic mountain vista or candlelit dinner. I don't even have a ring yet, but lying here, realizing how quickly everything can change, I don't want to waste another day. Her hand trembles in mine. Colin dash. I love you. I've loved you since the start, even when I was too stupid and scared to admit it. I love our son, the family we're building. I love who I am when I'm with you. The words pour out, unstoppable now. I don't need more time to know you're it for me. You always have been. Tears spill freely down her cheeks now, but she's smiling. That radiant smile that's always undone me. I should be down on one knee, I continue, gesturing at the hospital bed with my good hand, but I'm a little compromised at the moment. A laugh bubbles out of her, watery and real. You really want to do this now? Here? I don't want to wait another second. I squeeze her hand. So what do you say? Will you marry me, Aaliyah Marshall? She presses her free hand to her mouth, tears still streaming down her face. Then she nods. Once, twice, a third time, each movement more emphatic than the last. Yes, she whispers, then louder. Yes. Of course I'll marry you. Something tight inside my chest unravels. I pull her toward me, ignoring the twinge in my injured arm as I kiss her, pouring everything I feel into the press of my lips against hers. When we break apart, she's still crying, but laughing too. I can't believe you just proposed in a hospital room with no ring after nearly getting killed. Too impulsive? I ask, suddenly uncertain. No. She shakes her head, cupping my face in her hands. It's perfectly us. Messy and unexpected and absolutely right. She kisses me again, gentle but insistent. It doesn't even have to be a big ceremony, you know. I don't need all that. You deserve whatever kind of wedding you want, I tell her, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear. Her eyes sparkle with mischief and emotion. I would marry you right here if I could, hospital gown and all. Don't tempt me. I bet there's a chaplain in this hospital somewhere. I pull her closer, careful of my IV line. But I think our son might be disappointed if he doesn't get to be part of it. Speaking of, she says, resting her forehead against mine, what do we tell Elias? The truth. I trail my fingers down the curve of her cheek. That I asked his mom to marry me, and she said yes, and we're going to be even more of a family now. She kisses me again, lingering this time. I taste salt and sweetness and promise. I love you, Colin Morgan, she murmurs against my lips. I think I always have, even when I wasn't supposed to.
Chapter 31. Aaliyah. 2 weeks after Colin's hospital proposal, we're seated at an elegant circular table in the private dining room at Bellini's, the Morgan family's favorite Italian restaurant. The warm lighting casts a golden glow over the space, making the crystal glasses sparkle and the silver cutlery gleam. Colin sits beside me, his injured arm still in a sling but healing well. His knee presses against mine under the table, a subtle reminder of his constant presence. Across from us, Molly and Richard Morgan look remarkably well considering what they've been through. Molly's platinum blonde hair is styled in a sophisticated updo, and while there's a faint scar at her temple, her recovery has been nothing short of miraculous. Richard still moves carefully, wincing slightly when he reaches for his water glass, but the steel in his spine has returned. Elias, seated between his grandparents, practically vibrates with excitement. He's dressed in his special dinner clothes, a button-down shirt and little chinos that make him look like a miniature version of Colin. His portfolio of drawings sits on his lap, and his fingers drum impatiently against the leather case. "Grandma, can I show you now?" Elias asks, interrupting the waiter who's describing tonight's specials. Molly's face softens instantly. "Of course, sweetheart. I've been looking forward to this all day." The waiter, clearly seasoned in the art of family dinners, steps back with an understanding smile. Elias opens his portfolio with all the solemnity of a major gallery exhibition. This one is you and Grandpa in your car, but it has super shields so nothing can hurt you again. He slides the first drawing across the table. It shows what appears to be a vehicle surrounded by colorful force fields, with stick figures inside that are undeniably meant to be Molly and Richard. My throat tightens. Colin's hand finds mine under the table and squeezes. "That's exactly what we need," Richard says, his usually gruff voice gentle as he studies the drawing. "Smart thinking, young man." Molly leans closer to examine the artwork. "You're quite the artist, just like your mother." Her eyes meet mine briefly, and there's a warmth there that I'm still getting used to. Acceptance. Maybe even pride. Elias beams, emboldened by their reaction. "And this one is for when you get sad about your injuries." He presents another drawing, showing what I recognize as his version of the Morgan estate, with 5 figures holding hands in the garden. It's all of us having a picnic when everyone's better, see? I watch Molly's eyes mist over as she takes the drawing with careful hands. "It's beautiful, Elias. We'll have that picnic very soon, I promise." The waiter returns to take our order, but Elias continues his art presentation through the appetizers. Each drawing reveals how deeply he's processed everything, from the car accident to Colin's injury to our newly forming family unit. His little creative mind has transformed trauma into hope, fear into superhero shields and healing powers. By the time our main courses arrive, Molly has a neat stack of artwork beside her plate that she periodically glances at with a soft smile. "These are going in frames," she announces, surprising me. "Richard, we need to clear a wall in the study. Our grandson's first gallery installation." The word grandson falls from her lips so naturally now, as if Elias has always been theirs, always been a Morgan. The fear I'd carried for so long that they would reject him, reject us, seems ridiculous in this moment. Colin clears his throat as we finish our entrees. His good hand finds mine again, this time resting our joined hands on the table. "Mom, Dad, we have something to tell you." Molly's eyebrows lift, and I notice Richard setting down his fork with deliberate care. "Aaliyah and I are getting married," Colin states, his voice steady but threaded with undeniable joy. "Soon. We're planning a small ceremony, nothing elaborate." For a heartbeat, no one speaks. Then Molly's face transforms with a smile that reaches all the way to her eyes. "That's wonderful news." "About damn time," Richard adds, raising his wineglass. "To the future Mrs. Morgan." The warmth in his tone spreads through me. These people who once seemed so intimidating, so unreachable, are toasting to me becoming part of their family. "When's the big day?" Molly asks, already looking like her mind is racing with possibilities. 3 weeks from Saturday," I reply. "Just immediate family and a few close friends. We don't want to wait." Molly nods approvingly. "Smart. Why postpone happiness?" She reaches for Richard's hand. "Our accident taught us that much, didn't it, darling? Life is precarious." "We'd be happy to take care of Elias during your honeymoon," Richard offers, surprising me with his directness. "Give you some time for yourselves." "You don't have to, you know," Colin says, setting down his wineglass. "We're completely fine making other arrangements for Elias." Richard shakes his head, waving off Colin's concern with a dismissive hand. "Nonsense. Molly and I want to spend time with our grandson." His eyes, so much like Colin's in shape but warmer in color, crinkle at the corners as he looks at Elias. "We've got 6 years to make up for, don't we, young man?" Molly leans forward, her pearl earrings catching the light. "We could take you to the park. There's that wonderful new playground they just built downtown." "Or the zoo," Richard adds, warming to the topic. They've got those new tiger cubs everyone's talking about. The water park, Elias gasps, nearly knocking over his glass of apple juice. I catch it just in time, but he barely notices, too caught up in the sudden explosion of possibilities. They have these huge slides that go whoosh and splash. Mom never has time to take me. I feel a slight pang of guilt at his words, though I know he doesn't mean them as an accusation. Between working, parenting, and now planning a wedding, trips to water parks have fallen to the bottom of my priority list. The water park sounds perfect, Molly says, nodding seriously as if negotiating a business deal. And anywhere else you'd like to see. We have a lot of grandparenting to catch up on. Elias's face lights up like a sunrise. Can we go to the Science Museum too? I really want to go again. They have real dinosaur bones and a planetarium where you can see all the stars even during daytime. Absolutely, Richard says with unexpected enthusiasm. I happen to know one of the board members. Perhaps we can arrange a special tour. Watching my son chat animatedly with his grandparents, a concept that still feels surreal sometimes, I feel a wave of gratitude wash over me. A few months ago, these people didn't know Elias existed. Now they're planning an itinerary that would make a professional tour guide proud. Well, Colin says, his voice warm against my ear, I think we're officially unnecessary for the duration of our honeymoon. I turn to him, taking in the laugh lines around his eyes, the small scar on his jaw from his childhood that I'd forgotten until seeing it again. Seems that way. Are you sure your parents know what they're getting themselves into? Elias has the energy of 10 children. They raised me, didn't they? Colin grins, and there's that dimple I could never resist. Besides, I think they're making up for lost time in more ways than one. Dad hasn't talked about the Science Museum since I was about Elias's age. Under the table, I twist my engagement ring with my thumb, feeling the smooth platinum band and the cushion-cut diamond that catches even the subtlest light. It's elegant without being ostentatious, perfectly suited to my taste, which doesn't surprise me. Colin has always paid attention to details. Looking at him now, his injured arm in its sling, his good hand gesturing as he joins the conversation about potential excursions, I know with bone-deep certainty that I made the right choice, letting him back into my life. This isn't the fairy tale I'd imagined as a young art student. It's messier, more complicated, with scars and history that we're still learning how to navigate, but it's real in a way those daydreams never were. What are you thinking about? Colin asks, noticing my silent reflection. Just that I'm glad we found our way back to each other, I say quietly, as Elias demonstrates to his grandparents exactly how big the dinosaur at the museum is, his little arms stretched wide. Even if it took us the scenic route. Colin's eyes soften, and he leans close enough that his breath warms my cheek. The scenic route gave us Elias. I wouldn't change a thing. I rest my head briefly on his good shoulder, watching as Molly promises Elias ice cream after the Science Museum. And Richard adds that he knows just the place with 31 flavors to choose from. My engagement ring catches the light, sending tiny rainbows dancing across the white tablecloth. Yes, I made the right choice. The only choice, really, once I allowed myself to take the risk.
Chapter 32. Colin, 3 weeks later, I carry my wife, over the threshold of our hotel suite, her laughter echoing against my chest as I kick the door closed behind us. The ceremony was perfect, intimate, with just our closest friends and family gathered in the garden of the Morgan estate. But all day I've been counting the minutes until I could get her alone. Welcome to the first night of forever, Mrs. Morgan, I murmur against her ear as I navigate through the expansive suite toward the king-sized bed draped in crisp white linens. Aaliyah's arms tighten around my neck, her wedding band cool against my skin. I still can't believe we actually did it. Believe it. I gently lay her on the bed, taking a moment to appreciate the vision before me. Her wedding dress, an elegant off-shoulder creation that hugs every curve before cascading into a modest train, spreads across the duvet like spilled cream. Her dark skin glows in the soft lighting, and those dark eyes that have haunted me for 6 years stare back with a mixture of love and unmistakable desire. You are breathtaking. My voice comes out rougher than intended, thick with need. I've been dying to get you out of this dress since I first saw you walking down the aisle. Her lips curve into that teasing smile that drives me crazy. What's stopping you now? Nothing. Absolutely nothing. My fingers find the hidden zipper along her spine, and I pull it down with deliberate slowness, savoring each inch of exposed skin. I want to devour every inch of you tonight, I confess, pressing my lips to the nape of her neck as the dress loosens. Start at those gorgeous lips and work my way down until you're shaking and screaming my name. I hate to burst your bubble when things are just getting started, but this platform won't allow us to air the steamy content coming up in this chapter. If you want us to keep bringing you free audiobooks, we have to abide by their rules. Luckily for you, the unabridged version of every Vixavon audiobook is available at vixavonromance.com. And with promo code VIXA40, you can get 40% off any digital product,